played here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16.
That tickles me every time I listen to it. We talked to Andre Ware on the pregame show yesterday, and boy, if anybody took those Oiler uniforms personally, it was Heisman Trophy winner Andre Ware.
Was it? I felt he was downplaying it before the game.
Was he? I don't know. Like I just felt I felt like just the mere mention of them, like just it got Dre heated a little bit.
I feel like so I thought that maybe my listening skills were poor. I felt like Vander Meer and Andre were arguing because Vander Meer was really irate about him. I think Andre was almost kind of like, look, they screwed it up 20 years ago, and there's nothing you can do about it now. So I guess on the surface he was trying to act like he didn't care about it, but deep down inside there was a nucleus of rage.
I'll submit further evidence. Put those uniforms away. And that cut right there, yeah.
Right, but yeah, that was. I'm just saying there was a disparity between. I think that was deeply seated in him, and he was trying to ignore it, but he couldn't help it as the game went on.
Either way, however you feel about the uniforms, that was a gutsy win yesterday by the Texans. I would declare that the gutsiest win in team history, and then put it on you, the listener, to submit evidence to the contrary. Because you had no C.J. Stroud, you had no Will Anderson, you had no Nico Collins. Tank Dell's done for the year. Blake Cashman done. Offensive line injuries crept their way into the picture late in the week with no George Fant, Charlie Heck starting at right tackle, and you fall behind 13-0 in a game that you really, especially now that you look at the way things are playing out in the AFC, you had to have that game yesterday. You just had to have that game. And Seth, they came through huge. Yesterday's game will be D'Amico Ryan's sizzle reel when it comes time to give him the Coach of the Year award. Like that was. I mean, you can talk about all the late wins with C.J. Stroud earlier this year, and boy, they're winning a lot of close games, and they sure are improved. Man, you go in, I don't care if Tennessee's 5-8. Like, you go in there with that group that they went in there with yesterday, and you fall behind in that game, especially, too, and you come out with a win. That was just kudos to D'Amico, kudos to Bobby Slowick. They got the run game going, and that was a huge win yesterday, man.
And the whole thing about it that was impressive to me from a coaching standpoint was that last week, as it happens with every single team in the NFL at some point during the season, last week was the week the Texans showed up and looked unprofessional. Versus the Jets, they just weren't prepared. They weren't mentally dialed in. I think it was obvious that there weren't as many players on the defense that had really done their homework against the Jets. So I was curious to see exactly how they'd rebound, and we talked about that during the week. They rebounded really, really well. And a lot of it, honestly, was really evident in the way they handled the run game, because the Titans love to lean on the play action, and if you're going to come up and stop the run, usually you pay a price for it on the back end, because either your linebackers, your safeties, whomever else just are too focused on the run. Man, they did a great job of just playing the run when it was time to play the run, and then the linebackers playing the pass when it was time to play the pass. The linebackers especially, I think, had a vast improvement over last week. So D'Amico's ability to, I think, challenge these guys during the week and really to present it like, look, I'm guessing he presented it like, look, you guys are better than you showed last week, but you got to prove it to me this week, and they did. There were a couple plays in that game where it was Jalen Petrie in particular knew exactly what was coming. He was repositioning guys like the way a safety should pre-snap, getting guys in the right position, and just taking everything away from them. Sean, Derrick Henry had 9 yards on 16 carries. I keep having to double check that in the stats before I say it because it's so backwards. 16 yards on 9 carries would be awesome. and he had 9 yards on 16 carries. It was astoundingly good. You took a guy who's been averaging over 200 yards per game since the back half of 2019 against you and held him to 0.6 yards per carry. It was astounding. Oh, it was such a great defensive performance. They allowed 10 points total. After the pick six was
nine
the other
points,
6 points there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was I said in the postgame yesterday, Seth, it looked like Connor Stallions was at the Dolphins game on Monday working for the Texans, like grabbing signs from the sidelines for the Titans. Like they were that dialed in defensively yesterday. I mean, I can't think of a play where Derrick Henry got the ball where he wasn't hit either at or behind the line of scrimmage. And the only play where he got loose was that one short yardage play where he got hit at the line of scrimmage and then had to sprint all the way to the left just to turn upfield and get 5 yards on that play.
And I was glad they talked about it during the broadcast. What we had talked about last week with Derrick Henry is the key is if you can get him moving his feet in the backfield. He's devastating if he can get a clear path and get some steam rolling. But if he has to do like Devin Singletary does and dance a little bit before he hits it, he's dead in the water. You're right. And that one play where he still barely got a first down was really was that the only impressive thing he did all day?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Boy, they just destroyed him.
Yeah. I mean, it's like D'Amico Ryans. He's like the wolf in Pulp Fiction. Yeah, we've got this problem for the last 3 or 4 yeyears. This guy Henry's been running for 200 yards a game against us. No problem. I'll be there in 10 minutes, and he comes here and it's nine carries on 16 yards for Derrick Henry, 2 catches for 21 yards for DeAndre Hopkins, including, I don't know, kind of an embarrassing gator arm, I thought, on a third down late in the game. He was hearing footsteps going across the middle.
Yeah, I know. That ball was behind him. I mean, he maybe should have settled down in a little bit there, too. Like, he was running as fast as he could to get the hell away from there.
Yeah.
Where ideally in that situation, you might be kind of settling into that hole. I don't know, man. Will Levis is all deep balls and creatine. I don't think he's meant to be long for this league. When he runs, it kind of sucks because he is capable of bulldozing dudes, but he's not like Josh Allen. Like Josh Allen will run and take hits, but absorb it really well. Yeah. Will Levis runs like he's one of those crappy late 80s Camaros with no shocks. Like he's got a 90 horsepower engine and he's willing to he'll run into you, but that's it afterwards. And he ends up, getting his ankle banged up. And not when he was running on that play, but there's a lot of cumulative trauma in that game.
For sure. Dude, he runs like Dameon Pierce. He runs like. He runs like Dameon Pierce.
Except Dameon Pierce, I wouldn't call Dameon Pierce a meathead. He's got too much personality for that.
Yeah.
Levis is just a meathead,
no,
man.
I know, but
he's Zach Mettenberger with a better 40 time.
Yeah, but he seeks out contact is my point. Like, he just, you're a quarterback, man. If you're going to be long, to your point, if you're going to be long for this league, you can't take hits like that. So, huge game by the defense. They gave up 83 yards on the first drive. They gave up 121 yards the remaining 3.5 quarters plus overtime of that game. Amazing performance. 7 sacks, 12 TFLs. You're going to hear a lot about that this morning and throughout the day. The legend of Case Keenum grows, man. And in the box score, it wasn't a phenomenal game, but I think it was, Seth, the exact type of game that when we heard Case Keenum was going to start on Saturday, this was the exact type of game. Like, if someone had told me this is what you're going to get out of Case Keenum without knowing what the defense was going to do, I would have said, all right, 19 points, let's roll. Let's see what happens, man.
I think it makes complete and total sense that Case Keenum would have a connection with Noah Brown. I mean, Noah Brown's been a guy that's shown himself to be very adept at reading coverages, at just knowing exactly what to do to get just open enough. And even without Nico Collins on the field, I think he and Case kind of had a sixth sense between each other. And then the other side of it, too, is, man, Case, one of the things Case had to learn what to do and how to handle when he was a rookie and in his first few years in the league was to understand, all right, I do not have a cannon of an arm. Like, what can I and can I not get away with? And man, he threaded that needle yesterday. There were some cardiac balls. That Dalton Schultz catch was about as close as it gets to being a disaster turned into a triumph. But like he gets it, and he kind of puts it out there when he can. He floats it off to the sideline and places it where it should be. And it was exactly the right decision. I think honestly, that right there, the coach of the year stuff might be in two things. One, making the decision to go with Case Keenum, and two, honestly, and I'll hold the Houston media corps to the flames for this a little bit. Everybody just assumed that it was going to be Davis Mills, which was super weird, and D'Amico never let it out, and it was, I'm sure, at least a minor pain in the butt to the Titans that Tim Kelly, who has experience with both those guys, had to try to figure out, all right, exactly how do we prepare, what are we preparing for, who do we prepare for. I'll claim partial credit for my prediction that 3 different quarterbacks would play in this game for the Texans. I thought Devin Singletary might get a direct snap.
Yeah.
But we did see 2 quarterbacks play in the game.
You've got a text already asking you to be heated because there was no flea flicker in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Are you mad about that? You promised to be angry about that if there was no flea flicker.
Yeah, you know what? I should be. I forgot about that because they did try trickery. They tried gadgetry. I predicted gadgetry. It needed to be a flea flicker.
Yeah,
especially when you have, like you mentioned last week. Look, if Devin Singletary, he's already shown that he's got touch, he can throw with touch.
Yeah.
Have some kind of package where it's a flea flicker this week, and then maybe if Case plays again the next week, it's a fake flea flicker to a Devin Singletary pass or something like that.
Yeah, it is Devin Singletary's backfield for sure. I'm looking at the snap counts. 58. There were 77 offensive snaps in the game for the Texans. Devin Singletary 58. That's not the story, though. Daria Gumbawale, 15. Damian Pierce, 4.
Yeah.
How about that? Daria's basically the second-string running back right now.
This was the most high schoolish thing the Texans coaching staff has done all year, is this insistence on somehow mixing it up between Devin Singletary and Damian Pierce. Like, at some point, I think you just had to let go of it.
Yeah.
And realize now, and maybe it's, look, now – Your starting quarterback's banged up. You've lost one of your 2 best receivers for the season. And Devin Singletary he's got 164 carries now, I believe it is. They hadn't updated the stats. He's got 166 carries. His career high is 188 carries.
Okay.
And this is a guy who over the last 3 years hasn't missed more than a game or 2 in a season. He's been relatively durable.
Ride him.
He has been criminally underused as a receiver. Criminally. He's got 30-some receptions right now. Usually the last 3 years he'd been getting 50 targets per season. He's been targeted 30 times now. Like, you got to ride him. He's got to be your bell cow the rest of this season. 25, 30 carries a game. Use him as a receiver. But, enough with the nonsense. You got to win all these. You got to win out. And the only way to do it was Devin Singletary as your bell cow.
You may have to win out. We'll get you up to speed on what this all means for the standings because the Ravens did the Texans a huge favor yesterday. The Cowboys did nothing for the Texans, okay? You should be embarrassed, Cowboys. You did nothing for the Houston Texans yesterday. We'll get you up to speed on the standings. Case Keenum had some really cool things to say after the game about this game and this team, and you're going to hear that next.
I'll tell you what else you'll hear about. You're going to hear about Bayway Chevrolet, where you are going to get the absolute best deal on a brand new Chevy because they have
B21.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll hear from Case Keenum in just a minute on the win yesterday. Huge win. Big Case Keenum day yesterday, man. Big Case Keenum day to get that win in Tennessee. 19-16 in overtime. Texans win. Welcome back, Kaimi Fairbairn, by the way. 54-yard field goal to win it. Here was the impact of all of the things that went on yesterday standings-wise for the Texans. If you're just getting up and you didn't watch Sunday Night Football, the Jacksonville Jaguars lost at home 23-7 to the Baltimore Ravens, a game where the Jags made all kinds of mistakes. Trevor Lawrence had a couple of terrible fumbles in this game. They were in Ravens territory for pretty much the entire first half and were losing 10-0 at halftime. Trevor Lawrence ran out the clock at the end of the half because he threw to a guy that was inbounds with no timeouts. It was a really strange game for Trevor Lawrence. Supposedly it was a hit late in the game that put him in concussion protocol. That's the other bit of news out of this game, Seth. Trevor Lawrence is in concussion protocol, but he played a lot of that game like he was in the concussion protocol.
Yeah.
He did a lot of silly things in that game. So now the Texans, the Jags, and the Colts are all tied at 8-6. So they're all tied record-wise for first. What you need to know about this is that the Jags will have the tiebreaker if it's a three-way tie at the end of the year. The tiebreaker is the head-to-head record collectively of the three teams. The Jags have already played the Texans and the Colts all four times. You know, they played all their games against them. They're 3-1. The Texans and the Colts have both lost 2 games within that matrix. So a three-way tie at the top. The Jags are going to win that one. But now you got Trevor Lawrence in concussion protocol, and they're playing a hot Tampa Bay team next week.
Trevor Lawrence in the concussion protocol, and Trevor Lawrence also is a guy that, they will fight you tooth and nail and claim that he's not a first-read quarterback, but he sure does seem to be a lot less efficient when you take away his first read, which sounds easy enough, but the challenge is always knowing, okay, what's the first read? And by the end of a season, offenses only really ever do so much. They just disguise a whole lot and try to get to it in different ways. But teams start to get a pretty good feel for where they're going with the ball and what they want to do with it. And if you can make Trevor Lawrence uncomfortable, yeah, he looks a little bit out of sorts. So that's what you got to hope is that, man, Trevor Lawrence kind of either turns into a pumpkin, loses the glass slipper, whatever the appropriate Cinderella analogy is, by the end of the season. And not that I would never hope that he has a brain injury. But if he does have a brain injury, God damn it, they need to take care of it. If the Jaguars care at all about Trevor Lawrence, they'll hold him out until the end of the season.
Yeah.
CJ's is a different situation.
Right.
That's all.
And we'll keep an eye on that this week. That'll be a big storyline this week. I would imagine Case Keenum and the way he played yesterday has people feeling a little bit better if you have to go one more week without C.J. Stroud. I'd rather have C.J. back, but they were able to muck their way through a win yesterday.
There's some things, I know we'll talk about this, there are some things that Case did, even though it wasn't like it was an awesome quarterback performance or anything, but there are some things that I think CJ can learn from him. Like the reason they were able to win that game on the offensive side of the ball was just that Case did a lot of veteran type things. And there's some things that CJ knows he needs to get better at that I think he could see Case do yesterday. When you get those two things thrown together, when CJ really starts doing a lot of the veteran stuff better, that's when it's going to be potentially really incredible.
Yeah, we'll hear from Case in just a second. So the divisional situation is the Texans, Colts, and Jags are all tied at the top. Jags are winning on the tiebreaker right now. As far as the wild card goes, Cleveland won yesterday. They're 9-5. They're the 5 seed. The Texans, this win was huge yesterday because it keeps them in the mix. It started at 6, 7, and 6 teams at the beginning of the weekend, seeds 6 through 11. We come out of the weekend with 4 teams at 8-6 and 2 at 7-7. The Texans are one of the 4 teams at 8-6. Their seed hasn't changed. They're still the 8th seed right now. So as of right now, they're not in the playoffs. But they control their own destiny. Two of the teams ahead of them in the wild card hunt, Cleveland and Indianapolis, they play them in the last 2 games. So if the Texans take care of their business, they're going to be a playoff team. Period, end of subject. They could probably lose a game and still have a really good chance of making it, but boy, it sure is shaping up like there could be a bunch of 10-win teams in the AFC.
Is that, and I'm sorry, but like I'm not trying to be persnickety. Is that ironclad that if they went out there in the playoffs, or just the probability is that good?
Yes, okay. No, because they would win a tiebreaker over the Colts of the 7 seed, and they would win a tiebreaker over the Colts if they beat them. They're 8-6. If they beat the Colts, obviously the Colts will get a 7th loss. So if they take care of their business, then they're in, because they've got the tiebreaker over the Bills, who are right below them. So control your own destiny, Texans. You win your games, you are a playoff team.
It's crazy that the Bills are in this conversation. It's just
they should be above
nuts.
It, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Like honestly, they are. I said last night, just like a reference that only a few people get, but there's basically in the show Mad Men. The main character goes through this thing in the final season where basically he gets bucked back down to like a mid-level employee in this company that he helped build, and it's a real blow to his ego, and he has to take all these insults and everything. I feel like that's what the Bills are right now. Like they're down, they're the kid that gets thrown down to JV, and because he's got issues, and he realizes like, all right, I got to work on myself, and I got to earn my way back onto varsity. And I feel like they have, but it might have been too little too late. They're so potentially awesome, but they screwed up bad enough. They had one bad semester in school, and now they're not going to graduate.
Yeah, their GPA is suffering.
Yeah.
They had one semester where they pulled a 1-2. They destroyed the Cowboys yesterday. Thanks for nothing, Cowboys. Appreciate that. 31-10 the final score. So the Bills are hanging around at 8-6 also. So that's your playoff update. Win and you're in, Texans, and I think they've got a much better chance at the division than certainly I thought they would after they lost to the Jags in Week 12. You know how I felt about that, Seth. You lose to the Jags, the division is out the window. Now here they are. They're tied with them at 8-6. What do I know? All right, let's get to Case Keenum. The legend of Case grows. It's a long cut, but I think it's a great cut. Case Keenum on his pride in wearing Houston on his jersey, and he's got some awesome things to say about his teammates.
To me, I've said this a lot of times, and I haven't really thought about what I was going to say up here, but wearing the name of Houston on the front of my jersey, which I've done for a long time, and to get to do it again and represent for our city, for our team, it means a lot. It really does. Second of all, this team, I love these guys. I love Seven back at home. Man, love that guy. I love 10. Davis is one of the best human beings I know. Great dude. And I said early on Saturday that this was a game for both of those cats, among as well as the rest of the team, because we got a lot of love in that locker room, as you guys can see, and probably it radiates. And so it's very special, and what a gritty way to get it done.
Yeah, that was cool. It had to be kind of awkward, I would think. I asked Clint about this in the postgame yesterday, Seth, with him being a former backup quarterback. I'm like, is it awkward at all? Like with Davis and with Case, like the Davis has been the backup all year, and then all of a sudden they do the old switcheroo right before this game. And Clint said, yeah, probably a little bit, but you can tell from that cut there, like, I think that's a pretty close-knit group.
Dude, it's honestly, with that type of stuff when it comes to backups playing and guys like being friends otherwise, and it helps a lot that those guys go out to dinner every week. This is where, one of the values of having a guy like Case in your quarterback's room is just the interpersonal side of it, because it's always awkward. And usually, it's like anything else in life, there can be awkward situations, but if people have good intentions and they're good dudes, you get over it, It doesn't have to be it's probably like trying to be a good parent and having a good relationship with your ex-wife's new husband. There's certain things you got to just swallow your pride, and you just, you do it for the kids and all that. So for the good of the team and just not being a bastard, you try to do the right thing no matter how you feel on the inside.
For the good of the 50 kids in the locker room. We got to get along, guys.
So, but Case kind of being an older guy who's, like, not that he ever had a huge ego or anything, but you learn to suppress your ego in a lot of ways. It probably helps a lot. However hard it was for Davis Mills, it makes it a lot easier when it's a guy like Case as opposed to if it was just some like honestly, I don't even mean this as a shot. Like somebody like Aaron Rodgers or something who that's honestly, that's not a shot. Like a lot of the great quarterbacks are the worst possible dudes in situations like this because they've got big, gigantic egos that help give them huge amounts of confidence. But, like, for right now in this moment, in this situation, it's nice having a guy like Case around.
Here's D'Amico Ryans on Case Keenum in the game that he played yesterday.
Yeah, Case did a really nice job today. I mean, being very efficient, all right, keeping us moving, and no play bigger than the play there at the end, right? Seeing him scramble around, right, to find motor for the big explosive pass to put us in field goal range. Right, it just shows Case is just a true professional. Right, even though he hasn't played in a while, he's ready for the moment, and he was ready for the moment. He let our guys know that he was ready for the moment, and he showed up and made big-time plays for us.
I'm dreading seeing potentially if Case plays again this week. Both Case and Davis said something about wasn't his first rodeo, so I'm guessing that's what he said to the team. And boy, there's nothing TV broadcasts love more than picking up on some kind of rodeo comment or something. There's going to be graphics of Case and
for sure. Case with a lasso on a horse. Yeah.
In case we don't get to it, can we just mention real quickly what a Bush League move that was by Vrabel wearing that
to wear the cowboy hat?
Phillips tribute.
I'm glad you brought it up. He's got to feel like an idiot this morning, looking back at the pictures before the game of that.
Bum Phillips fought in the South Pacific with Marines in World War II.
Okay,
Mike Vrabel had his purse snatched in Westview. Only one person is allowed to wear that hat. It's either any kind of war veteran or Wade Phillips himself.
Yeah.
That's who can wear a hat in tribute to on the sideline in tribute to Bum Phillips.
I would love to know the begging and cajoling that went into getting Vrabel to do that. There's no way there's no way he just agrees to that. Like, oh, yeah, this sounds like an awesome idea, right? Vrabel?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I would include other actual Cowboys, too. They could wear. So if an actual Cowboy were somehow coaching the Titans next time the Texans play or something, then you could wear the hat. But other than that, no.
Vrabel's got to cringe. Knowing how that game now played out, the way they lost that game, and we get a lead in that game, and then they, in a positively Oiler fashion, they blow a double-digit lead.
They were reduced to begging for help from the officials. Like, oh, why didn't you call that late hit on Hansen just because it was obviously a late hit?
It's close. His toe might have been on the green.
That was a dumb play.
Oh, it was stupid. It was stupid. It was closer than the it was closer than the Titans were.
Close at all.
It was nah. You got to go back and watch. I think there might have been a toe on the green.
I went back and watched both.
You got to watch again.
Were in the white. No. I think that was a bit of a make-up non-call because there should have been an interference or something on the series before.
If you say so. Yeah. I just think
it was a make-up non-call.
I think a guy might have been in bounds. I will say this: the Texans have Derrick Henry pondering his future. 16 carries, 9 yards will do that to a guy.
Really?
Yes.
I missed this. I thought one of the texters mentioned it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Really?
Yeah, you want to hear it? Yeah.
Yes.
Here's Derrick Henry asked about his future.
Derrick, as you sit in there and take your time getting dressed before you come in here, knowing 2 more home games, you don't know what the future is. Do you ever stop and just, I know you try to stay in the moment, but do you ever stop and just think like, man, it could be over?
Yeah, definitely today. You had that feeling, we had hope of kind of slipping in there and then being eliminated. There's 3 games left. I've been here my whole career. Definitely want to go out strong, which that isn't the case. But just try to give them all these last 3 games and leave it all on the field.
That definitely sounds like a guy who won't be in a Titan uniform next year, 100%.
They've got to play another game against this team.
Yeah.
That just destroyed them. And look, I know Vrabel will turn that into something the team can rally around with them out of the playoffs and everything. That, hey, look at what Derrick Henry had to deal with. But I don't think that Titans offensive line, if they face a defensive line that's playing the way they did yesterday, that Titans offensive line doesn't have them have it in them to do a damn thing about it. They got destroyed.
Dude.
They got annihilated by the Texans defensive line.
Skoronski.
React. Skoronski is okay. This is what I didn't understand about Skoronski. Skoronski, their left guard that the Titans drafted in the first round, who a lot of people gushed about because, honestly, he did some things in college that were really, really good. He's tough, he's gritty, he plays with good balance, all this other stuff. Went to Northwestern, curiously not mentioned in any of their hazing stuff from the last couple years, but whatever. He's got some of the shortest arms that have ever been drafted in the first round, which is fine as long as you do something to make up for it. Skoronski makes up for it by sometimes just not using his arms at all and getting tossed around like a babushka doll or something. Malik Collins just destroyed him, and he does it with he just gives up his chest to Malik Collins, who is He's so underrated. Malik Collins is so underrated because Malik Collins can jet up field, but he can also anchor versus double teams. Those two traits typically aren't compatible. Usually guys that are really good at jetting up field get destroyed by double teams in the run game. Malik does both really well. And the PFF grades don't pick up on stuff like that. Man, he destroyed Skoronski. It made me feel better because the Texans may have wasted a first-round pick on a guard. The Titans may have wasted a first-round pick on a guard, but should have seen it coming. I was watching, he'll play really, really well, but then he'll get absolutely destroyed when his short arms show up.
I like the sack that Malik had where he basically stuck his arms in between the center and the guard like they were an elevator door that was closing and just grabbed it and reopened the elevator door and then sacked Will Levis. That was my favorite one of the day.
Yeah.
All right.
It was a really great performance by the defensive line.
The whole defense, man. I can't think of anybody really to have any issue with on the defense. It was really, really good. All right, headlines. We'll dig back into that performance by the Texans. What went on around the NFL, both on the field, some off-the-field stuff as well. Astros, is there a cash pinch going on over at Minute Maid Park? We'll talk about that as well in headlines next. West Point Lincoln. If there's a cash pinch going on in your family, I can tell you that they have got cars for nearly every budget.
New roads.
It's It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16.
In overtime, 1916, the Texans beat the Titans yesterday. Huge win, gut check win, fell behind, didn't flinch. Defense was amazing, only gave up 121 yards after the Titans' first drive of the game. So the defense is a big story. Case Keenum, a big story. The return of Kaimi Fairbairn, 4 field goals, including the one you just heard right there. What did you think, Seth, about the way D'Amico handled the end of game there of just settling for a 54-yard field goal when they had an opportunity to get a few more yards if they wanted to there?
I think that, look, Archuleta, who I usually like Archuleta, I felt like yesterday he had some curious takes and comments. I felt like at the end of the game he made the best point, which was they'd had some negative plays there, including the previous drive was an atrocity in overtime. So I think at that point, it's just like, look, we got Fairbairn. He's been on today. I'm guessing he was nailing him in warmups just like he was in the game. And I think that was, that's a lot different than trying to line up for a 59-yarder with your backup kicker like you did a few weeks ago. So I was A-okay with it, given the nature of how things had gone.
Yeah, honestly, the only play you really had over the final few possessions, because there were so many possessions for each team after the Texans tied the game. Yeah. They tied it at 16 with 3 minutes to go in regulation. Each of the teams got the ball twice more in regulation. And then got it twice more in overtime, and you really weren't doing anything on any of those drives. I 100% agree with what you said and with Archuleta's sentiment. I think D'Amico was like, I'd rather kick a 54-yard field goal than risk this having to be a 59-yard field goal because we can't block right now.
Yeah. So I just and again, given that Fairbairn, I just had eminent trust in Fairbairn. I'll never neglect kicker again for my entire life. I've learned my lesson.
There you go.
You taught me this lesson. Thank you for getting a deep thigh bruise or whatever it was.
It was good to have him back for sure. Here's Case Keenum on yesterday's performance. He says, I'm built for this.
I'm built for this. I've been in a lot of situations. I've been in a lot of systems, been in a lot of different games, and but God's made me who I am for moments like this, and it's just trying to make sure that I'm ready when my number's called. And I said it before, you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
Yeah, that's we were saying in the postgame yesterday, Seth, that's the next T-shirt. You don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
Okay.
I like that. It's good advice.
Yeah, it's very
very
Navy
poignant.
SEALs attitude.
Yeah,
right
very
there.
poignant.
Just roll out of bed in the morning, ready to go.
That's it.
Yeah.
Texans tied at 8-6 with the Jags and the Colts atop the division. Jags have the tiebreaker over the Colts and the Texans. We'll dig more into this game at the top of the hour. Let's get into some of the other things that went on around the NFL. Speaking of the Jags, they lose last night to the Baltimore Ravens 23-7. The other big story coming out of that game, Trevor Lawrence is in concussion protocol, and the Jags do not have an easy game this weekend against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Bucs are playing good football. They're 7-7. They're atop their division, and that game is in Tampa. So that's big for the Texans. Dallas, the Cowboys, they should be embarrassed. They lose to Buffalo 31-10 yesterday. Seth, they are the Dolphins of the NFC, the Dallas Cowboys.
And they play the Dolphins next week.
Oh.
So I don't know. Do you remember the film Dirty Rotten Scoundrels?
I do, yeah.
Where it was basically, spoiler alert, everybody, this film's 30 years old. It's two con men going against each other. And I feel like that's what I don't know what you're going to learn from this game other than that one will be a more fraudulent team than the other. You look at the Dolphins and the Cowboys schedule, and it's like, there'd be so much controversy if there was a college football playoff committee assigned to power ranking these guys, because they fold up when they face good teams. I would say that the Dolphins have more quality wins than the Cowboys do, but nobody, including their own fan bases, I think, actually believes that these teams could make a playoff run.
Yeah.
They just don't like. And look, I mean, I don't mean to take anything away from the fact that they are really good football teams. They just fold up versus the genuinely good football teams.
Yep. So that was yesterday's big game in the afternoon. It was never a game. I mean, the Bills were up 14-0 in the first quarter of that game, and they were off to the races all day long. Dak Prescott was awful in that game yesterday as well. There's some rain, but he was terrible. Josh Allen was fine in the rain. Dak was not. As far as other things going on in the NFL, Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, both fined for their act last week after the loss to the Bills. Andy Reid fined $100,000. Mahomes fined $50,000 for having issues with the refereeing. The Eagles play tonight in Monday Night Football, Seth, and they have handed defensive play calling duties to Matt Patricia, who's been on the staff as sort of a special assistant to the coach there.
Well, it makes sense because in a lot of ways, Matt Patricia helped them win that Super Bowl a few years back.
Yeah.
When he was the defensive coordinator of the Patriots.
Right.
And they allowed 500 yards of offense.
Not an exaggeration. It was over 500 yards.
Was it over 500 yards?
I think it was, yeah.
Both teams had over 500 yards of offense in that game.
Yeah.
So it's only fitting that in this moment they would try to see if Matt Patricia could yield another Super Bowl for the Eagles. I'll tell you what. The Eagles fans just hated Jonathan Gannon last year. Hated him. Didn't blitz enough. Got to be more like Buddy Ryan. And, man, I don't know how much Jonathan Gannon would have had it different than it is right now, but what a drop-off after they lost their defensive coordinator from last year.
This probably deserves more time than we've given it here in headlines, and it's a reaction Monday, so we're going to be pretty football-heavy on this show. But there's a blurb in a Ken Rosenthal column that dropped this weekend that had the following in there about the Astros. The Astros currently are just over the initial $237 million luxury tax threshold, according to Fangraph's calculations. One agent in contact with the Astros says club officials are signaling that money is an issue. Under Jim Crane, the team has exceeded the threshold only once. Does that cause any alarm for you that an agent would be saying they feel like the team is signaling that money is an issue?
Signaling that money is an issue.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it would concern me. It would concern me if it was that they were cash poor or something, or is he just saying that money's an issue in terms of they don't want to go into the luxury tax?
Well, I think clearly the last part you said is something that they've always operated that way, other than one season. I did see a lot of banter on Twitter this weekend about their new TV deal not being as good. They brought it in-house because all these regional sports networks have been going under. And apparently their old one wasn't all that great, and this one's not as good even with them owning the network here. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
How's it not that good if they just own it? They can sell all the advertising.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, again, it was a lot of Twitter noise about it.
It's hard to sell your own advertising.
It is.
You teased this as did you call it a cash pitch?
I don't know what I called it. Something cash crunch,
maybe? Pinch. You must have said
cash pinch. I said pinch, yeah.
I heard it as cash pitch, and I thought it was some term I didn't know about.
Yeah, no, cash pinch. Yeah, cash pinch. We'll save that one because honestly, it's turned into speculation that they could trade Framber Valdez to get out from underneath his second year of arbitration. Like that's where it starts to get a little weird for me. Like, okay, now you're talking about doing things that clearly affect your title window. So we'll dig into that more as the week goes on. We've got time for that one here, but thought I'd drop that in headlines.
The other wrinkle there might be like maybe it's time for Jim Crane and his partners to hand it over to a Uncle Moneybags type,
maybe sell high,
somebody
man.
That just wants somebody that wants like a Cohen type that just wants to win at all costs.
That's right.
They're primed for it. Just go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Anatomy of a comeback. The 6 biggest plays from yesterday's comeback win by the Texans over the hated Tennessee Titans. And it's, by the way, it's through the voice of Mark Vander Meer. That is next.
You don't have to be an Uncle Moneybags type to get an incredible Ram pickup. Now.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Bear with a chip shot field goal, 23 yards, snap down, kick on the way. It's good. Texans finally on the board, down 10, 13-3 as we hit the half.
All right, there you go. So why am I playing a chip shot field goal going into the half? Because we're going to go through the comeback yesterday. Texans fell behind 13-0, which in a game where points are at a premium feels like a bigger lead than even that, especially when they're having a tough time getting the ball in the end zone. But we're going to go back through the important plays from yesterday through the voice of Mark Vander Meer. That was the first points of the game for the Texans. They were able to get some points going into the half, a little bit of momentum, 13-3. I thought it was important to get something there. They could have gone for it on 4th and 1 there, Seth. I don't know if you recall the exact situation or how you felt about it at the time. The clock was running. It was 4th and 1. They had a timeout left. Could have gone for it. They were at the Tennessee 5. Instead, D'Amico just said, you know what, take it down, call the timeout. Let's go into the half with some points on the board.
Yeah, I felt like that was almost like, okay, we'd already done one unlikely thing on this drive and got it. And I like whether it was based on the analytics or not, or pure superstition, like, hey, let's not tempt fate. Let's just take these points and go in. And I think sometimes it's okay where all the stat heads always want to just score a touchdown and as many points as possible all the time. It's okay when you acknowledge that, look, if the Texans are going to win this game, it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
And you got to anticipate that kind of game. Take these points now. I'm okay with that. That's old-school game management. And the stats back you up on it too when it does work out. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah, your timeout situation wasn't good either. The clock's moving. You've got one timeout, so you can either hurry to the line of scrimmage and call a fourth down play, and hopefully convert. And then call a timeout.
Convert and get the timeout
Right.
while the Titans are trying to do the gamesmanship thing and hold people down and everything. There's too many moving parts there.
Right. Or you call a timeout, give yourself some time to get the play set to convert.
Yeah.
But then if you convert, you've got no timeouts.
And can I also point out how awful they were in general from the 5-yard line in? They couldn't. They had a really hard time getting anything to work once everything got compressed. The Titans are a really, really good red zone defense.
Very good. Yeah.
So and it looked like it yesterday. For all the issues the Titans were having, they really solidified inside the red zone. That's another big part of it right there, is just understanding exactly what you have and don't have.
Key plays, and there's going to be a serious defensive slant to the first part of this segment. Very first possession coming out of the locker room. This was a big deal because, the Texans got points right before the half. It's 13-3, but the Titans get the ball to start the second half, but Steven Nelson snuffed that out.
A little bootleg here by Levis. Levis stepping up, throwing downfield, and intercepted. Steven Nelson at the 40-yard line of Houston. There it is, a pick by Nelson, and the Texans have the rock.
That was one of the moments where I was kind of hoping we were going to get some kind of a sideline explosion like you had a few weeks ago between Levis and DeAndre Hopkins. There were times when they zoomed in on Levis's face, I felt like he was trying to remember all his anger management lessons, because even though he's the kind of guy you could see, even when it's his fault, it's not his fault. DeAndre Hopkins putting his hand up to point out who was open, wide open downfield. I don't know if a quarterback – I feel like if I'm a quarterback and I see a receiver put his hand up, it means he's open.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at him to be my air traffic controller.
Yeah.
And I don't know. That was a weird situation and a really ill-advised throw. Everything was weird about that throw right there.
Yeah, Treylon Burks was wide open for a touchdown.
Early in the game, I was like, wait a second, is this going to be Treylon Burks' breakout game? I'm not in the mood for this, man.
Me neither.
I'm not in the mood for this.
Me neither. Thankfully, it was not. The Texans would get the ball off of that interception. They would drive down. They would get a field goal to make it 13-6. A little later on in the game, the Texans got the Titans in a 3rd and 17 at the Titans' 18-yard line. And they needed to get the ball back. And this was a game where they needed field position to get points, the Texans did. And Jonathan Greenard and Malik Collins were huge all day long, including right here.
Here's the snap to the rookie. Levis, pocket collapsing. Levis is going to be sacked back inside the 10-yard line. It's a Texans party in the backfield.
So that made it 4th and 27 at the Tennessee 8. So that was the second possession of the half. So the first two possessions, the Texans get an interception, and they get a possession where the Titans are going backwards the whole time. They get the ball in really good field position, and Kaimi Fairbairn winds up. They only had to move it 11 yards for Kaimi Fairbairn to kick a field goal to make it 13-9. So, they would call that complimentary football, I would believe, right? Where the defense makes plays and you get field position, and the offense, they didn't have to do very much. You get 3 points, it's 13-9. This was a weird play. Okay, this was another big one. The score is 13-9 in the fourth quarter, and the Titans are driving. The Titans have 2nd and 9 at the Houston 14. Yeah. If they go in and get a touchdown, the game is probably over because it's a 2-possession game. And they were moving the football on this drive. They hadn't moved the football since the first drive of the game, but they were moving the football on this drive. Jonathan Greenard gets in the backfield on 2nd and 9 at the Houston 14, and it was a weird. He got his hand on Will Levis's arm, and this happened.
Now Henry goes out in motion to the right. Levis pumping. Levis. Ball is out. And the fumble goes out of bounds way behind the line of scrimmage at the 34-yard line.
Oh, if a Texan could have gotten to that, baby.
Yeah, I mean, if Texan could have, it's a scoop and score easy. But the ball goes backwards.
It was thrown way too far backwards for anybody to get to it.
Yeah. It came out of Levis's hand funky because Greenard hit his arm. It skips backwards, ends up going out of bounds. But they go from 2nd and 9 at the Houston 14 to 3rd and 28. at the Houston 33, so they just give up on third down and just take a field goal at that point, and it stays a one-score game. That was a huge play by Greenard right there.
It was Greenard has been a machine for a few weeks now, and like he was having his way with those guys. It was just a huge, another clutch play by Greenard. That was I don't know. There were a few plays in this game. I gotta say, I was really disappointed in the broadcast. I felt like there were so many times where
Archuleta.
Archuleta was kind of fumbling around trying to explain things, and then who's the play-by-play?
Spiro Ditas, not Spiro Agnew.
He would just fail to say whether the pass was complete or not. And I'm like, there was that one on the sideline where they just didn't bother telling us whether the pass was complete or not. And I'm wondering, like, did they not signal it? And they show on the replay that there was a clear signal that the pass was complete. And then there were times during the game, like almost every time they would go to break or something or they'd come back, they'd be like panning away. Well, like they stayed on that shot of the cameraman clearly just whipping his camera around.
Yeah.
It was very disorienting.
It was.
They very much let down by CBS yesterday.
There were at least 2 points in the game where Archuleta, I don't think, knew the rules. Like that play right there was one of them where the ball skips backwards. And at one point, Archuleta's like, my understanding, Spiro, is that if the ball skips backwards behind the line of scrimmage, that actually is a fumble. And I'm like, yeah, it's not a new rule or a point of emphasis. It's always been this way. Like my understanding, like, yeah, your understanding, that's the rule. It's not your understanding.
I usually really, really like Archuleta. I felt like he was a little bit off.
He was off yesterday, yeah. So that was a huge play. Keeping the game at one score was massive right there in the fourth quarter. So the Texans get the ball back. They got to go get a touchdown now. It's 16-9. Dalton Schultz might have saved the season on this ill-advised throw by Case Keenum.
Keenum fakes the flip. Keenum plants. He's got time to throw. And he throws over the middle. And Dalton Schultz has it inside the 5-yard line. Somehow he comes down with the ball in traffic. First and goal.
He took the ball away. He just wanted it more than the Tennessee defender. He just reached in, grabbed it, took it away.
The crazy thing about yesterday's game was that there were multiple plays like that, and like Dalton Schultz had the most important one. I mean, Des King almost had an interception where he had a hold of the bottom half of the ball.
Yeah.
But Chris Moore caught the top half of the ball.
He got mossed by Chris Moore.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out a way to be mad at Des King on that, except that he had a hold of it. If he's a half inch taller, he could have grasped the entire ball. He had a firm hold of the lower half of the ball. Chris Moore just plucked the top half of the ball away from him. And so Dalton Schultz, same way. Dalton Schultz wrestled a clear interception away from him.
Yep.
And comes down with that ball. Man, what a change in tide, obviously. It goes from being an interception in the red zone to a setup for a score. That was by far the play of the day in my mind.
By far. And who knows how it plays out if it's an interception there. If the Texans probably get the ball back the way the defense was playing throughout that game and get another shot at it. But, get another trip down inside the 5-yard line. I don't know if that was happening. Here was Deo Ryans on the Dalton Schultz catch.
Oh, wow. What a play by Dalton there in the red zone. For him to come down with that catch, it just shows the competitive spirit of Dalton and just the strength at the catch point to be able to make that play is unbelievable play. Happy he made it for us to set us up there for a score.
We'll hear, Dalton was our guest on the postgame show. We'll hear from him in the 7:45 segment. He was really good yesterday. So that set up first and goal from the Tennessee 3-yard line. Couple of runs into the line. The Texans don't score, but they get the touchdown to Noah Brown from Case Keenum on third down on that possession, and it's 16-16. After this, there were 3 minutes left in the game. Each team got the ball twice after this. Like it was crazy.
This was the most action-packed, low-scoring game I think I've ever seen.
What great way to put it. Absolutely. It was exciting, man. It was an exciting game.
And honestly, with not nearly as much ineptitude as you would think. Like, teams were actually making plays. So it was like a low-scoring game, but with actually lots of action and not that much sloppy action.
Yep.
It was really cool.
Yep. Last highlight, non-Kaimi highlight. Case Keenum to Devin Singletary. This was their only big play they had down the stretch. After that touchdown they scored to tie it, the Texans did not do much offensively. They were going to need a play like this one.
Keenum to throw. Keenum, pocket collapsing, scrambles to the right. Keenum floats the ball downfield. He's got a man motor across the 50, 40 right sideline. Well into Titan territory, out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Big play to Singletary.
You know, this is one thing that I think Case, who targeted Singletary very heavily yesterday, I think it was the second most Singletary's been targeted in a game. Where, you know, Stroud did a few weeks ago, targeted Singletary pretty heavily. But I think that in the future, Stroud's going to get better and better at understanding when to dump it to the running back, because stuff like this can happen.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times when you're looking downfield and you can't find something, that's precisely when it's not just a check down to your back's going to catch it, and there's going to be room to run.
Yeah.
I like Case obviously very much understands that. And then also, I think also yesterday, and I know that Clint brought this up in the post game as well, I think there might have been something to Case as a veteran understanding exactly which runs to get into that really helped the run game. And that's something that, like, CJ, I think, as he gets, like, CJ understands that there's a lot he still doesn't know. Being really integrally involved in the run game is one of those things that he's going to get better at this next offseason. But it was hopefully something that maybe, I don't know where he is I don't know where CJ is in the concussion protocol and how much he was able to pay attention. But, like, there were a few things Case did. Well, still being limited in a lot of ways, Case did some very veteran things yesterday that CJ can learn from.
I had flashbacks on that Singletary catch and run. I know the stakes were different, and where Singletary ended up when he got tackled was different, but the situation kind of similar, like a low-scoring game. It's in overtime. Kind of the quarterback gets in trouble and kind of rolls out. It reminded me, in a way, of the Tywan Jones play in the Buffalo playoff game, the car crash play with Deshaun. I know Case wasn't involved in a car crash in the backfield like Deshaun was, but Deshaun gets out of trouble, rolls out, finds the check down. Nobody's covering. Now, you know, Devin was kind of moving on that play, whereas Tywan Jones was stationary, but just the catch and run aspect of it, the running back, kind of the forgotten guy in the whole thing, and gets you in position to get the winning points in overtime. It just I had a little bit of flashbacks to that play. It was a play where, like, it's a huge play, and you're like, oh my God, that's the play that's going to win it for us here. Holy crap, we're in field goal range. They're going to win this thing.
Well, the other play that was going to win it for you was the Devin Singletary touchdown.
There was that as well.
Was called back, unfortunately, but that was quite a play.
Hey, what the? Okay, CBS, thank you. What the hell took so long to find the flag? I am the ultimate.
No, CBS is really bad with that,
dude.
They're the worst.
I'm the ultimate wait to make sure there's no flags guy. I waited a good 10 seconds.
It's frustrating on CBS because you'll see the players on the field reacting to the flag. Like, you can tell that the celebration is subdued, and you're like, all right, why? But there's no flag. There's no flag sign on the screen.
They show D'Amico. He looks like he's ready for a funeral. I'm like, man, this guy is a cold-blooded killer.
Hey, by the way, you know what? While we're at it, this is my one last complaint about TV broadcasts for the day, but I got to get this one out before the end of 2023. When they had 2 Monday night games going at the same time last week, can ESPN and ABC acknowledge and understand that football fans know, like, we have experience with multiple games going on at the same time? I don't need the other game's score up in the corner of the screen like it's the score of the current game. Mike, I was so angry. There's so many times in that game where I'm watching, I was watching one of the games, but I would see the score bug up in the left corner, making it seem like that's the score bug. I don't care about the Giants game. I don't care. Don't tell me. I don't need to know what the Giants score is at all times. My God.
I would excuse it if the Giants-Packers game were important.
Yeah,
right? If it's week 18.
If they were doing it during red zone type stuff or whatever, I'm familiar with other bad games being played at the same time as my bad football game.
Acknowledge me. We're going to do. I'm telling you, he's not getting acknowledged by Seth Payne. TV networks. That's not. He just acknowledged them, and not in a good way. We're doing it in a good way, acknowledging huge performances, a very, very Texan flavor with a little Astros sprinkled in, and maybe some Rockets too here. And acknowledge me. Stay there.
Hey, one great way to acknowledge somebody you care about is a really nice gift, like, I don't know, maybe a compact massage chair.
before. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to it. This was a tough segment to put together because there were a ton of people that we could acknowledge for yesterday's Texans game. I whittled it down to 3. There may be some sub-acknowledgments in here. We do this every Monday at about this time. Acknowledge me. We acknowledge the great performances from the weekend. Let's start right at the top. DeMeco Ryans.
Acknowledge me.
Yes, we will acknowledge you. DeMeco Ryans, the overseer of not just the team, but specifically the defense, calling the defensive plays, held the Titans to 204 total yards, 121 yards after the Titans' opening drive. Derrick Henry, 9 yards on 16 carries. DeAndre Hopkins, 2 catches for 21 yards, 7 sacks, 12 TFLs. The defensive numbers were piling up for the Texans yesterday. It was a great performance. DeMeco said after the game, everyone had a bad taste in their mouth after last week's performance against the Jets.
We knew we need to play better. From our outing the previous week, it just wasn't our brand of football. So everybody had a bad taste in their mouth, and everybody just wanted to come out and play better football, right, and have a chance to compete. And we did that today. We competed, and we came out on the right side.
Dude, Seth, it looks so weird. Derrick Henry, 16 carries, 9 yards.
0.6 yards per carry. I mean, just astounding. One of our listeners who emails me quite a bit and can be pretty, he can be pretty critical at times, but also, gives praise when praise is due. Yeah. He had said he'd never seen a team do to Derrick Henry what the Texans did to Derrick Henry. And I thought, I'm right there with you. I would agree, except the only other time Derrick Henry has had a yards per attempt as bad as this was never. He's never had an attempt as bad as this. 0.56 yards per attempt.
Yeah.
0.56 yards per attempt. I ended up looking at the Texans box score. I was like, wait a second, did he actually do this at the beginning of his career? No, it was yesterday. Yeah. Nobody's ever done this to Derrick Henry before. And when it comes to the way this team rebounded from the Jets game, I think that DeMeco pushed all the right buttons. That game last week versus the Jets it's something that happens to every NFL team every year at least once where, man, for whatever reason, you just did not show up prepared to play an NFL game. And the only thing a coach can do after a game like this is basically let those guys know that, man, I thought you were better than that, and they did. The Texans showed up, and they were 100% better than what they showed last week versus the Jets. They were dialed in, they were focused, they had done their homework, and they were ready to go. That was a really well-prepared football team yesterday.
I thought DeMeco managed the game really well, too. I think you and I were both in agreement of how he handled end of half and end of overtime. With respect to the field goals there. I thought the 2 challenges that he had in the game, I thought they were both good challenges. I know he only won one of them, but I understood challenging that play on the first drive where it looked like the ball was moving. You've got to do it in a split second. You don't have a ton of time to look at all the nuance to it. I thought the fact that it gave them first and goal at the 1 was a worthwhile challenge. Even though he lost it, I thought there was a decent enough chance he'd win it to where it was worth the risk. I didn't have a problem with it.
This team defensively has shown an ability to almost just kind of spot a team a first drive and then still come back and play well. It feels like when a pitcher like Verlander is really good at having an awful first inning and then coming back and play. But it always leaves you to wonder, okay, how can you shut them down the entire game and yet be caught off guard in that first series? But still, it's a testament to coaching that everybody stays settled down and gets to playing football.
The other challenge was on the Petrie-Hopkins play where they called it a catch, a deep shot to Hopkins. Petrie was able to kind of regain ground, get his hand in there, knock the ball out. That was a huge reversal right there.
Yeah.
That was a massive one for the Texans. All right, Devin Singletary.
Acknowledge me.
We will acknowledge you, Devin Singletary. 121 yards rushing, 49 yards receiving, 170 total yards. Huge catch and run in overtime to put the Texans in position to win this game. He took 58 of the 77 snaps at running back. Dario Gumbawale took 15, Damian Pierce the other 4. why the heavy reliance on Devin Singletary? D'Amico Ryan said he had the hot hand.
Yeah, that was our plan. Try to run the ball. We know they have a tough up front, and it wasn't going to be easy. But we had to stay after it. And Motor did a really nice job. The O-line did a really nice job of staying after their blocks and finishing. Motor, he had the hot hand, and we continued to ride him, and he showed up big for us.
You want them to do this the rest of the season?
He needs to be the bell cow. I mean, they're just that they have to have, if they actually want to A, make the playoffs, and then B, make a push in the playoffs, they have to have a more consistent and steady run game. And I think Singletary, not just within a game, but from week to week, can get into a rhythm. And I think can get into a flow. And, a lot of times that's overstated or just assumed. They're like, oh, he's a volume back, this, that. With Devin Singletary, I don't even know if it's a matter of being a volume. It's just a matter of him getting into a rhythm with that offensive line. And it was really, really clicking. Really well, and it has in the past. It's just when they've tried to awkwardly shoehorn in Dameon Pierce, it takes away that flow. You waste an entire series trying to make it a Dameon Pierce series. They just have to abandon that. I think Dameon Pierce, for one, needs to come back at his appropriate playing weight next year. I give him credit for trying to be a more svelte and sleek performer this year, but it's not him. And there's just something lacking there. But that's a problem for next season. It's not going to get fixed right now.
Yeah, Singletary. There was one play in particular in the game. So I think it was the 4th and 1 play that they converted, the Texans, where Singletary, there's a guy coming into the backfield in him on 4th and 1, but he's able to step to the left and then shoot through that hole and gain the first down. And we were watching the game up here, and I looked at Parker, our boss, and I said, if that's Dameon Pierce, he's running into that crowd in front of him. He's not stepping to the left and going through the hole. You know what I mean? Like, Dameon Pierce is a magnet for contact. So, I hate for Pierce that he's become so diminished in this, but I just care about winning at this point. Singletary's a winning football player for them right now. Kaimi Fairbairn, welcome back. We acknowledge you. Let's hear it. Let's hear it again.
54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16.
It was if it was anybody else, I probably would, I would probably think this. I don't know that Mark Vander Meer has this type of vengeant bone in his body, but you remember the player who loved to refer to himself as legendary. So much so he lived on a street where I believe legendary
Legends Lane.
Legends Lane. Yeah. In the moment, I don't think Vandy's thinking about taking passive aggressive shots at Deshaun Watson there during a field goal game-winning call, do you? Where he's like, legendary!
Legendary!
Oh. No, because it didn't have anything to do with C.J. Stroud or anything like that. I think that's just what came out.
If anything, I think so too. Yeah. If anything, it was directed to Case Keenum with sincerity, not Deshaun Watson with vitriol.
As far as vitriol or shots, Andre mentioning the uniforms right there, I do think that there's just something about it. We'll play a clip from Dalton Schultz in the next segment where he talked about it. There's a part of it where it's almost just embarrassing for the Adams Strunk family and the Titans fan base. It's like, I was trying to put a word to it. It's like when somebody gives an awkward toast at a wedding. Like, they mean well. I think the Adams Strunk family genuinely thought that they meant well, but they have zero clue how awkward and stupid it was. And because they're spoiled little rich kids who don't understand how humans work. It made it awkward for everybody. Right. It's just stupid.
A couple more quick ones, and we'll get to that in the next segment. A couple more quick ones. Yordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge me.
Kyle Tucker.
Acknowledge me.
Both named second team all MLB this weekend. Baseball decides to do these things the week before Christmas after naming all their other awards 4 weeks ago. I don't know what
on
the
a
deal
Saturday
is.
afternoon.
Yeah,
the worst of all, unless it's college football, it's not. There's nothing going on. So people aren't paying attention. People aren't looking for MLB news on a Saturday afternoon.
The Saturday afternoon where the NFL shows up. There's 3 NFL games, the most popular sports actually playing. So, anyways, 4th time for Yordan in his career and 3rd time for Tucker on the All-MLB team. That's remarkable. For 2 guys under the age of 26, that's pretty incredible. I want to get this one in. Dylan Brooks.
Acknowledge me.
Okay, you said this, Seth. You brought this up on Friday, that Memphis game. Rockets lose last night to the Bucks, 128-119. But on Friday, nice game against the Grizzlies in Memphis. And Dylan Brooks, close game at the end. He had the dagger.
Now it's Biyombo to Brooks. Shot clock winding down. Working on Bain for three.
Dude, I got to acknowledge, man, Dylan Brooks, the dagger to put away the team that kicked him to the curb in the offseason.
They just flat out said they didn't want him back under any circumstances.
Some grapefruits, man. I like it. I like it a lot.
Sometimes it's just a matter of finding the right spot in the right circumstances, and then Dylan Brooks. And a lot of people, I'll credit, a bunch of the Rockets bloggers and whatnot in the offseason who kind of turned me around on Dylan Brooks. I was very, very skeptical and felt like he was the absolute wrong guy, but pointed out just that, like, he has that scrappiness to him that in the right circumstances you really love it, and it's just got to be channeled and focused the right way. And yeah, he's been very good for this young team.
He's been great. I was wrong. I didn't like the contract. I didn't want Dylan Brooks to come here. I was 22 or 23 games in, whatever it is, 100% wrong. I'll mea culpa that one, and I will acknowledge Dylan Brooks. All right, Seth alluded to it. We had Dalton Schultz on the postgame show yesterday. What did he think about he took us through his season-saving catch. And what did the players think yesterday about all this silly Oilers stuff going on in the stadium? We'll hear from the Texans tight end next.
Hey, what do you think about giving somebody you care about free?
You buy.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Keenum fakes the flip. Keenum plants. He's got time to throw. And he throws over the middle. And Dalton Schultz has it inside the 5-yard line. Somehow he comes down with the ball in traffic. First and goal.
He took the ball away. He just wanted it more than the Tennessee defender. He just reached in, grabbed it, took it away.
That was the play of the game. You can certainly make an argument. Dalton Schultz, instead of an interception, which it would have been, it's 1st and goal at the 3, with the Texans trailing by a touchdown in the waning moments of regulation. Just a massive, massive play by Dalton Schultz. The TV copy is funny if you go back and rewatch it, because either Adam Archuleta or Spiro Ditas, one of them, when Case sort of leans back and rears back to flip that ball into traffic, one of them, I can't remember which one, goes, "Oh no." Literally, as he's releasing the ball, says, "Oh no." and Dalton Schultz.
It was, yeah, dude. There was
YOLO!
Honestly, there were so many scary throws in that game.
Yeah.
That's what made it. It made it so much fun to watch. And I said this before the end of the game to Brandy. Like, honestly, whether they win or lose this game, I don't know if I've ever seen a more exciting, low-scoring game.
Yeah.
Because there were so many legitimately really good football plays. There weren't necessarily sloppy plays that made it exciting. There were some ill-advised passes that ended up working out for both offenses that made it really exciting. And it got more and more exciting as the game went down. I guess maybe too, I'm a little bit biased as a defensive lineman. I guess a lot of the excitement was the fact that the Texans sacked.
Yeah, big shock. The old D lineman loves a game with 12 TFLs and 7 sacks. This is the greatest game ever.
I guess. All right. Okay. Yeah, Derrick Henry running 9 yards on 16 carries might not necessarily be the most exciting thing from an impartial observer's viewpoint, but from a defensive standpoint, it was so much to watch a guy who'd gone for an average of 200 yards per game versus the last 5 games to average 0.56 yards per carry is astounding.
It was very gratifying. No doubt.
Derrick Henry in his career has never had as low a yards per carry as that in a game.
I can't imagine he would. 9 yards on 16 carries. Here was Dalton Schultz in the postgame show with me and with Clint Stoerner about that, what I think could have been a season-saving catch by Dalton Schultz.
We've been running those rollouts, and that one we basically said, like, listen, if the front side 2 aren't there, like, Case, post up and look for the backside. And so I felt that kind of window. And those things are hard for a quarterback to be able to judge where to put that ball and how fast you need to throw it. But those balls up the middle sometimes they just hang a little bit. And so, balls in the air, and I kind of felt him, like I felt whoever it was kind of closing a little bit. And I think I was just able to come back to the ball a little bit at the last second. Like, obviously a contested catch, like I think he got his hands on it. But I mean, I was able to get mine on it more, I guess.
You think he got his hands on. That's what I love about. I love a player who hasn't really been able to see the replay describing how it was to him, because like that right there speaks to the level of focus he had. Like, I think he had his hands on him. Like, dude, you wrestled the freaking ball away from him.
He caught it.
But, like, he didn't have his hands on him. He had the catch. You wrestled the ball away from him. It was awesome. Like, that was such a great football play. And I think the way that Schwartz describes it, it just shows, like, everything slows down in moments like that. He's throwing, the number one rule of football, don't throw late over the middle, and whatever you do, don't hang it up.
Float it.
7-second hay time, like over the middle. And it just, everything got so slow. As I was watching it, it felt so slow. As Schultz is watching it come towards his hands, it felt so slow. And he was but he's so dialed in that he doesn't even know if anybody else actually got their hands on it.
Look, to the layperson like myself, it looked like Case was just throwing up a wing and a prayer. And when I asked Dalton about it on the postgame show, he starts taking us through it. I'm like, is he answering the right play here? Like, he's talking about it like this is how they had it planned out. The front 2 aren't there, so you look to the backside, you look to me up there, and sometimes those throws, it's tough to judge how much air to put under them. I'm like, no, he had a guy in his face and just threw it straight up in the air.
We'd already seen once in this game very early on where Case didn't have his couple of front side reads. So when he came back to throw to what he thought was going to be a Gumbawale, it was a pick 6.
Nobody
so
home.
You're in your mind. you're already like, oh gosh, he's gonna come back and throw blind. Don't do it.
Well, and when the announcer goes, oh no, and we're watching the TV copy, and you can't see, you can only see Case when he says that. You can't, in the view, you don't see who he's throwing to or where it's going. Yeah, and a lot of anxiety on that play, but a huge play by Dalton Schultz. We asked Dalton Schultz about the run game too, which finally got going yesterday. Hadn't been getting into gear really since those back-to-back 100-yard games by Devin Singletary earlier this season. But Singletary was great again yesterday, 121 yards. Here was Dalton Schultz on the Texans' run game yesterday.
We played not the cleanest game, but the emphasis all week was just being able to fire off the ball and shock them with our speed. And I think, we'll obviously see when we watch the tape, but it felt like we were able to move guys and create just little lanes, little creases. I mean, people will say what they want, but we've been very close in the run game to hitting some big ones. I mean, dude, we've been waiting for a power to hit, in a 4-minute kind of mode, and we finally get one, and then obviously it gets called back in a holding. But we felt that we are so close. So just continuing to make strides in the run game, especially, it's going to open up the rest of the offense.
I'm sorry, I cut you off there, Dalton. I've agreed with him, just not in a positive way, about them being very close. The trouble is that there's lots of teams that are very close in the run game. It's kind of like being very close as a diamond cutter. You're like, it doesn't cut it. Like, literally, if you're very close as a diamond cutter, you've just ruined a really expensive diamond. And in the run game, that's why I think more volume for Singletary is the only answer. The level of timing that it takes for them to hit those runs that they did yesterday, I don't think you get it on 6 or 7 carries per game. And it's not just like within each individual game, it's from week to week. He's got to get that rhythm. And 6-7 weeks ago, I would have understood the argument that, look, he's not built like Derrick Henry. He can't be a guy that gets that many carries. There's 3 weeks left in the season, and then the playoffs. I'd say you go full John Riggins with him. I give him the ball as many times as possible, and by God, please keep targeting him.
Yes.
He's been criminally underutilized as a pass catcher this year. Get him involved in the passing game like he was yesterday, and that's it's vital. I don't think they can win these next 3, all of these next 3 games, unless Devin Singletary is getting 20-plus carries per game.
I would agree with that. I would agree. And by the way, not to be callous, you have him on a 1-year contract. Once you're done with these 3 games in the postseason,
hey baby, let's not think about tomorrow. We've got tonight. Let's just you don't have to worry about anything, Sean, in the future.
No. I just mean whatever abuse he's taking is not going to take a toll on year 2 or year 3 of a multi-year deal with him, right?
I know, but just keep it quiet.
Okay.
We don't need him thinking about that. Okay?
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah.
Evan, if you're listening, forget I said that.
Too much thinking about the future, Sean. Is you got to find balance in this life.
You're true.
Okay?
Live in the moment.
Yeah.
We asked Dalton Schultz about the vibe in the stadium yesterday with all this crazy Oilers stuff going on. Here's what he had to say.
So, obviously we knew Houston was pretty fired up about it, whether you've been here or not. And so, but yeah, we obviously there's a lot of us that came from different places, but it was one of those things where it's like, of all games, like really, like you picked this game.
Yeah,
that's the part. I think he summed it up at the end there. That's the whole thing. You can argue about the intellectual property and all that fun stuff all you want. It's like choosing a team to be your homecoming opponent. That's a part of it. And again, half the players on the field weren't even born the last time the Titans franchise wore that uniform, but it is one of those things that different guys are different, and you're always looking for something to latch on to. I think that's one extra little thing. Even if you don't have any emotional attachment to the jersey as a young player for the Texans, there is a little bit of that element of oh, you chose to we're just going to be your homecoming team, huh? All right, Derrick Henry. You think you're Earl Campbell, do you? How about this? You should be wearing a Saints jersey, you punk. Well, this is not the Earl Campbell I remember. So how about 0.56 yards per carry?
It was nice to see those uniforms go down the way they did yesterday. It was more fun that the Texans had to come from behind and then win on a last-second field goal and pull the hearts out of the chests of all those yokels up in Tennessee than if the Texans had gone in and won like 24-10 or something like that. That it happened that way probably hurts even more this morning. By the way, Titans, done. Season's over. They can't make the postseason. So the Texans, in the process, knocked the Titans. It was so poetic, man. Poetic, gutsy. Couple things we haven't really hit on yet, Seth, that we'll dig into more tomorrow, I'm sure. We're handing things off to John Harris and Mark Vander Meer here momentarily. Jimmy Ward is concussed. How big a concern is Jimmy Ward in the concussion protocol?
I'm very concerned. I love Jimmy Ward. I think in a lot of ways he's a heart and soul type guy. But I will say, without having gone back and watched a detailed view of the game yet, there were a couple times in the game yesterday where Jalen Petrie was very dialed in on pre-snap cues. Like, I don't want to even say the specific situations because the Texans have to face this team again. But there were times where he knew exactly what play was coming, and he maneuvered, he positioned guys appropriately. Like all the things that the Texans weren't doing last week versus the Jets, you could tell they had watched their film. They knew the tendencies. They had tells. Like, it was really, really good. I'm looking forward to the next meetup between these two. I just because like Vrabel's going to challenge those guys' manhood for the Titans for the way they got thoroughly destroyed in the run game, especially, and it's going to be another barroom brawl. I'm looking forward to it.
I would guess Levis is going to play in that game just based on his post-game. Well, the fact that he did a post-game press conference.
Yeah.
He did one, and he didn't seem to think that the injury, he was in pain, obviously, but it didn't seem to think from that press conference that it was going to be something that would keep him out. So, these two teams face each other again in 2 weeks. I'll tell you, too, Seth, one other underrated thing in overtime play that I think might have saved the game for the Texans. I don't know that they get a chance at a game-winning field goal if the Titans don't hold on that punt return. That horrible possession where the Texans kept going backwards.
Yeah.
They punted to the Titans like 47-yard line, and they return it into Texans territory, but there's a hold at the line of scrimmage that puts the Titans back at their own 37. They would have had 1st and 10 at the Texans' 46. Instead, they had 1st and 10 at their own 37. All they would have had to do was move the ball about probably one first down, and they get a shot at a field goal. That was a very underrated play, I thought, in overtime. The Titans, big mistake by the Titans, a hold there on special teams. Special teams were good for the Texans yesterday. So there you go. Texans 1.5-point favorites against the Cleveland Browns this weekend. I have no idea how they're calculating that because I don't know that anybody knows if we're getting C.J. Stroud or not, but they're favored right now against the Browns.
I just discovered that one of the listeners to our show, Sean, is has a very close connection to the new Cornell University head football coach, Dan Swanstrom.
Okay.
I feel an extra duty of responsibility now to
entertain. Yeah. There you go. Seth, antibodies to you.
Made it an even better weekend. Antibodies to you.
Thank you.
And God help you if you try to take any Devin Singletary snaps away from this football team in the next few weeks. I will hunt you down. Hunt you down. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Bobby Slowick, I will hunt you down.
You've been warned. All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the Loop at 10 o'clock. The Drive at 2. John Harris and Mark Vander Meer take over now.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's time to break it all down. What happened and why? Welcome to Texans Monday. Presented by Houston Methodist.
54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16.
Oh, my, that's an unforgettable day. We will never forget the day the Texans went up to Nashville and knocked off the Titans wearing the Oiler uniforms. We will talk about this one. Whatever happens the rest of the way this year, we will talk about this game for a long time for so many different reasons. And it was thrilling, Johnny. Those guys were talking about, why did I say legendary? I don't know. That came out.
Well, a couple times during the game, you mentioned Case Keenum, like Houston legend. You mentioned
that's kind of where I was going with that.
Right.
Like, I just felt like that the fact that they're wearing the Oiler uniforms, it's a legendary win because we'll never forget the win, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The stakes. We all saw what C.J. Stroud was able to do for this football team, and all of a sudden you don't have him, really? And then Case Keenum puts on a cape and makes his first Texan start in 9 years. And there you are. And the last time he started for you, he's throwing to Andre Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, and handing the ball to Arian Foster.
Right.
That's what he was working with the last time he started for you. This time, a little bit different. And Hopkins on the other side. Hopkins was a second-year player the last time Case started for the Texans. And there you are at Nashville against them wearing the Oiler uniforms. You can't script it any better than that. So it's a legendary win. It's one of those that will live forever. And you and I, look, we've done a lot of radio together. We've done a lot of talking about big wins and 16-10 at Indy in 2015. I'm not backing off that one, by the way, just yet. But, look, this is one you had to have. You got it. There are so many MVPs. Fairbairn, are you kidding? He's going to be the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Is it a lock? I haven't seen what everybody else did yet, but come on. 4 field goals. That's the best game Fairbairn's ever had, period. That's it. 250-plus yarders. That one, if you don't make it, you tie. Look, you'd take a tie over a loss. I get it. But you made a 54-yarder for the victory coming back in those conditions. It wasn't a monsoon or anything, but it wasn't ideal. It wasn't indoors. And all the other players, Devin Singletary going well over 100 again, third time this season, and has the catch and run that sets you up in field goal range, long field goal range. Case Keenum, Jonathan Greenard, 12.5 sacks on the year now, top 10 sack artist in the league. All the players. Johnny, was Desmond King playing linebacker all day, basically?
Man, listen.
He was.
He did. He played linebacker all day. I mean, they played nickel. I haven't looked at snap counts, but they played nickel all day because
they were. I'm standing here at the line of scrimmage, boys, and I'm going to go get the running back every single time.
Mark, they were so locked in on Henry. I'm telling you, they knew what was happening, and Henry noticed that after the game. He made a comment after the game. I always like reading the quotes because I like seeing, especially sad and mad Vrabel. So I always like reading the quotes afterwards. And so I was reading the quotes, and I got to Derrick Henry because there had been some talk in the Twitterverse that he was talking about or kind of alluding to this could be at the end with the Titans.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted to see kind of how that read. And I was reading, and then it got to, what were they doing or whatever the case might be. And he made a comment about how it felt like they knew they had an answer for everything we did.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes. And there was a stat that came out this morning I saw, and I can't remember who tweeted it, but I sent it to you. The stat is unbelievable.
Yes. Read the stat. This is incredible, folks. This is the Texans finally getting over on Derrick Henry, who had over 1,000 yards in the previous 5 games. 5 games.
5 games.
Over 1,000 yards against the Houston Texans. Even in the win the Texans had last year up there, he had 126.
Yeah.
So what did the stat say?
Derrick Henry is the first player in NFL history to have at least 20 touches in a game and produce less than 15 yards from scrimmage.
History.
Let me say that again. 20 touches a game and produce less than 15 yards from scrimmage. And I was so tired I couldn't think of an analogy, and I was like, I can't think of an analogy, but this is pretty cool. And you came back with this. You said, we killed Thanos. And I went, that was exactly right.
They killed Thanos.
They killed Thanos. They finally put the stone in, and boom. It was unbelievable.
But
because
you see him again in 2 weeks.
But here's the thing. And it happened early, and we noticed it early. They threw a swing pass to Henry, which I thought they could have been doing a lot more throughout his career because now he's out in space.
Yes.
Now it's dangerous. Christian Harris hit him on the first swing pass, and, I mean, it happened from, like, TV away.
Yeah,
I mean, it was like 5 yards away from me.
Yeah, a big hit.
Not only did he give him a big hit, he got up in his face and went face mask to face mask, like, we aren't backing down. And I just remembered that, like, all right, Christian, be careful, be careful. That was the feeling of the whole defense. We are shutting this dude down today. Like, it ends today. Whatever he did to us, whatever the bad man did to us, it's done. It's over. Thanos is going down, and they took him down. Now, like you said, we got to see him in 2 weeks, and we'll see what they've got. But that defense was just locked in. And, I mean, Mark, the Keenum story is, like you said, you take everything that we're talking about and you throw it into this big bouillabaisse of why this win meant a lot. And I wasn't trying to slight you in any way, shape, or form, but Dre being from Dickinson, me being from Richmond Rosenberg. Growing up and watching that team in those jerseys, and that was our team. It was the Oilers, and then they're going to break them out after 22 years. And finally, my wife said best. She's like, well, why did they do it against you guys? And I was like, to jab us. Yeah. This was all about ego and all that. And it's everywhere. They put it on their Twitter. They put it up on everything. Everywhere. They brought back Billy White Shoes Johnson. And the Texans, the Houston Texans, went in there and stomped a mud hole in them. It was awesome. And when Fairbairn's field goal goes through, like I was standing back there like I always do, trying to give you the heads up on whether it's good or not. I could hear some Titans fans behind me like screaming at me about my head, like, take your headphones off. Like I could hear it through the headphones because there's kind of this lull before the field goal. And what Dre was saying, I was screaming at. I was so excited that, take those jerseys, take them off. Don't wear them again, because I would imagine they don't want to wear them again. Vrabel wearing Bubba Phillips cowboy hat and all that. Yeah. Like, you look foolish. You look foolish and you got embarrassed. And I think for that reason, this team is even more endearing to the fans of Houston for that. But, Mark, check out these defensive numbers. Okay, now keep in mind, 1 week ago today, we're talking about one of the biggest defensive failures of the entire year. Right. Zach Wilson just goes to work. Right.
Looked like a polished Pro Bowl veteran.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
So 7 sacks, right? Mm-hmm. So JG has 2.5. I caught up with him. Dez had a sack. Malik had 1.5. Barnett had 1, where he basically tackled him with Jalen Duncan.
Barnett.
Yeah. Khalil Davis had a sack where he just schooled Skoronski.
We've been talking about him since the preseason. Look what he's doing.
Okay. So 7 sacks for 61 lost yards.
Big. In a game like this?
7 times the yards that Henry generated on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay? We had 12 tackles for a loss. We had 5 guys with 2 TFLs or more. We had 11 quarterback hits. We had 4 guys with 2 or more. JG had 3. We had the forced fumble. Greenard forced a fumble. Did we? I don't remember. We forced a fumble, but I guess they got it back.
That was the Levis throwback.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, that's right. 7 sacks, 12 TFLs, 11 quarterback hits, a key pick. 3 guys had 2 passes defensed, Sting, Petrie, and Nelson. Like, this was a stat-stuffing day. It's ridiculous.
Other than that opening touchdown drive by the Titans on their first possession after the Texans went 3 and out, it was almost a miracle when the Titans would get across the line of scrimmage and make something happen. Oh, wow, that's a 6-yard gain. I'm sweating this one now because you got accustomed, for lack of a better word, to the Texans living in the Titan backfield.
Yeah.
They were back there all day long. It was, you want to talk swarm? That was swarm. Swarm on Derrick Henry, swarm on Spears, whoever gets the football. Levis getting all that heat, 7 sacks, shaken up at the end of the game. Rookie quarterback having a tough day, no question about that. They're coming off the big Monday night win over Miami. This team took it to Miami at the end. Now, they were down 14 and rallied for an improbable victory, but give them credit for that.
But they gave away those 14 to get the lead. I mean, they fumbled once, and then Levis threw it behind Henry. They gave those 14 away. Now, they went and got 15 back. Mark, listen to this. So the next drive, the second drive of the game, they get 32 yards.
Yeah.
So they had 6 first downs in the first quarter, okay?
Right.
After that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They had 8 first downs the rest of the game. They had yards gained per drive, 9, 15, minus 17, 26, 19, 18, 1, 13, 5.
But the minus was going around. What happened to the Texans' first possession in overtime? You go minus 21 yards. I'm thinking, just don't lose yardage, okay? Just punt it back. Let the defense do something.
Oh.
But they made the big play at the end with the throw to Motor. We'll get to it all. And they won the football game. John McClain at 8:30, Andre Ware at 9. It's going to be a great conversation today with everybody, including ND Kalu. Joins us right now on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. ND, good morning. What is it about a team that rallies together? We talked about it. They would need to do it. They had no C.J. Stroud, no a lot of things. but they go up there and they get the victory. What did you think of what you saw yesterday, Andy? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Great team win. You know, when you talk about your all-star quarterback out, your number one wide receiver out, your number two wide receiver, if you want to call Tank Dell that, out, your best defensive player, Will Anderson, out, then you go on the road and you win a game like that, a game that matters for both teams. I just felt like that was a huge team win, especially with how they embarrassed themselves against the New York Jets. You know, when you talk about good teams are going to lose in a 17-game season, but how do you respond after those losses? I just thought this was a great response and a great win.
Indy defensively, 7 sacks, holding Henry to 9 yards. As you're watching that, and I know I'm watching on the sidelines, I'm waiting for that one run where I'm like, oh, God, he's just going to, like, plunge the dagger in our hearts, especially in a close game. And yet it never came. What was your thought watching the defensive front in particular, getting after Levis, slowing down Henry? What did you think of the front?
I mean, what can you think outside of awesome job? Because they didn't just get it done when it comes to playing the run. They, like you mentioned, the 7 sacks, Jonathan Greenard having a Pro Bowl type season with 12.5 sacks on the year. You know, that one guy, when he's healthy, he's productive. He's already played in more games this season as he has in his entire 4-year career. So he's one of those guys. His availability is his best ability because he can play when he's out there. But just great team defense up front. When you hold a guy like Derrick Henry to 9 yards, that's definitely something that you're going to talk about, something you're going to appreciate because he is one of the best, and he has crushed the Texans over the last 5 games.
Andy, no doubt Davis Mills is a good teammate. Keenum gets the start. They have to go through whatever dynamics they have to go through to get to the understanding, okay, this is good for the football team. Let's see how it plays out. How does it affect the rest of the team psychologically when Keenum is in the hole? He's the guy calling signals, a veteran like that, and the way the team feels about him. Going through the situation they're going through. You and I have talked about C.J. Stroud and the effect he has on the defense because everybody's pumped up. What about what Keenum does to the team in this context, in this situation?
You know what? I don't know if I should be saying this, but I didn't even think or know that it was going to be a question. When C.J. Stroud was out, I just assumed, okay, Case Keenum is going to be your starter because he's the type of guy with what he's done in the league, with the way he carries himself, with the respect that he has, not just from his Texan teammates, but around the NFL. When you insert him as a starting quarterback, yes, we know C.J. Stroud has a higher ceiling, is a better quarterback right now in their career, but Keenum's that type of guy that everybody rallies around and everybody says, hey, we still have a chance. So I was actually surprised early in the week where it was like, hey, who's going to be the quarterback with C.J. Stroud out? I just assumed it was going to be Case Keenum because of the tangibles and intangibles that he has. And he's a guy that he's already proven he can win big games in the NFL, and he understands his role as a backup. So with Davis Mills, yeah, good teammate. He's still getting a check, so he's still required to do what they ask him to do. But I just always felt like if C.J. Stroud goes down, this is Case Keenum's team.
Andy, I don't know if at any point in your career you had an extended, like beyond normal time where you missed playing. And I bring this up because Charlie Heck yesterday played right tackle every single snap, and Charlie had not played football since Week 18 against the Colts last year. Like no training camp, no physical training camp practices, none of that. I don't know if that ever happened for you during your career. I feel like that needs to be mentioned a lot more just because when you don't play football for that long and you're able to step on a field, and he gave up 1 sack and Case kind of rolled into it, but either way, you didn't hear Charlie's name. He had a twitch on a false start than that. They ran the ball well, and Charlie played every single time. How amazing really is that for Charlie to have gone a whole entire year, almost a calendar year, not playing football, and then show up and play the number of plays and play as well as he did?
You know what? I'm so glad you brought that up because, yeah, I spent a year on IR when I tore my ACL. And then the next year, I was inserted back into the starting lineup. And it took me about 6 or 7 games, as long as that sounds, to really feel like, okay, I can go out there and do this. So when I saw Charlie Heck, when I saw that name Heck in the huddle, I was like, oh, uh-oh. They're going to insert him back into the starting lineup. He's going to get extended playing time. And he held his own. I watched him very closely. It just goes to show how he approached his rehab, how he approached getting back in football shape, because I was expecting them to expose him. I was expecting him to, have multiple offsides penalties, multiple sacks that he gave up as he was knocking off the rust. And I thought he was very solid. And this is a guy that I felt he could easily be a good swing tackle for the Texans for years to come. But look, there's no controversy here, but he's shown that he might be able to be a starter in the NFL with the way he bounced back from that injury and for his first game back to play the way he did against a pretty salty defensive front.
Indeed, Devin Singletary was terrific, 121 yards, 4.7 per pop, had the big catch and run to set them up in field goal range in overtime. And we're not seeing much of Dameon Pierce. He had one carry yesterday. I still think there's a lot to Pierce, but Singletary is just hot right now in this system on a day when you needed to run it, and they knew it too, and you were able to do it against a pretty decent run defense. Your thoughts on how they handle the running back situation moving forward here as you get down the stretch with these final 3 games in the regular season?
The experiment's over. I mean, I appreciate Dameon Pierce for what he did as a rookie. When they signed Devin Singletary, and I'm not saying this hindsight 2020, but I remember bringing up saying, hey, this is an under-the-radar nice signing with Devin Singletary. Just watch what he did at Buffalo. Just if you didn't have a chance to watch him play, just go look at his stats. I mean, this is a guy that a team could have brought him in to be your starter without even having him to battle anybody in training camp. But I do believe that with what Dameon Pierce did last year, I understand and appreciate why they weren't so willing to just take the ball away from him. But the experiment's over. You have to win these last few games. You have to go undefeated in the last 3 games if you truly want to have that real shot of getting into the playoffs. Devin Singletary has shown up this entire season when you've given him the opportunity. I feel like he not only does he need to be the starter, he needs to get the huge bulk of the carries moving forward.
Indy, we talked about this a lot. I know a lot of people in Houston talked about it a lot because of the whole jersey thing, the Titans wearing the Oilers jerseys and all that kind of stuff. As a player, obviously, you're not from that particular city. In some cases you are, but a lot of cases you're playing, you played in Philly. You weren't from Philly. Right. As a player, do you kind of channel that in some way, kind of channel the way the fans are feeling into the way you feel about that particular team? I mean, you think the guys yesterday kind of sensed how much that it actually meant to a lot of people in Houston? Does that even come into play for players, or is it just, I go out, do my job, no matter who's on the other side, no matter what they're wearing, et cetera? Do you kind of take a little bit that into your game, maybe in some way, shape, or form?
I think the fans want to hear, yes, you do. And it's funny, right. I was thinking about right. the victory, and it felt like it was more for the fans than anybody, because the fans, when they saw the Oiler uniforms representing Tennessee, I know that really was a gut punch. But most of these players, John, they don't even know what Love You Blue means, what it stands right. for. They probably think it's some Crip gang call when you hear Love You Blue, and you're throwing up some gang sign. But the fans that are over 30, I think this victory was mainly for them, because even me, I mean, as a player, you're not really a former player, you're not really a fan of any one team, but I'm from San Antonio. I grew up watching Warren Moon, watching Lamar Latham, watching Blaine Bishop with those powder blue uniforms on, and to see that those uniforms were being represented by Tennessee, freaking Tennessee, that was tough to watch. So I don't know if the players, I mean, they've heard it. They heard about it. They're on social media. They understand that it's a slap in the face, but I don't think it truly resonated with them. But I'm so happy they got that victory, because I feel like this, for the fans, take the records out, take everything away, the playoff implications out. But I think that was huge for the fans to kind of shove it back in the face of the ownership for the Tennessee Titans for, doing what they did.
You know who we need to talk to? People from Baltimore. People from Baltimore in the 80s who would see the Colts play, but they didn't get the Ravens for a long time, till the mid-'90s, right? Yeah, so what was it like for them in the mid to late 90s as Ravens playing the Colts in Baltimore, or even on the road in Indianapolis, when you see that Colt uniform, because of everything it meant to Baltimore? I don't think there's any other equivalent. The Rams leaving L.A., no, because in St. Louis, there was no other LA team to play, right? The Raiders, well, they've lived everywhere. They're vagabonds. I don't know if it – and the Raiders, the L.A. Raider fans still feel like the Raiders belong to them in a sense, right?
Yep.
It's still a California team. It's Vegas. It's close enough. It's all one big region. We still have them. Is there anything else I'm missing here? Because when the Ravens go to Baltimore and the Browns play them, I think they sting a lot because you see Ozzie Newsome in charge and things like that, and they still feel like the Browns organization.
That probably stings the Browns fans because the Browns fans knew what they had.
Yeah.
And that was a team that, when they went to Baltimore, they ended up winning a championship with Ray Lewis a few years later. So there was some of that.
Yeah, and Ozzie's prominent, and Modell still owns the team and everything. But, Andy, I can't think of anything else. But I'm with you. When I saw – and, look, I didn't live here when the Oilers were here. But I was feeling it. I could feel it just by looking at the uniform, how strange it is that this other city is wearing the uniform because, yeah, they're Titans now. Everybody's accepted that. They moved. They're Titans. Let's go. And they have some of the Columbia blue in their uniform. I get it. But that was a weird dynamic for sure. All right, let's talk about Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns.
But it's not just the uniform. It's not just the – I just want to make this point. It's not just the uniform, but – when you think of Love Your Blue, you think of the individuals that we say these are Houston owns. For Mike Vrabel, and I have a lot of respect for Vrabel, to go out with the Bump Phillips hat. That was like adding salt to the wound because when you think Bump Phillips, you think Houston. You think kicking the door and everything that he's done so iconic for Houston. It's not just the uniform, but it's also like you're saying, hey, we're also stealing your individual sports stars, whether it be coaches and players. I was just hoping that they didn't wheel out Earl Campbell, on their behalf.
He was there. He was there. He was there pregame.
On their side?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He was taking pictures with Eddie George and Derrick Henry.
Yeah, Earl was there. And they honored Billy White Shoes Johnson. And I don't know if I said it on the show, but I might have said it during the game. Billy White Shoes Johnson played half his career in Atlanta. They had Atlanta in the building earlier this season, and they were wearing the Oilers uniforms. That would have been a good day to honor Billy White Shoes Johnson, who played half his career in Atlanta. But anyway, they did what they did. I'm glad they honor the former Oilers. That's nice for the players. I salute that for the players. It's just weird for the fans. It felt like it just felt like a troll, and it was a troll, and the Texans won the game. All right, Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns. A sentence I didn't think I'd be saying earlier this season, but here they are on Christmas Eve. Flacco threw 3 picks yesterday, but he also threw well over 300 yards, and the Browns got another improbable win over the Chicago Bears. Catch the freaking Hail Mary, Bears. Help us out. They didn't. What do you think, ND, as you face Cleveland Sunday?
You know what's scary about Cleveland? They remind me a lot of the Houston Texans lately, where your quarterback's not giving you great play, but the defense is picking it up. And because of great team play, you're still winning the game. This game makes me nervous. Like you mentioned, Flacco throwing 3 interceptions, but because of Myles Garrett and the rest of those guys on defense, because David Njoku has taken his game to another level, their tight end, they're still winning games. This is going to be a very tough game. And before the season, everybody circled this game because of the Deshaun Watson factor, but now they're circling the game because you're going to have 2 good teams with winning records playing each other for playoff implications. So a strong team that's coming into town. The players respect the Cleveland Browns. I just want the fans to realize, like, hey, this is a big game because they have some talented players that are picking up their game even though they don't have that consistent play at the quarterback position.
Andy, rushing the quarterback, when you face a guy like Levis, you know he can move, he's a strong guy, etc. Joe Flacco, X marks the spot. That's where he's going to be. Are those games easier for a pass rusher, or are they more difficult for a pass rusher because the offensive line makes adjustments, and sometimes those mobile quarterbacks will run right into your arms? Guys that are sitting in the pocket, you got to work to get there. Is it tougher to go against the statue, or is it more frustrating to go against the statue?
No, you lay your ears back and you love it. You love going against the guys that are pocket passers, and it doesn't take anything away from them. Tom Brady wasn't, fleet of foot, and he's one of the best, if not the best quarterbacks ever played. But those are the quarterbacks you say, hey, now I can focus on beating the man in front of me. But when you play a Will Levis, when you play a mobile quarterback, not only do you focus on beating the man in front of you, then you have to make sure that you're right back in your rush lanes to make sure you don't give up any break containment. You don't allow him to break containment or to go through the rushing lanes. But no, for a guy like Flacco, who's had a great career, Will Anderson, if he's back, Jonathan Greenard, they're licking their chops right now.
All right, ND, on the Players Show tomorrow, you have Kaime Nua A'alua Meki Ikioki Kumupa'a Fairbairn as a guest. He's going to be AFC Special Teams Player of the Week, and I want you to ask him about how golf helps him kick, among other things. The rest is yours. All the rest of the questions, you and Drew.
I will make that the number one question.
All right, thank you. ND Kalu joining us on Texans Monday. Always a pleasure to catch up with ND and John McClain. Coming up next, Andre Ware at 9. Houston Methodist. Look, how many people are getting sick right now? You know someone. It could be you. Just getting ill. Ouch. What can you do? Well, Houston Methodist has 24/7 on-demand video visits. They really help, man. You can visit a doctor on demand on video 24/7. HoustonMethodist.org/care options is the way to go. Go to the website. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
Back with more of Texans Monday in a moment.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
You don't want to miss it.
Gotta go!
Sacked! 3 and out.
Energy around the stadium here has been great.
Throws left side of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Houston.
Nice, nice, nice.
It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Houston's going to win.
2 home games remain in the 2023 regular season. Christmas Eve against the Cleveland Browns. New Year's Eve against the Tennessee Titans. Get your tickets today at HoustonTexans.com.
What a day.
Lots more to break down.
He's in. Touchdown, Houston.
Next on Texans Radio.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding at a whisper.
every little play in this game, every moment had to happen in order for the big thing to happen, which was the Fairbairn kick at the end to win it for the Houston Texans at the buzzer in overtime and send the Texans to 8-6 in a big mosh pit of 8-6 teams. What is it, 4 teams? Oh, by the way, before we get the general in here, let's not freak out about the playoff standings. Oh, my gosh, they're the 8th seed. It's fine. It's like saying, it's like looking at your 401k 20 years before you retire. It doesn't matter what it is right now. It matters what it is when you retire. You retire at the end of the regular season. In other words, that's when the playoff bill is due. That's what matters. They control the destiny. Enrique Vasquez, La Voz de los Texans, told me that if you go to the ESPN.com playoff machine and you put in loss to the Browns on Sunday but win the last 2, it's automatic that you're in, no matter what else happens. I have to see it to believe it, but I don't want to lose Sunday. All right, let's get John McClain in here. Good morning, General. And, boy, you have some perspective on this. What were your feelings, your reactions, seeing those Oiler unis, the whole scene play out yesterday as the Texans went up there with Case Keenum at quarterback and got the victory? Good morning.
Good morning. I think the Texans showed them where they could stick all that Columbia blue and made sure they have a Columbia blue Christmas. It was, to me, under the circumstances with missing so many players, the most impressive performance of the season, the most physical by the defense. They just manhandled Will Levis. They knocked him down 11 times, sacked him 7 times, the most since 2016, 12 tackles for loss. And no matter what Case Keenum, Devin Singletary, Noah Brown, Dalton Schultz did, nothing was more impressive than what they did to Derrick Henry after averaging 203.6 yards and 7.1 a carry over the last 5 games. He touched the ball 20 times for 10 yards. He had more catches than anybody on the team, 4 for 1 yard, not to mention 16 carries for 9 yards. That is the most impressive run defense I've ever seen the Texans have. I wrote a column last week that I thought they would finally contain Henry because they've been playing great run defense, and they play great pass defense. Just what a performance. 9 of the last 10 decided by 7 or fewer points, and all of those 9 decided in the last 30 seconds. And they're 6-3, which tells you a lot about the moxie this team and this coaching staff have.
How many road division wins in a row is that, Mark? Is that, what did we figure out? That's
because
now 6.
You beat the Jags, you beat these guys, you beat the Colts, Titans.
You were 3-0 last year.
That's 5 in a row.
I think it's 6. That's 6 in a row.
Because it goes back to 2021.
Yeah, it goes back to 2021.
To the Jags in December.
Goes back to Jags
6 in a row on the road in the division.
How about that? There are a lot of numbers to get excited about, General. There's no question, and you just brought them all up with the defense. Case Keenum starting. All right, let's go there. Case Keenum starting was, I would imagine, a pretty big surprise to a lot of people. Your thoughts about, A, the decision to start Case, and B, the results of what Case was able to do yesterday?
It shocked me. I thought it was going to be Davis Mills. Mills won in Tennessee last year. He had a great game as a rookie against the Titans. He'd been the backup. He played. But Deo Ryans said, we thought it gave us the best chance to win. And Case has started only 2 games in 4 years, but boy, he's already proved he's a miracle worker with the Vikings, and he kind of did it again with that pass to Dalton Schultz, in which he made an incredible catch, and then having to scramble and find Devin Singletary, who did a tremendous job. But, it's like Case. D'Amico said Case told his teammates, this isn't my first rodeo. And Case said, I'm made for that. And so he is. So now I think if C.J. Stroud's unable to play against Cleveland, then people will feel safe with Case, and he'll play even better because now that he has his game behind him, but he's going to be going up against a really tough defense and a quarterback who's actually older than he is. Joe Flacco turns 39 next month.
Yeah, what do you think of what's happening here in the division? You have a 3-way tie for first now with the Jags sliding, and you have the Colts still winning. Man, those Colts are they're beyond pesky. They are a total nuisance. What do you think?
I think that Anthony Richardson getting hurt has helped put them in position to win the division. He had only had 13 starts in college. He was struggling. He'd gotten hurt. If he'd have been in, I don't think they'd be in the playoff race because he'd be learning. And I think with Minshew, who was familiar with Shane Steichen's system coming from Philadelphia, and he's been a multi-year starter, he was the ideal backup for them. He's playing very well. And I thought maybe, just maybe, the Steelers would win that game, and they jumped out ahead and then just stunk it up big time. But it's a great race. Jaguars are reeling. Trevor Lawrence is in a concussion protocol, and that could bode poorly for them. So I think it's going to come down to that last game. For the second year in a row, it's going to have big-time significance just for the opposite reason.
Yeah, we kind of buried the lead. You were talking about the playoffs and all this. Colts, Jags, and Texans tied atop they're tied atop the AFC South. Listen to what we're saying. A year ago, we were 1-12-1.
Yeah.
We were talking about we came close against the Chiefs and Cashman's sack, and oh my God, I thought we were going to do it. We're 1-12-1, and now we're talking about being tied with the Jaguars. And at that point, General, how much trouble are the Jaguars in, having lost 3 in a row? Now they go to Tampa with Trevor Lawrence in the concussion protocol, and obviously we experienced that last week. And C.J. Beathard ain't Case Keenum. Your thoughts about what Jacksonville's facing?
I think Baker Mayfield's coming off maybe the best game of his career, 4 touchdowns, a rating in the 150s, I think, at
Perfect
Green
rating.
Bay. And they're trying to win the division right now. Who would pick against them? It's going to be them, or it's going to be New Orleans. I saw the odds are that the Bucs have the best chance, and they got a good chance to win this game, even if Trevor Lawrence is playing. Now, the Jaguars have been better on the road than at home, but right now they're not playing well at the worst time you can do it. You know, the Texans in crunch time, Texans, as D'Amico Ryan said, they had a bitter taste in their mouth after that Jets performance. He said, that's not the kind of team we are, and they proved it. And it's people say, well, it was the Titans. Well, you know what? Titans were coming off an incredible victory at Miami. They were sky high. Everything was going for them. And, boy, the Texans really stuck it to them by pulling it out, led by the miracle worker, Case Keenum.
Too early to tell what's going to happen with the Titans in the offseason, how they're going to shape things. They've been officially eliminated from playoff contention with that loss yesterday. But what do you think moving forward here? Obviously, Vrabel's there, but is Levis the guy? They have a lot of questions going into this offseason, General.
Yeah, they believe Levis is definitely the guy. They don't have any quarterback issues. Vrabel's not going anywhere. Rand Cawthorn, who's finishing his first year as GM now. They may change some coaches, because yesterday, Tim Kelly and that offense, they were terrible. That avalanche of sacks led by Jonathan Greenard. Every time I see Jonathan Greenard, 2.5 sacks, 3 knockdowns of Levis, a tackle for loss, I hear the cash register ringing. He's going to cost a lot of money to keep him. They may end up having to franchise him, but he is having a tremendous season. Malik Collins is one of the most underrated players in the league. And D'Amico loves that defensive line. And for them to do what they did without Will Anderson Jr., not to mention Blake Cashman losing Jimmy Ward in the first quarter, just continues to be amazing what this team is accomplishing no matter what kind of adversity there is. As D'Amico said, or maybe it was Case, I can't remember which one, said in adversity they see opportunity.
They found opportunity for sure. Opportunity knocked on the Dallas Cowboys' door, and the Bills shut the door. General, why are the Dallas Cowboys awful on the road and yet awesome at home? Why is there such a discrepancy for a team people think is that good?
All my friends who are fans of the Cowboys, excuse me, they were all printing those Super Bowl tickets last week when they beat up Philadelphia, and I told them, well, get a big win on the road. They've been terrible on the road. Have no idea why. But I can't imagine any Cowboys fan right now who would feel confident about them playing a road playoff game. And they're destined to have to play if they win, because San Francisco is going to get home field advantage. But, boy, the Bills, that's a team nobody wants to play right now. Since they fired Ken Dorsey and elevated Joe Brady, They have been good, and they did against the Cowboys what they've not been doing. Had a great running game. And Josh Allen didn't even throw for 100 yards and had that great quote after the game. I feel like I've been in a school project and I didn't do squat and I still got an A. And that is great for them if they can run the ball at this time of year. They are dangerous.
All right, General, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you.
John McClain joining us on Texans Monday as the Texans are victorious. 8-6 the record. And in playoff contention, no question, they got to take on the Cleveland Browns next with Joe Flacco having thrown 3 interceptions yesterday, but well over 300 yards. The Browns' defense is ridiculous. I think Myles Garrett needs to take the game off, Johnny, just to rest himself for Christmas.
Rest up.
He should spend Christmas with his family, not worry about this game, take a week off, and then get back to it the following week. Why should he have to play against the Houston Texans? No Myles Garrett, please. But in all seriousness, you are in a hot and heavy race here. And as far as the Indianapolis Colts go, who you are tied with, also with the Jaguars, the Colts have the Falcons next on the road, the Raiders at home, and then they close out with the Houston Texans. I'm looking at that schedule and thinking that is the best one. Now, that's a playoff game with the Texans, the last game of the regular season, no doubt about that. Jaguars, you mentioned it. They have, let me pull
at the Bucks. I got it right here.
All right.
At the Bucks.
Okay.
Tampa Bay.
Tough one.
Played
Very tough.
well. Baker Mayfield, perfect rating in Green Bay. The only quarterback to do that.
34-20. The Packers had to have that game. It was a must-win game for the Green Bay Packers, and they lost by 14 at home.
They're at the Bucks.
Yeah.
Panthers at home.
Yeah.
At Titans. Total wild card.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get with the Titans' last game of the regular season.
I give you Week 18 of the 2022 season in Indianapolis last year.
Yeah,
you
just don't know.
You
just don't know.
You never know.
I think the Titans
the Bucks
will play
are
hard.
we need the Bucks.
I don't
need the Bucks.
Listen, if I'm a Jags fan, I don't trust the Jags in any spot. I don't trust them. And I know Lawrence is in a protocol right now. Sean said this morning he played the whole game like he was in the protocol. He was not good last night. There were a lot of errors.
I want you to go ahead and say it. You're
generational.
You're closer to being right than Dre and I are right now.
I listen.
We are right. We rode the roll. We knew the rookie year was going to be tough.
Yeah.
But then in 2022, you started to see it.
Yeah.
Like, oh boy, he's got some of that it factor. 2023 has been. Be honest, it's been a regression.
Well, here it is with
Except
Lawrence.
against us.
I will give you this. I think he's a good quarterback. I just don't think he's a great quarterback.
Yeah.
And
he's not in our guys' league, that's for sure.
I think no. Who's in our guys' league?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, our guy's in a special league. Now he's got to continue.
Yeah,
all right,
of course,
because you don't want to fall off from here. But the bar is set extremely high based on his rookie year performance. And you hope to get him back this week. Are you going to get him back this week? We'll discuss, and we'll also hear what D'Amico Ryans had to say to John Harris right after the game, and then Andre Ware at 9. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Monday.
With Kroger brand products,
to the end zone. Yes. Caught, touchdown, Houston. Noah Brown, 3-yard TD pass.
Yes, baby.
Case Keenum, welcome back. Touchdown pass. The first TD of the day.
Noah Brown started this game hot. Going to finish this game hot.
Case Keenum, first start for the Houston Texans in 9 years. This is his third incarnation as a starter. What happened yesterday? He started 0 for 8 as a starter in 2013 as not a rookie, a second-year player, but his rookie season was spent on the practice squad, that kind of thing. So he does that. Then he's gone. St. Louis, deer-blind, comes back, beats the Ravens late in 2014 with Bill O'Brien as the head coach. And we talked about it, throwing to Andre Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, handing off to Arian Foster. Wins the final 2 games of that campaign. They go 9-7, but they missed the playoffs. They didn't get help final day of the season. And then the Odyssey. He's gone for a long time. Minnesota Miracle, 2017, all of that. Plays for Denver, Cleveland, Washington. Comes back, starts, and the Texans knock off the former Oilers. What a day for Houston. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans after the game as Johnny Harris caught up with him in the locker room.
All right, Coach D'Amico Ryans. I wanted to try and come up with one word to describe that win, and I really can't. There's so many different players, so many different things that happened in this game. What are you most proud about your team today?
I'm proud of the way they kept battling. It was a tough team there in Tennessee, man. I'm proud that nobody blinked, even when it didn't look good for us at times. Like, nobody was scoreboard watching or worried. No, I didn't feel any worry from the sideline. I didn't feel any panic. I felt this quiet confidence amongst our team that they knew we were going to win this game.
The decision for Case Keenum to start and then play the whole game and then make the plays that he did. I think at the end you go, oh, I see why you did it. But how tough was that decision to go with Case today, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I know it's tough for Davis in the spot that he's been in. But I felt like going with Case. Case has that experience. I felt like that's what we needed to win this game, right? With the guys that we had playing, down a ton of guys, right? I felt like Case gave us that experience. He can calm everyone in the huddle and get us going, and he did a really good job today.
2 seconds are left. Amy's lining up. Are you watching? Are you not watching? You've done this before a few times, so I guess you're maybe used to it. What are you thinking?
Yeah. I'm learning to be more calm in the moment now. Now it's like no panic. I felt that confidence, too, that Amy was going to make it. I turned my back, and I was really looking at the opposite video board and seeing it go through, and gave Coach Ross a big hug.
That's the right guy to hug, there's no doubt. But you can also hug your defense, Coach. They were absolutely outstanding, and you and I talked about that. But stopping Derrick Henry, kill the engine, cut off his runway. You guys did all of that today.
They did, man. Defensive line played a great game. It started with the run game. They were penetrating, playing on their side of the line of scrimmage, making Derrick check his feet, and everybody was rallying, swarming to the football. Guys, we tackled well today. And then in the passing game, again, the defensive line got after Levis. 7 sacks. They played a really great game.
Seemed like there was a turning point last one, Coach. Steven Nelson's interception. 13-3, I think it was, the first drive, I think, of the second half, and he gets that pick. How big was that to kind of get the momentum back on your side after the field goal end to half?
Oh, that was huge. After they had their interception for a score, it told the hey, they're one up on us, right? So we have to step up. We have to take the ball away, and for Nelly to step up at that moment and pick the ball, it was huge for us.
Coach, congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, John.
We'll have the D'Amico Ryans show at 5 o'clock today, a visit a day later. And when we get the coach in here, it's always fun. It's always different. And we get some stuff that you might not get at the podium. In fact, you will not get at the podium. Like last week when we broke the news to him that they were wearing Oiler uniforms, the Titans would. And he liked that.
Yeah.
Liked that as a motivator for him anyway. And I think Indy's right. I don't think it affects the players too much, but it certainly affects the fans. And, Johnny, I knew it was coming, obviously. We talked about it all week long. When I saw it, I thought, what are the fans in Houston thinking as they're watching this one on the tube, right? As they're watching this one play out on their flat screens, what are they thinking? Seeing those unis, it had to be really powerful.
Yeah,
you know? Think about this. Like, if you're a New England Patriots fan and they break out the old Pat Patriot logo, red unis, those old ones, well, you're a Patriot fan watching your team play in the old uniforms. Here you are watching the Houston Texans, your football team for 22 years, play your old team, it's just bizarro world.
Yeah.
Had to win that game for so many different reasons. And most importantly, for your playoff chances here in 2023. I get it. But also just the emotional impact. There they were dangling that in front of you. You had to knock them off that day.
So we get in a conversation on the bus, the three of us. You're sitting in front of me. Dre's across the aisle. We're kind of chit-chatting. And I said, where does that one rank? And Dre's like, oh, that's top three. That's top three.
Yeah.
You're talking regular season wins. And I kind of felt very similarly. And you were like, wait a second. Whoa, hold on.
You always got to wait
What
with
about
these
winning
things.
at Indy? And you got to let it marinate a little bit. And both of us were pretty adamant about it. And I think what you just brought up was that. We get to the stadium. I immediately have to go up to the booth to do my hit with Sean and Seth on the pregame. So when I go upstairs and I'm seeing some of the logo everywhere, but I haven't seen the field yet, and I get up to the booth and immediately I see Oilers in the end zone, I see the Derrick in midfield, and I see a wrap around the entire lower bowl with Oilers. It just says Oilers, Oilers. There's like 20 mentions of Oilers.
Yep.
And it's like, whoa, it's like odd. That organization took so much of my heart when I moved here in '83, and I became a staunch Oilers fan. Like, that was my team. I loved the run shoot. I loved Warren Moon. I loved all those Oilers teams. Loved them. And every year they just cut your heart out. And now, like, we're facing them.
Yeah.
This is weird.
It was weird.
This is odd. And we're up in Tennessee. It was very, very strange. But knowing why they were wearing it was even more so. Like, 22 years. They could have worn those back in 2002 when the Texans came into the league. But for some reason, 2023 was that year. And for to stuff them back in the closet was maybe.
Yeah, that was a great call by Dre.
That was excellent because I was feeling the same thing. Like, you gonna break them out again against us?
Yeah.
Fine, we'll stick it right back.
I don't
at
think
you.
they will. I think that's it for
And you
that.
think? I mean, we'll see. I mean, they had their fun with it.
Maybe eventually they do it. But to do it against the Texans, I get why, but think twice.
I'd like
think
to know
twice about that.
I'm curious, like, what's the fallout of all this for Tennessee? Not only, and we buried this one too. All three teams are 8-6. Or three teams are 8-6. One's 5-9. 5-9, and eliminated from playoff contention. So not only do we beat them, we eliminated them from playoff contention as they're wearing the Oilers uniforms in their building. Our third straight win in their building in 4 out of 5.
Right, and the three other teams in the division are all tied for first.
Right.
And very much alive for different possibilities to get in. It's not just like a 6-7 or whatever, 6-8. And
I can imagine it is rough. And I said this to you in the hallway. It's their own damn fault because I'm not saying that they, quote-unquote, should have tanked, but they had a philosophy that kind of worked against. They're sending Bayard out, but then they're paying Hop?
Yes.
Like,
very weird. Very weird.
They're keeping Tannehill, but then they're going to play Levis?
How about that? Hop doesn't do anything yesterday either. And I love Hop, but
I know.
man,
I talked to him for the game. It was
shut him down. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I talked to him for he's my guy. I mean, I talked to him for
I love
bit for
Hop,
the game.
but I didn't want him to do anything against the Texans.
He didn't hang on to that catch. Man, you talk about fast. We're going to talk about.
How about Stingley?
Oh, that was a great play.
Bat down. Oh, my gosh. Came from out of nowhere. All right, we got to get to Dre. He's coming up, and we'll talk about all this stuff. It's Texans Monday. Andre Ware next on Texans Radio.
Keep it here for more exclusive info on your Texans. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Cancer is never just cancer.
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Now, back to more coverage of what happened and what happens next. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Keenum fakes the flip. Keenum plants. He's got time to throw. And he throws over the middle. And Dalton Schultz has it inside the 5-yard line. Somehow he comes down with the ball in traffic. First and goal.
He took the ball away. He just wanted it more than the Tennessee defender. He just reached in, grabbed it, took it away.
That was one of those no. Yes. Very nice. Yes. Schultz with 3 huge catches on that touchdown drive. Noah Brown had the next one for the TD. But, man, Schultz came up big on that drive, and you got him back just in the nick of time when so many guys were out. You needed some help making plays. He made some plays. Everybody made plays. You make a play. You make a play. You make a play. It was Oprah time as the Texans went up to Nashville and knocked off the former and fake Oilers and got the victory to go to 8-6 on the year with 3 to go. Cleveland coming up Sunday. Massive game at NRG Stadium, noon kick right here. It is going to be big. Cleveland a game ahead of the Texans. They get this one. They're tied, but they'll have the game in hand with 2 to go after that. So let's see what happens. Andre Ware joins us now on Texans Radio. Well, Dre, here we are a day later, still smiling. Good morning. Your thoughts after a good night's sleep?
Good morning, guys. What took you? The call. I've been waiting on you this morning. It's a good morning over here, man. A nice win after traveling to Nashville. Playoff run we're set to make. This is awesome. This is awesome. And Mark, I got to apologize for being unprofessional yesterday, but I was a little excited. I was clapping. I was screaming. I mean, everything that I probably shouldn't do. But, hell, we haven't been in this spot in a minute, so I let it rip yesterday.
You know I love you. Let's let it rip, man.
Okay.
Get the emotions flying.
So along those lines, Dre, I was talking about this earlier. 3 of us are having this conversation on the bus, and I look at both y'all and I say, hey, where does that one rank? And you immediately said, oh, that's top 3. And I was kind of thinking very similar. And Mark was like, no, you can't.
I always feel like you got to wait.
We got to wait. And then I realized, okay, both of us. You grew up in Dickinson. Mark got to Houston as fast as he could. But you grew up in Dickinson. I grew up in Richmond, Rosenberg. It felt like that hit a little bit harder for that reason. Like, that was the Oilers, that we beat that team that left us, et cetera. Is that kind of where the emotion came from all of this yesterday?
I think so, Johnny. When you look at it, it was one thing to wear the uniforms. It's another and a totally different deal when you turn the entire stadium into the Astrodome without a roof. Right. And that's what basically it was. I mean, it was one of those deals where you get to the stadium, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like, this is unbelievable. The uniforms look nice, but then the whole stadium looked that way. And I was like, okay, this is rubbing your face in it just a little too much. And I know Amy wanted to do the right point in time. And yesterday, I think, kind of missed the mark a little bit. But I know she wanted to return the colors, the name, all of it to Houston, and egos just kind of got in the way of that happening.
Well, you know, the fact that you just pointed it out that way, that you tried to turn the stadium into the Astrodome without the roof. And then I think about you, Dre, playing so many big games in your career in that building. Yeah. And wearing, you know, Case talked about it after the game. Wearing Houston on the uniform means a lot to him because he's done it for so long in college and in the NFL. It's
crazy. The Astrodome, when we played there, you know, on Sundays it was the House of Payne. And then on Saturdays, if we had a home game there, we called it the Warehouse. It was awesome. So to walk in and see, and then there was still Oilers stuff in there, obviously, when we would go in and play. So, you know, you want to grow up, you want to play in the Dome. All of that stuff was kind of mixed in there. But to see that yesterday, I was like, well, boy, we missed the mark on this one.
Yeah, well, got the win. And it's funny because I don't know if it affects the players too much. Obviously, it affected Case and maybe a few other guys, and we'd have to ask everybody individually. I know the coach was affected by it when we broke the news to him on Monday last week that the Texans would be playing a team that's wearing Oiler uniforms. But Johnny, what you just said, the fans are affected. Okay, what this means to the Houston fans to see the Texans beat a team wearing those uniforms, that's incredibly powerful. So, yeah, it ranks very high. And then the context of the season, Trey, what about that part of it? You have so many guys banged up. You have Case Keenum playing quarterback. You have Singletary running for over 100. You have a semi-historic sack performance by the squad. You have all of that going, and you hold Derrick Henry to less than nothing. Less than nothing.
20 touches, 10 yards. Never been done
That's
in NFL history, Dre. 20 touches,
That's crazy.
10 yards.
I tell you what, the defense played out of its mind. But I'll go back to one thing that Mark started with. I think what yesterday did was if there were Oiler fans still in the city of Houston, it forced you to make a choice. If you were Oiler Texan, that guy, it forced it because of the uniform. It brought it all back, and all of a sudden, I can guarantee those fans that were split are now true Texan fans that are all the way on board after yesterday. But in terms of the game in itself, I thought the defense, if we're going to, anoint praise on anybody in this, it's the defense. They deserve about 75% of the praise that we're giving out because of the way they play. 7 sacks. When Robert gave me that stat yesterday after the game and we're going through post-game stuff, I had no idea they had gotten to Will Levis 7 times. Then you throw in a turnover, the Steven Nelson interception, and they turned them over. So, and then countless amounts of times where they had to have big stops, they were able to step up and do it. Motor at just the right time and sticking with it. Slowick sticking with the run. Later in the game, they had worn Tennessee's front 7 down, and they were at Motor. All of a sudden, he got himself going, busting up big runs in overtime. It was just a total team effort. You look at what was out, what was missing from this team, there's no way I thought they could go into Tennessee and actually pull out a win. I thought they could keep it close, but I didn't know that they could actually go in there and squeak out a win. That, my friends, that's coaching. That's belief in the game plan. That's what a good coach will do for a football team. We got to witness that yesterday. A lot of guys come in here, and we've had guys like I'll call his name, Bill O'Brien. He was the benefactor of a good team that was already running from Gary and took it and elevated it or restarted it, so to speak. But this was nobody's ever said it, this is pretty much a total rebuild that D'Amico Ryans took over, and look what he's doing in his first year.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch. We kind of danced around it a little bit, Dre, talking about all the different things. How about the fact that Case Keenum hasn't lost a start in 10 years for the Texans? That's kind of nice. Along those lines, Dre, Case Keenum, the three of us talked about this kind of heading into the game, knowing that Case was going to start. I'm sure all three of us kind of had similar thoughts, but individually we probably thought of like, okay, all right, we'll see kind of how this goes. What were your thoughts about A, Case starting, and then same question I asked D'Amico. What were your thoughts about Case starting, and then B, the results of what we got yesterday from him?
Yeah, they wanted someone that.
We lose Dre? You kind of faded. We still on the air? Benny, we still on the air? I hope so. We're on. Dre, we lost you. You just kind of faded. It wasn't like a click. It was more like a fade. I'll go here. All the plays made or not made or whatever the case may be, the throw to Devin Singletary to put him in field goal range. Yeah. The adjustment to move out of the pocket. Singletary's adjusted route. I might want to see a telestrator on this one, Johnny, when you do telestrator this week. Do it. Because Singletary heads-up play. He's kind of in the pattern, and there's coverage, and he goes, whoop, and he winds around and slides out underneath, and then Keenum's able to spot him on the run, throw on the move, and Singletary just takes it up the right sideline. He
spun Molden around like a top because we got Dre back. Dre, we were talking about Case. Your thoughts?
Yeah. I just thought he played a game that they needed him to play. Don't try to do too much. Everybody kind of pointed, the interception. Well, you go back and I guarantee in that film room, Dari's getting it this morning because it's zone coverage. You sit down in zone, you don't move until somebody engages you. And he had a spot where Case thought, okay, I'm going to check it down. And right as he's throwing the ball, he moves, and the defender's probably about 4 or 5 yards behind him. and it goes right into his chest, and now it's a foot race. But that's not on Case, is the point I'm trying to make there. I thought he played a solid game. I thought he gave them exactly what the team needed. He is the guy that knows this offense in and out. He prides himself on that. I think that's how Case makes teams year in and year out. He just knows how to teach himself the system where he can now help a guy like C.J. Stroud. And the coaches see that. They knew that he gave them the best chance to win and stay on this playoff run, so to speak, and he delivered.
All right, so after that game, I felt like I needed a cigarette, man. I mean, that was incredible. And now, a day later, I'm thinking of the coaches and players now, Dre, where I feel like you need a bye after a game like that, but you don't get one. Yeah. You get Cleveland on Christmas Eve. And here we are, back home, huge game. I mean, it's even bigger this week. Everything gets bigger this time of year, holding it all together, and we don't know what the lineup is going to look like. Is CJ back or is he not? Does Nico come back? We all watched him down on the field work out before the game. Looked like he was pretty close. I'm pretty optimistic, but who knows? Your thoughts on preparing this week and psychologically moving past an emotional high that they had against Tennessee as they prepare for the Browns?
Well, you don't want to move past it too much. You want to store some of it up because it gives you confidence that any situation you can come out of. The NFL is about survival of the fittest. You know, who's left standing at the end of the season, who's the healthiest and can play because the talent level is so close. So the fittest team usually gets through. That's, guys that buy into taking care of their bodies, all of it, not the ones that go out and celebrate wins because eventually that kind of stuff catches up to you over the course of the season. So the Texans are doing it the right way. I think they're going to get some players back this week. Hopefully Will be back. Hopefully CJ is back, and you're at full strength or as close to full strength as you can get. George Fant, hopefully he's back from the ankle injury, and you come home against a solid Cleveland Browns team that's playing some pretty good football right now, and you're ready to take them on physically, more so than obviously mentally.
Okay, this question is for both of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I've kind of thrown this at Mark a little bit. We kind of danced around this a little bit. Dre, on this day last year, December 18, 2022, Jerick McKinnon ran in a touchdown for the Chiefs and gave the Chiefs a win in overtime, and that put our record at 112-1. What if after that game I said to you, look, it's okay, it's all right. On this date next year, we'll be 8-6. What would you two have thought and said to me at that particular moment? Dre, you go first.
I probably would have told Mark, we need to go check you in, man.
Yeah, I'd be like, Johnny, drugs are a bad thing. What are you doing? How about this? If we told you that the record would be 8-6, DeMeco Ryans is your head coach, you have the hottest quarterback in the league. Now, he didn't play yesterday. I mean, but I would say, what? Pinch me. Yeah. And that's how I still feel today. I walked into the building this morning with utter joy, thinking, once again, and I do this almost weekly, DeMeco Ryans is our head coach. Even if the record right now wasn't as good, if it was 6-8, I'd still be saying DeMeco Ryans is our
Mark,
head coach. We're in good hands.
Think about how that used to feel a couple of coaches ago. For everybody, secretaries, security guards, everybody that was in the building. How did that feel a few years ago as opposed to the way you feel right now going in that building? It's amazing how one person could make that big of a difference.
I'm telling you right now that, and I won't say anything about anybody else, but I'll say this about DeMeco. He's a total game changer. But there are great people in this building. I think Nick Cassera is a great person. I think that you look at how the McNairs are handling the situation, how they were able to get DeMeco, all of it working together is phenomenal, and I've never really seen it quite like this. Now, in 2011, it was great. There was something different about it. All right, fine. But there's just something about this, that DeMeco is a homegrown product, and he's your head coach, and all of it's coming together like this. And I don't know where it goes. Maybe they flame out. But it's okay because they are way better than they were, and they're going places in the future. And when that future is, we'll all see together. Maybe it's immediate. Maybe it's next year. but they're clearly on the right path as an organization.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I think they certainly hit a home run, obviously, with D'Amico, and give him credit as well of bringing in coaches, competent coaches that are able to teach and get players to understand, because that's coaching. Everybody can have a plan and a book, a playbook the size of New York phone book, and hey, learn this, and it's on you. Or if you don't learn it, you're not a pro. No, you've got to have guys that can teach first and foremost so that everybody understands it. How you call plays matters, because 11 guys need to understand what their responsibilities are. And that's what this staff is. Can they make adjustments in game? Absolutely. They've proven that they've been able to do that both on offense and defense to get a handle on things at certain times during a game. So it's refreshing to see it. I saw him pregame yesterday. He and Nick were having their pregame talk or whatever, and he just exudes confidence where you believe in him as an individual and as a man, and obviously as a coach of the Houston Texans.
I just feel the word joy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm unlike a lot of people. I get to go into the locker room because I'm getting an interview at the end of the game. I got John Greenard yesterday, and he's freaking awesome. So I get to be in that locker room, and I get to see every face walk by me with a smile, whether it's a staff member or a coach or, a player or whomever, just walking by me, shaking my hands, dapping me up, whatever, just such joy in how that went and what they're feeling. And I think losing to the Jets, it's like, man, that was as low as I've been all year. And yet I thought back to everything that they've gone through and everything that they've done. And the key thing in all this is it's always a moving target. It's always a moving target. And yet to move the target and keep moving it, like, okay, well, can we win a game on the road? Can we win a division game? Can we beat the Jags? Can we beat the Steelers? Can we do these things? Can we have a winning streak? Can our defense make stops? Can we win games at the end? Are we an exciting team? Like, all these hurdles we've crossed, but we've done it with people in those positions. Like, watching D'Amico and the defensive staff celebrate a John Greenard sack is freaking awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
It's freaking awesome.
And Nick Caserio gets out his calculator every time Greenard gets another sack. Oh, my gosh, there's another whatever it is. All right, so this weekend, folks, now we got a Monday nighter tonight with Philly and the Seattle Seahawks, and that doesn't affect the Texans. But this weekend, plenty of action does. The Bengals will visit the Steelers. I don't know how they keep doing it, but they keep doing it. Jake Browning, are you kidding me? And I know the Steelers are reeling right now, 7-7, but I don't put it past them to beat the Bengals. I think they can do it. And the Colts will be at the Falcons. Would love the Falcons to try to do something dramatic there. I don't know if it can happen. The Colts are living on the edge every week as well. Dre, it's wild to see how many backup quarterbacks are playing in the league right now for contenders. I don't remember another time like this where you see a situation with so many reserves contributing to the cause.
Yeah, I mean, a guy like Gardner Minshew, who is obviously the backup player now in Indianapolis, I don't know that I kind of count that as one, because he's been a starter and he's been playing for so long and starting now this year for so many games that I don't know that I throw him into that. He's kind of in the middle of it, but I get what you're saying. And it is kind of interesting that that's happened, but it goes back to, again, the survival of the fittest and who is healthiest at the end of the season. But these guys are actually chunking it around. Browning in Cincinnati, they have gotten to the point.
Lost Ray again. I heard a kind of little click that time.
Yeah.
There was a click. And I think we're still on the air because Benny's about to tell me, but he'll try to get Andre back here. This is going to be a wild weekend. It's Christmas, right? Mm-hmm. That means the NFL doesn't play. No, they're playing big time. All right, you got games all over the place on Christmas Eve, which is Sunday, obviously, including the Texans and Browns Sunday at noon.
Normal Sunday.
Christmas Day, there will be a triple header. 1 week from today, it's Christmas morning, and we want you to listen. We'll probably do a interesting show with a lot of post-game elements from the day before against the Cleveland Browns. Mm-hmm. Let's just put it that way, because I know a lot of people are going to want to open their presents and listen to Texans radio, because why wouldn't you? Should we just sing Christmas carols as we're doing the show?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
I wish Dre were on. Maybe Dre get Dre back on for this. Would you rather Deshaun be playing in this game on Sunday?
Sure, why not? It is what it is, right? I think, honestly, the Browns, Dre, I know you were making a point there. I think the Browns are better with Flacco at this point than maybe Deshaun. Deshaun had a couple of good games before he got hurt, but I think they still hadn't established any kind of consistency with him in the lineup. Flacco might throw some picks, but you know what you're going to get with Flacco. He'll get the deep ball going. He'll get some good things going as long as he can run the ball a little bit, right?
Yeah, Jeff Flacco's played. I know he was sitting at home for the start of the season, and then now he's doing what he's doing. But he had been around football more recent than Deshaun, and playing and in a locker room more recent than Deshaun. Deshaun's got a long way to go. And now with this injury and trying to come back with more time, he's not going to be the same player. And just think about it from the standpoint on a much different level, or maybe a similar level, to Michael Vick when he came back. Was he ever the same player, the magical player that he was before, having to sit down a little bit? And he wasn't. But he was still a very good player. Tells you a lot about how good Michael Vick actually was. And I think Deshaun's going to follow the same way. It's nothing like facing it live every single week and then getting to game day, and it gets even faster. Sitting, having to rehab, now you got to teach yourself to throw. All of it is going to set him back tremendously. So it'll be interesting going forward what happens in Cleveland, especially with Flacco inserted in and they're winning and on a playoff run. The locker room, the team, the coaches, all of that will play a part in it when Deshaun comes back.
Can I interest you in a Flacco number? How about this?
Yes.
Games with 250 pass yards and 2+ touchdowns. Joe Flacco, the last 3 weeks, has 3 of them.
Jeez.
The Steelers, since Big Ben retired,
0.
0.
0.
0.
Wow. Yeah, it's rough.
250 and 2 touchdowns. CJ does that in a half.
It's rough. I'll tell you what.
Oh, man.
A lot of teams
but
are
we
on
need
the
the
ropes.
Steelers this weekend. Need them.
Yeah, Pittsburgh on the ropes. The Jags are kind of on the ropes here with Trevor Lawrence and the concussion protocol. Dre, what do you have going on in college this week? Any bowls?
Yeah, traveling up to Fort Worth, excuse me, for the Armed Forces with James Madison, who got in with an 11-1 record. I think it's ridiculous that, if you join a conference, if you're allowed in, hey, whatever happens, you get to play right away instead of this, penalty period where you got to sit. But luckily for them, there weren't. Go ahead.
Why do they even do that? Because
I don't know.
They act like it's an advantage. No, you're disadvantaged automatically. Try to move up. However, they have clearly excelled. But let them play, and you need the bowl games or bowl game participants anyway. Go ahead. So you got JMU.
And then, and they're playing Air Force, who's obviously we know their head coach Troy Calhoun. So it'll be interesting to see that matchup. James Madison comes in 11-1, and at one point they were ranked as high as I think 17th in the country. So that's an interesting matchup. They're fantastic against the run. I think only allowing 61 yards a game, and Air Force comes in, and that's all they want to do is run the thing. So it'll be a fast, quick game, and then I'll be right back here into Houston to get ready for Sunday with the Texans and Browns.
Okay, happy holidays. We'll catch up Sunday. Thanks, Dre.
Yep. All right, guys.
I was going full Fred Astaire there. Happy. What's that? What movie is that song from? It's called Holiday Inn, and that's the original. That's where White Christmas comes from. Yes. Holiday Inn, not the movie White Christmas.
Correct.
It's the movie Holiday Inn with Fred Astaire and Bing Crosby. It's a classic. Check it out. Actually, some of it doesn't hold up very well at all. Some of it has to be canceled. Never mind. Okay, let's get to choice cuts from Kaimi Fairbairn coming up, and also Singletary, 2 of the MVPs of the victory against the Tennessee Oilers, and home smokehouse smoking hot players of the game. We'll get to it all here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Stay tuned for more Texans Radio.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree preview of your seat so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW to design and manage a Cisco hybrid work solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Cisco.
As a Houston Texans Lux member, you can access the Houston Texans like no one else. Get an unparalleled game day experience from the best seats in the house. Share your Lux access with clients and employees for memories they won't forget. And make intentional connections alongside Houston's most influential business executives. Ready to learn more? Our Lux team will work with your needs in mind to create best-in-class moments that extend beyond the field year-round. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com.
This is Texans Radio.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions,
team win was this today?
It was massive against a division opponent, the Tennessee Titans, who are a really good team in a tough environment. But yeah, we came together and pulled through. You know, we had a lot of injuries, and it was fun to get this victory.
How much fun was it seeing what Case was able to do?
Oh, I love Case. We have some epic ping pong battles. So see him on the football field, it was fun to watch.
Congrats, Kaimi.
I want to see them play on the golf course. And that's another good question for Fairbairn when he's on the Players Show tomorrow with ND and Drew. I want to know who's a better golfer, because Keenum's really good and Fairbairn's really good. Mm-hmm. And Fairbairn lined that 54-yarder up like he was going for the green on 15 at Augusta, trying to make it in 2. Total focus and able to knock it through. And how valuable is a great kicker? Well, that's his best game ever.
Man.
Think about this. The Texans lost to the Jaguars, and they missed 2 from beyond 50 with Matt Amendola, right? Mm-hmm. If you make one of them, you're headed to overtime, and who knows what happens. You have C.J. Stroud, right?
Yeah.
This, you kick 2 from beyond 50 outdoors, 53 and 54, and he nailed them.
I don't want to say – well, here's the thing with Kaimi, Mark. I don't want to take him for granted, but I almost do. And I don't. There was a point there where the clock is running down, and I'm thinking, man, do you need 5 more yards?
I was a little surprised they didn't go for it.
Right.
In fact, that's a good question for D'Amico today. Did you think, he had time to do it? You had a timeout. You could have run another play, but I know you don't want to lose yardage, but do you have something? Keenum run around the edge and try to slide and get 4 or 5 more yards.
Maybe that's what it was, because after Motor had the touchdown that's called back, I think they lost a yard in the next run, and so maybe they were worried about that. But I had said to you guys in your ears, I was watching Case carry out his zone read fakes, like after giving the ball to Motor.
Yeah.
They weren't paying attention to him at all. He could have pulled it and run 7 yards and slid down, and nobody would even know he had the ball. So I thought he would maybe do that. But then again, that kind of shows the veteranness of Case to say, you know what? We got it. Ball handling's a big deal. I can't be pulling the ball out of there, and we're fighting for it. And
yeah.
So there's that kind of thing as well. But I don't know. There was something about I was standing back over there, and I'm watching the wind, and the wind's kind of tricky because almost the entire game, it was straight. It was down the field, like in that direction.
North and south
down that field. But then all of a sudden it started turning kind of east and west.
Yeah, you were telling me on the air, you said he's going to have to play it right to left.
Exactly.
I'm thinking, what?
Yeah, because the flags were going kind of in that direction. He's got to.
Oh, man.
It was weird. It was a little. I was a little.
Just drill it. Just drill it, see what happens.
And he did. He hit that right down the middle, then it kind of got inside the upright. And, of course, then when it goes through, I mean, that's good from 60+. I mean, it was.
Oh, yeah.
He hit a rocket. I mean, that thing had some sauce on it.
I saw a video posted from the end zone, somebody's social media video, and they were with the Titans fans. It was a Texans fan among Titans fans. And the quiet is beautiful.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So beautiful in the end zone. And it's always weird doing what we do. Doing a play-by-play call of a big win like that on the road when it's so silent. You're like, why is everybody so quiet? I'm excited.
Especially where the booth is, too, because you got fans like right in front of you.
So they were looking up at us, and Dre's right. They were looking up at us a lot to see if we were, embarrassed, or not embarrassed, but down or whatever. You're down 13-0. You're down most of the game.
Right.
And then at the end, they just said bye-bye.
See ya.
They're looking up at Mike Keith a lot. The Titans booth is right next to us. He's the voice of the Titans. And how about this in the press box? They have on the wall what he said during the Music City Miracle.
Exactly.
They got something, and it's all printed out, his whole call.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
The whole thing. I mean, you should plant some ideas.
I think we need rock and roll. No, never mind. We don't
really.
No, it's not going to happen. It's fine. It's fine. When we do something like that, when we go to an AFC Championship game with a big call, fine.
That's a good point.
I have no leg to stand on right now.
I still think that one's for you, Bob, should be up there somewhere.
That's not bad.
That should be up there.
That's not bad.
That should have a wall. It should have...
Not because of me, but because of Mr. McNair.
The whole thing. everything from that particular night. Lamar's run. I mean, I could see a really cool mural, Lamar, from behind, like a picture of Lamar about to score with fans in the background, and then above your call. I mean, it would.
That's my favorite call I've ever done.
That would be cool.
That night, that call, because of what it meant for him and for that was a big game for the Texans.
And
at
that was
the time.
a win over the Titans.
And it was a win over the Titans,
like a lot of them have been.
Oh my gosh.
How about this? That's 3 in a row at Tennessee, 21, 22, 23.
Yep.
The last time that a full Tennessee crowd has seen the Titans beat the Texans was 2018.
Because of 2020, that was a win for them, but it was no fans.
It was COVID.
Yeah.
It was COVID fans, so it was not a full stadium that day. 4-5 against Tennessee, at Tennessee.
At Tennessee.
And that's our 6th straight division win on the road in a row and 7 of 8.
That's incredible. That's incredible. In the 2021 and 2022 seasons, they did that. It's
2-1 on the road in 21, 3-0 on the road in the division last year, and this year 2-0 on the road in the division.
It's worth bringing up because some of the players remain.
Crazy.
Some of the players remain, like Desmond King, like Daria Gunbowale.
Oh.
Some of the guys are still here who are part of that, and they're playing a part in this. And I like that you have those real tough, hard-nosed guys still participating in the cause today. Malik,
Malik
players
is
like
playing
that.
his
Greenard.
best football. Malik is playing his best
he's on
football.
fire.
By the way, when Chris Moore went up and got that one above Dez, did you kind of feel like, oh man, is that the karma? Is that it? Like former Texan.
Yeah.
And I'll say this about Chris. I saw Chris before the game too. He's always been one of my favorite players. And when he came here, that became even more solidified. Just a sweetheart of a man.
No, I always
just
like Chris.
Awesome guy.
There's just not room for everybody.
Yeah, they're just exactly. And I'm glad he got an opportunity in Tennessee. And he
How
hurt
about
us yesterday.
Jaleel Johnson on their D-line?
Yeah, Jaleel Johnson on
Former
the D-line.
Texan.
But I thought when Chris made that catch, I'm like, because Dez had that thing measured up for a pick. Like he had a pick. I'm like,
that would have been huge right there.
That was going to be big. Dez ended up with the ball in his lap like 2 or 3 times where he felt like he had the ball. Like the Levis sack. When Levis got bent backwards, he was laying on top of guys. I don't think he technically was down, and Dez had the ball.
Yeah, they didn't stop it to review it, though.
They didn't stop the review.
All right, so Devin Singletary, huge game again. 3rd game this season of over 100 yards. He needs something like 160 to break his all-time season high in rushing yards in the next 3 weeks. He's a virtual lock to get this. But after the game, here's Drew Doherty, less than 2 minutes with a Texan with Devin Singletary.
Devin, you guys chipped away at them time and time again on the ground. What were y'all seeing? What was the matchup that was working out so well?
Yeah, the guys up front was getting a lot of movement. So it was like, man, let's keep at it. Let's keep going. It's working, so let's keep doing it. We came out on top.
You had 4 catches. You were doing it through the air, too, as well.
Yeah, that's this offense. It's going to take everybody, but as a running back, you got to be able to catch the ball, you got to be able to pass pro, you got to be able to run the ball. He was able to put that on display today.
How sweet was it getting across midfield there in overtime and setting up for Kaimi, and what was your vantage point of the field goal?
Man, we know Kai can kick it, so that's all we was preaching. Just get across midfield. We can't get a touchdown, give him a chance, and we gave him a chance, and he came through for us.
170 yards from scrimmage for Devin Singletary, 49 through the air, 121 on the ground. A tremendous day for him. We've been talking about it with Andre, with ND. Dameon Pierce, 1 carry, 3 yards. I got a feeling Dameon Pierce would have had some cracks of daylight as well yesterday, but it just didn't work out that way. They're going to go with the hot hand here, Devin Singletary. I really thought late in the season, when they do, if and when they start running the football, it would be Pierce who really erupts, and there's still time for that to happen, but Singletary's the guy right now. They're going to go with it. Noah Brown, 8 catches, 82 yards. We're going to go over the smoking hot players of the game. There are several who deserve recognition. This is not Sean Pendergast's Acknowledge Me segment. I will not steal that, but we always do the smoking hot players of the game in the last segment on the Texans Monday, win or lose, so we've got plenty of guys to point out, and a peek at next week, because Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns are coming in here, and they want to take your lunch money. What's it going to take to knock them off? It's Texans Radio.
Texans Radio continues in a moment.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater.
Offer opportunities today at taxacttexasbowl.com.
Now, back with more on Texans Radio.
Here's the snap to the rookie. Levis, pocket collapsing. Levis is going to be sacked back inside the 10-yard line. It's a Texans party in the backfield.
Nice. 7 sacks on the day for the Houston Texans. Mark Bowman, who's a long-time Oiler, then Texans fan, and he always finds his way into all these pictures in the end zone and everything. He's a huge fan, and I've talked about him on the show before because he knows every rock star in America, including Jimmy Page. Every rock star in England, too. But anyway, he said, closest thing I've seen by a Houston team since the 1979 San Diego-Houston playoff game, divisional round, and we've talked about that one. That was everybody hurt. Dan Pastorini hurt, Earl Campbell hurt, Kenny Burrow hurt. They go up there and they knock off the San Diego Chargers in the divisional round to get to the AFC Championship game for the second consecutive year. Still known as the greatest pro football win in Houston sports history. Well, you'd love to replace that. I think this is the regular season context of that, you know.
Yes.
You have so many guys banged up. You have Case Keenum, a Houston legend, going up there and winning the game, his third incarnation as a Texans starter, everything he did at UH. He's still the all-time leading passer in NCAA history. And if we're doing smoking hot players of the game, I'm not going to say it starts and ends with him because it certainly doesn't end with him. But he got the start. He threw for 229. I know he threw the pick 6, but he's got a TD pass in this one. Engineered a lot of great stuff and hit Singletary on the run for that huge play to get him to field goal range at the end. And how many times did he convert a long, third and long kind of thing? Even if they wouldn't score on the drive, he got them field position, able to flip the field. How about this, Johnny? Ty Zentner. He almost ruined our day.
I know.
Ty Zentner,
He
former
was great.
He was great.
Oh.
All right, so you had a moment there where he pins you down at the 3. Texans get the first down, but they can't get any deeper, so they have to punt. And Johnston doesn't get off his best punt ever at a 40-yarder or whatever it was, and it was returned 6 yards into Houston territory. And I'm thinking, this could be the game right here.
That's it.
And the punter that you had, and your all-star punter, and that's going to happen, but they overcame it. They overcame so much adversity in this game time and time again, wave after wave of adversity. So I've got Keenum. You go. We'll just keep going here of smoking out players of the game.
JG,
2.5
sacks.
12.5 on the year.
When I asked him about that on the postgame show, or on the postgame interview, I said 12.5, man. What does that sound like? He was like, should have been 14.
Oh, yeah. He felt like he should have been more.
There were a few he felt like he could have gotten. He was dominating Jalen Duncan. Duncan had no chance. And that's the way it's got to be. When you have a substandard left tackle playing against John Greenard, he's got to dominate.
Yep.
And he's done it. That's, 4.5 in 2 weeks, 2 road trips, 4.5 sacks for JG. John Greenard.
Yeah. And on day, you don't have Will Anderson, you don't have Blake Cashman, and you do this on defense. I mean, that was – I thought they'd be able to hang. Let's hang in there. They more than hung in there on D. You know, if they don't get the pick
Henry
6 against them.
They're sitting there. That's just like, Henry will get them, you know.
Eventually. Well, yeah, because every time they got back on the field, there's Derrick Henry again. And here we go again. Got to make another stop. Got to do it again. Got to set the edge. Got to do all the fundamental stuff. And they just did it time and time again, holding Henry to a historically bad performance for a running back, period. Not just against the Texans, not just Derrick Henry against the Texans, for anybody against anybody. It's never happened before. Where was it? 20 touches and less than 10 yards?
Yep.
20 touches and less than 10 yards has never happened in the history of the league, but it happened yesterday to Derrick Henry as they took down Thanos. Now,
that's the best analogy you could come up with.
Thanos will be back a week from Sunday, though, and you know he's going to want to have a last word or two. So, you know, you're going to see these guys again. We'll see what happens. All right, so you went Greenard after I went Keenum. I'm going to go under the radar here a little bit, but it's not that far under the radar. I freaking love it that Desmond King is back on this football team. You and I talked about it.
Well.
When they released him, I thought, oh, man, I like Dez. Dez can come in real handy. He can make plays. He's physical. He's nasty. And there's Dez in a gotta-have-it game, making play after play. He's hanging around the line of scrimmage like, I am not a DB today. I am a ferocious, fire-breathing dragon linebacker, and I will kill you. And that's what Desmond King was doing all afternoon, just hanging out at the line of scrimmage. Yeah, I'll go cover somebody if I have to, but, you know, they're handing off to Henry, and I will see you in the backfield. So It was a party in the backfield. You know, whoever got the tackle, great, but they swarmed, to use the D'Amico acronym, and Des King was a big part of it. I loved what he did yesterday.
Okay, I went JG defense. I'm going offense. Motor, 30 touches, 170 yards. The big 41-yard catch down the sideline was incredible. It was equal part. There's three parts of that. Case getting out of the pocket was major. Charlie Heck did a great job. Harold Landry got a hand on Case, but Charlie never quit on it. And he kept riding Landry past. And so Case moving that direction, Landry getting a hand, Charlie moving him past, that got Keenum clear. And then Devin runs kind of like an inside return route. So he starts to the flat, pivots back inside. As soon as he took 2 steps inside, he realized Case was scrambling. He then pivots back again, back out the way he came. So it was like outside, inside, outside, and Molden, he lost Molden. Molden stumbles.
Yep.
Case has then got and it's perfect because he just has to float it to him. He doesn't have to fire it, but it's on the run.
If you throw it behind him, it's not going to work.
I know. He hits Motor perfectly. Motor runs, 41-yard gain, and that was the moment where I went from – because in my mind, mentally, I'm preparing for the tie at that point. Like, oh, man, we got to go. You know, look, field goal's possible. It's possible. There's minute 49. We've done this all year, but it's been CJ. I don't know. How's it going to go? And that play just – we can do this.
Yeah.
I think we can do this.
You know, it's funny because Sean said this morning. My son said it to me last night when I got home. It reminded him of Tywan Jones against the Bills in the playoffs.
Yeah. Good one.
Yeah, this is not a check down. This is a play.
Yeah.
And that was a check down after a tremendous escape, okay? This escape was one for the ages. I'll always give him credit for that. But whatever. It was a huge play, got him into field goal range, long field goal range. I mean, that Buffalo game was won on a chip shot. This game was won on a, 54 yards outside, wind, and he made it. It was great. So, yeah, let's go him. Let's go John Christian Fairbairn, who knocked in the 54-yarder and a 53-yarder, 4 for 4 on the day. He was perfect. He was amazing, and he's going to be AFC Special Teams Player of the Week.
Okay, I'm going my next one. As a representative, you know what? I'm just going to say it. Both linebackers, Christian Harris and Denzel Perryman, rock stars.
You don't have Blake Cashman.
You don't have Cashman. And those two are the ones kind of taking over. And I want to get in a quiet moment with D'Amico because those linebackers played really intelligently in how they pursued. They knew every single time Henry cut it back, that was when they had to shoot gaps. And Perryman made a couple of tackles where when Henry cut it back, I thought, oh, boy. And Perryman would just, boom, was right. That was the best football I've seen Denzel Perryman play.
I'll give you another one. Dalton Schultz, 4 catches, not a ton, but 3 on that 1 touchdown drive. And without him, I don't know if you win the game.
What about Noah Brown, 8 for 82 to tutty?
Noah Brown, they're working out Nico Collins before the game. It looks like he could possibly go, and I'm wondering how they would have used him because they didn't practice with him all week. And it turned out fine because Brown had a career high in catches, not in yards, but in catches, 8 for 82. Phenomenal, and there are many others. Everybody contributed. Charlie Heck coming off the shelf to be the 75th offensive lineman to play for this team this year. Well, it feels like it anyway, and he was huge. Anyway, that's it for the show for now. D'Amico Ryan's show at 5 in the Loop coming up. You know what they're going to be talking about. Thank you, Benny, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer.
You're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio.
Legendary. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The legend grows and the legend expands. It is In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Texans get the dub over, is it the Oilers or Titans? I don't know.
At this point, I don't know. Jeez, it's ridiculous. Go ahead, because I'm bursting at the seams here.
So I think this was, I'm going to call this, like, my overall theme today is going to be that was, we can cuss and discuss. There's really no right answer, but that was either the D'Amico game or it was the Case Keenum game. I think it's either or both. I think that's what that was. The legend of Case Keenum. Hell, it seems like for 10 years people have wanted Case Keenum to be the quarterback here. That's kind of why it was so easy to dismiss, maybe easier than it should have been last week, because hell, you go back to 2015, people wanted Case Keenum to be the quarterback here. Yeah. So when they made the decision, when we were off the air, I said, well, Case Keenum has a chance to be a top 10 Houston legend of all time. And I don't even think I'm exaggerating when it comes to being like a folk hero, the legend of Case Keenum. And on the other hand, you have D'Amico Ryans, who's going without some of the most pivotal elements and pieces of his squad. He's going into Tennessee against a division rival with all the extra storylines. And this is the type of game where this is a signature win for a coach. Like C.J. Stroud can carry you to 7 wins, and it can be a team effort. But this is a signature win for a coach. This is what this was. This was the D'Amico Ryans signature win. So my main theme here, and my question of the day, 713-572-4610. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen. You are one. Is do you think this was the Case Keenum game? Do you think this was the D'Amico game? Or do you think it was both?
I've got an easy answer to that, and certainly people can argue all they want, and we can disagree and all that. This was D'Amico Ryans, and I always talk about the big sweeping takeaway. So let's start right there. He out-bummed that bum Mike Vrabel.
You hated that cowboy hat, didn't you?
Let me say it again.
You rocked the bum Phillips hat.
Let me say it again. D'Amico Ryans out-bummed that bum Mike Vrabel, and let me tell you why. We're going to get to all the nonsense, and you just alluded to it. But my sweeping take has nothing to do with the uniforms or Amy Adams Strunk or where the color belongs or all that. I have very strong opinions on that, and I think they came to light yesterday. But my big takeaway on this game has nothing to do with that. This was a game that defined the future, and that speaks to one person, not Case Keenum. That speaks to D'Amico Ryans. To me, it's an easy answer. D'Amico Ryans, what he did, man, I got like little goosies going.
Yeah.
Here. I got little
now
goosies.
You should.
I got little goosies going on my arm here. 2 things more than anything. It defined the future. It was culture. You can ring all the bells you want. I don't give a damn. Yeah, because this was a culture win. Virtually everything was going against this team. I mean, quarterback, shorthanded, receivers, everything. And I made reference to a game a long, long time ago. Mark Vander Meer just did too, by the way, in San Diego when they were the Chargers there.
Stay classy, San Diego.
And it was 1979. And most people who are listening to me right now don't even remember, but I'm sure you've seen the stories. I'm sure you've seen the highlights. That was the regular season equivalent to that. So that had nothing to do necessarily with Case Keenum. It's D'Amico Ryans. This was a D'Amico Ryans win. And then the second big sweeping takeaway, and this is the most important one, because it's D'Amico Ryans' team and because D'Amico Ryans has put his stamp on the future in this team is built to win in the late season. This team is built to win down the stretch, and if they get to the playoffs. They have a running game. Thank you, D'Amico. They have playmaking defense, 7 sacks worth and 11 tackles for loss, something like that, 12.
By the way, my Derrick Henry, Akeem Olajuwon.
Oh, man. But that was the worst even for him.
That might have been a compliment.
I was just about to say that. I think Akeem looked better on the Raptors than he did.
He might actually be Akeem working out with Şengün.
Yeah.
he ain't even Akeem on the Raptors.
But this, like I said, we'll get to everything else, and I want to. This was D'Amico, man.
They played like D'Amico.
Yeah.
his defense was, I mean, they got their ass whooped by the Jets.
Yeah.
And, you go back, and a lot of times, like, there's a number of ways to evaluate a game. So immediately after the game, Monday, and then you kind of go back and look at the 5 days that led up to the 5 shows that led to that game, and you try to pick up maybe like some context clues. Not necessarily hindsight's 20/20, but the context clues.
Yeah.
And the number one context clue that I should have known, and I'm pro D'Amico. I'm ride or die with D'Amico. I've said it from the jump. I wouldn't trade D'Amico for a single
you said
coach
it Friday.
in the effing league. Nobody.
Yeah.
Don't care. That dude walked up to the podium on Monday. He was smiling.
Mm-hmm.
He was laughing. And this wasn't like a David Culley, like all shucks type of laugh.
Yeah.
He knew that he was going to be able to get the most out of his football team. And, we talk about Case Keenum or D'Amico Ryans. That was a ballsy decision. Say what you want.
That alone.
Say what you want. And I wasn't going to come on the air under any circumstance and, like, pound the table and say, why didn't they start Davis Mills if Case Keenum had screwed up? But that was a ballsy-ass decision that he made, and that was a ballsy-ass effort that his defense put on as well. That was, I agree with you. Case Keenum, the legend grows, and you can connect him, but your head coach is elite. There's a reason that the Texans are in good hands. And Case Keenum, props to him. He house set for C.J. Stroud, and sometimes when you house sit, you just want the house to be in as good a shape as it was when they left you the keys.
Mm-hmm.
It's in better shape. Salute to Case Keenum, but your franchise, when Case Keenum is long gone, it's in good hands because that SOB D'Amico Ryans coached his ass off yesterday.
He did, but here's the thing. Even Case Keenum, you can point to D'Amico Ryans. Like, why did Case Keenum work? Why did they come back from 13 points down? Why did they survive a pick six?
By the way, you see those odds when I posted it?
Oh, yes, I did.
$20 wins you $150. If you bet $20 on the Texans when they were down 13, then you won $150.
Lunches on Landry. But here's the thing. You can even point to that because the balls he had to start Case Keenum, I'm not sure Davis Mills would have survived a pick six. Case Keenum did. That speaks to, like I said, kind of like the culture and how this win defines the future. And let's not bury the lead here. This is a top 3 win in franchise history. Like,
say it again.
This is a top 3 win in franchise history. No
with
question.
everything factored in.
Yes. I mean, I don't even think there's a question. We can go back to Cincinnati and the first playoff win and the Cowboys and all that.
Don't say it too depressing.
And the Cowboys to start the organization. In terms of what it sets up and how it played, how it played out with everybody missing, this is top 3. This top 3 win in franchise history. There's no question about it. Because they got, dude, it's Christmas week. It's Christmas week, and we're talking about the playoffs. Think about that. Christmas is a
without
week.
CJ.
Yeah, Christmas is a week.
We talking about the damn division.
We're talking about the division
without CJ.
Yes, that's a top 3 win, baby.
Let's hear from D'Amico because D'Amico, that classy fella D'Amico. He's gonna share the praise. Let's hear D'Amico talking about Case Keenum. By the way, 11 o'clock. I'm not going to be able to stand up. I'm actually getting chills in my legs just thinking about it. Case Keenum at the podium yesterday. Oh my God, I'm tearing up just thinking about it. I really am. Like, that was elite. So you don't want to miss that at 11. But let's hear D'Amico talking about Case Keenum. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. It is Reaction Monday. Here's Cap on Keenum.
Yeah, Case did a really nice job today. I mean, being very efficient, all right, keeping us moving, and no play bigger than the play there at the end, right? Seeing him scramble around, right, to find motor for the big explosive pass to put us in field goal range. Right, it just shows Case is just a true professional, right? Even though he hasn't played in a while, he's ready for the moment, and he was ready for the moment. He let our guys know that he was ready for the moment, and he showed up and made big-time plays for us.
Okay. And he did.
Yes, he did.
And he did.
And another reason is I'm listening to him, why you have to say this was not just a top 3 win in franchise history, but it's a D'Amico game. I think the three of us, if we picked the player of the game, we'd probably start with Ka'imi Fairbairn, right? All three of us?
Who's your player of the game? I'm giving it to Greenard.
Well, my point was this.
I'm giving it to Greenard.
My point was this. Beyond Kaimi Fairbairn, and even if we want to argue that,
Brown.
I think we'd have three different answers.
Dalton Schultz.
All right, eliminate Kaimi Fairbairn. We'll go around the horn. Figgy, who's your player of the game?
You said eliminate Kaimi?
Yeah, eliminate Kaimi.
Damn, disrespectful.
Because I think obviously he's going to be player of the week.
I'm going Greenard.
Figgy?
I'm going to say Greenard too.
And I'm going to say Singletary. But I think most people would have different answers. You could say Singletary. You could say Greenard. You could say Schultz. You could say Noah Brown.
You could say Case if you want.
You could say Case.
Yeah, I know earlier y'all
that
saying.
Schultz catch, by the way.
Yeah.
Case probably should have thrown a pick there. That Schultz catch, by the way.
That looked like a pick before we actually saw the catch.
Yesterday on the stream, I said, you know what, Dalton Schultz, you get 80 hours of Call of Duty gameplay for that. You can stream for 80 hours this week.
But I bet
Get my man a gift card or something.
I bet you we could go 8 or 9 deep and have an argument for player of the game. Okay, what did we just say? So Greenard, obviously, I think Charlie Heck could be a player of the game. That last play to Singletary,
dude, he
was a monster.
It's hot and ready, man.
Dalton Schultz, Noah Brown, Case Keenum. I know I'm missing some here. Did we say Dalton Schultz already? Singletary. I mean, we can go 7, 8 deep and Kaimi and say player of the game. That's how much of a
Malik Collins
for sure. Stingley.
Dude, I said this yesterday. He's got the ball skills of a porn star.
I mean, the fact that you got 8 players that could argue.
That dude, when the ball's in the air, he's going to get it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll hear about him in passing thoughts, something that was very interesting. But the fact that you can go 8 deep to pick a player of the game, that tells you it's the head coach. That tells you it's the coach.
Just unbelievable. Let's hear from Jonathan Greenard. This was Jonathan Greenard. So there were a lot of theatrics before the game. And I got to tell you, I kind of rolled my eyes at this uniform thing. This was that was one of the lamest displays that I've ever seen from it. Like, Amy Adams Stank should be ashamed of herself.
Amy Adams what?
Oh, my bad. So, what's it, Strunk? Oh, my bad.
I thought it was Stunk.
I'm just mad that I didn't think of that.
Here is Jonathan Greenard talking about the uniforms.
Hey, man, I could have swore those were ours, but at the end of the day, they can wear them. They took an L at the end of the day, so they're going to pull those out again. I don't know if it's bad luck or whatever, but they're going to have to see us in 2 weeks, so we'll see if they got the white jerseys, the version of those, if they're going to pull those out. It was a good look for them, but ultimately, they still got to come see us, still got to play ball. I don't care what uniform you're wearing.
Dude, so, I mean, this was just taking it too far. It's one thing to wear the throwbacks. It's actually really disrespectful because you're honoring, what my breaking point was you roll Earl Campbell out there in his wheelchair and you take a picture with Eddie George and Derrick Henry and say Mount Rushmore. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Honestly, I'm sure these guys like it because they're being honored, but it's disingenuous. It's very disingenuous. It's self-serving. Amy Adams Stank is an absolute joke.
Yes.
For what she put on, what she put on out there and what she did. And I look, I don't care about the uniforms at this point, but that was just an overcommitment to a bit. It was disrespectful to the Oiler legends. It was disrespectful to the city of Houston. It was self-serving. It was absolutely embarrassing. Texans versus Oilers on your tweeter. I mean, y'all are the Titans
on the scoreboard.
Yeah, y'all are the Titans, homie.
Yeah.
Let's slow down a little bit. That was an absolute disgrace. And Amy Adams, I'm gonna stick your daddy's middle fingers up right in your direction like he did when the Texans beat the Titans. That was an absolute joke. That was pathetic. That was disgusting.
It was. I mean, I've been saying it since she started all this stuff, and she was sticking it to the Texans and ownership and the front office the entire day. I mean, we'll get into that a little bit more, but it was just my favorite thing was it was almost universal from people who don't have any dog in the fight whatsoever. From Dave Portnoy to, all these other people. And then was this is a joke. This is ridiculous. What are you doing?
And it just went too far.
Yeah.
I mean, it just went
I kind of respect Earl Campbell not wearing no Oilers stuff, man. My man ain't had nothing Oilers on.
You're rolling Earl out there, and you're doing this Mount
Earl
Rushmore.
said, I ain't rocking this stuff.
Yeah. Mount Rushmore. Yeah. You're putting Eddie George and Earl Campbell in the same. That's no. That's honestly disgusting.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Like if you want to say Derrick Henry and Eddie George best in Titans, but you're gonna put Earl's happy ass up there and do that. That was one of the most embarrassing things that I've ever seen in my life. That was pathetic.
It was pathetic.
And Mike Vrabel, hopefully you get a raise, buddy, you goofball, coming in there. I thought Mike Vrabel was his own man. Like, I like Mike Vrabel. I think he's a good coach. But for you to sit there and pander to your petty-ass owner and walk in there with a Bum Phillips hat just to please her, and you know damn well they ask, hey, would you mind wearing a Bum Phillips hat? He comes out there, he's wearing it on the damn field. What is this, a circus?
That's exactly right.
What is this, a damn circus?
You're coming
out there. That was an absolute embarrassing, pathetic display. I was disgusted by it. I hope it's kind of a thing of the past because that was just I don't even know how to explain it. Like what are we doing here?
How about their official Twitter account with the Oilers
in parentheses,
Oilers stuff all over the place?
I mean, God,
it was a joke.
And I don't even think Bud Adams would have thought this was cool. Like, that's the other thing. Like, I don't even think, like, Bud Adams, you know him better than me. I don't know him at all, but I don't even think he would have thought this was cool. Like, I think he was probably rolling over in his grave with how stupid this looked. This was so dumb.
It was dumb.
It was really dumb.
He would have kept this in the trunk.
Yeah.
He would have kept this in the trunk.
This was whack, man. This was just whack.
It was a complete embarrassment and a complete backfire. On Amy Adams' trunk, which made it even sweeter because there was
Strunk or stink.
Yeah, that one. Everything they did was sticking it at the Texans, and then they lose at home in those uniforms.
They choked
it away. That was my dream scenario, and it came to pass. They choked.
Just unbelievable in everything. We go back to D'Amico, like it's 13-0. You could have easily you settled for the field goal because you felt comfortable that you were going to overcome that. Like everything that they needed to do happened, and it was just a lovely, lovely, lovely dub. J-Lo calls it the one of the 3 biggest wins in franchise history, and Texans appear to be heading towards the playoffs. They're actually in the mix for the division. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. Coming up next, let's get the OG passing thoughts here on In the Loop. OG passing thoughts, and my God, I don't even know if we're going to have enough time next segment because he's got thoughts for days. First, goodness, I love the Orchard Win-Win program because it's there for you when you need it the most. You want to sell your home, and you want to do so with minimal stress.
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, OG passing thoughts. Texans get the dub over the Tennessee Titans. Lots of thoughts, lots coming in on the text line. Shout out to the people on YouTube as well as Twitch. It is Reaction Monday, which means it is time for the OG's passing thoughts.
You're darn right it is. Listen, let's start with this, and we touched on it at the end of the last segment, but the pregame, to see how the wall around the stadium with the Oilers logo, the way they went all in with this, that made it more bizarre, and that kind of cemented the whole mood of the day across the country, to be honest. And I'll get to that in a minute, but that was just bizarre. Then Mike Vrabel in the cowboy hat. But the one thing that stood out is they pretty much copied the entire color scheme and logos and imaging of what it used to look like, or similar to what it used to look like in the Astrodome, except for one thing. Like, the end zones had Oilers in the Oilers colors in one side and Oilers in the Oilers colors on the other side. That's not accurate. One end zone is supposed to say Houston, and the other side is supposed to say Oilers. So I thought that was pretty much like, okay, that would have been a little awkward to put Houston in the end zone.
By the way, I just got a text from someone who was at the game, and they said that the PA guy was saying something like, now people from Houston would quit right now, but you're from Tennessee, so make some noise. So they were taking it to like even a weirder level.
Yeah, bizarre. They were all in.
What was going on?
The one thing that worried me about this game, let's get to the game a little bit here, and I said it on Thursday and Friday, was Will Levis' ability to connect on the long ball. Dude, in the first quarter, he went for 39-yard completion, a 33-yard completion, and a 21-yard
By the way,
completion.
that shouldn't have been a free play.
Oh, well.
It should. He touched him.
Yeah.
He jumped off sides, and the guy touched him.
Yeah. Should have been
Play
whistled.
dead.
Yeah, should have been whistled.
By the way, Jalen Petrie. Whew.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
Good challenge by D'Amico.
Yeah, that was. I'll get to that too.
Good challenge by D'Amico.
But after those first three plays that were his arm strength, I was like, oh no, this is what I was worried about. He had 106 yards passing.
Yeah.
106. This was bizarre, and I don't know if it played into just his strategy or what. It worked out for him, but what the hell was Mike Vrabel thinking going for it from his own 29?
4th and 1 on the first drive.
What are you doing? That's ball game. If you don't get it,
game,
and they get a 7-0 lead.
I don't know if it's ball game. But
I mean, it would have really swayed.
He was playing Madden.
He was playing Madden. I already was thinking about the Browns game when Jimmy Ward went into concussion protocol.
Man, they got to figure something
Joe
out.
Flacco.
Yeah, he gets hurt a lot, man.
Joe Flacco, safeties.
Yeah.
That's where Flacco attacks. This game was still going on, but I was already thinking, oh, boy, Jimmy Ward's not going to be around next week. The pre-snap penalties on both sides of the ball, I honestly don't know how they got away with them. They had so many of them.
Laramie Tunsil had a false start, and it ended up being called offsides on Noah Brown, which thanks a lot, Patrick Mahomes. Now they're calling it all the time. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Big mouth.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Laramie false started, and they didn't call it.
Yeah. He was like, whew. It wasn't on me. Didn't have a target on my back. Whatever Bobby Slowick did to exploit the Titans secondary with Noah Brown.
BMX Bobby.
Brilliant.
That's what I'm calling him, BMX Bobby. He looked like an amateur with that hoodie that they had and the flat bill cap he was rocking. He looked like an amateur BMX rider.
Yeah.
BMX Bobby.
The hat was bigger than usual.
Oh, he
was bigger than usual.
He looked like someone that was waiting to get Tony Hawk's autograph.
He did.
Like he looked like he should have been out in front of the stadium playing hacky sack.
Had some board shorts.
Yeah, playing hacky sack or skateboarding and cussing at a cop or something. Like BMX Bobby yesterday. He got in his bag though.
Yeah.
He got in his bag. By the way, it's nice to see that Devin Singletary can move the chains on short yardage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to see.
Yeah. Okay, so that ties in with my next passing thought. I wrote this one in the second quarter, and then I edited it in the fourth quarter. As much as Brown and Dalton Schultz were kind of schemed open, this team doesn't have a dynamic player. And then I said, wait a minute.
They have Deco and Tank Dell.
No, well, because of that.
In this moment.
Yeah, this team doesn't have a dynamic player. And then I said, check that, Devin Singletary. That dude was.
Man, how are they going to take away his touchdown at the end?
Oh, I know.
Oh, man.
It was a penalty, though.
Oh, but come on, man. Come on, man.
And speaking of Devin Singletary, all the highlights, I thought one play showed more than anything else why Devin Singletary should always get 26 carries to Dameon Pierce's 1. You know which one I'm talking about? Fourth and 2. Like, he got the ball and just stopped in the backfield and waited for a hole to come open, and then boom, went through it.
It's not close.
Dameon Pierce puts his head down and gets no gain.
Has Andre followed up on that Dameon Pierce call out at all?
I keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
Does he like to generalize the radio host? I want to speak direct. I don't want to generalize.
Every radio host in the city to hear me and hear me well.
I heard you. I don't want to say like analysts. I want to say,
doing it.
Has Andre Ware followed up on the Dameon Pierce thing?
Yeah,
because I feel like he was talking about you, John.
26 to 1.
I feel like he was talking about you, John.
Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce.
To 1 carries. That's what we want to see.
When push comes to shove, they know where to go.
They know now. I mean, you can't go back.
Yeah, it makes the I'm not trying to be, negative, but it makes when Dameon Pierce returned and there was like an equal carry share, it makes it look as corny as it did.
Yeah, it makes
it was weird then. Now it just looks even weirder.
Yeah. Another passing thought. Thank you, DeAndre Hopkins. Wait, what? Had he not gotten up from that catch and he did the kind of the illegal procedure thing with your fingers, kind of like let's just go to the line.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the Texans would have challenged that.
He made it obvious.
Yeah.
He was trying to. And I'll say this though, with as far as Nuke there, if that football had been made of off-field clout, he would have caught that with a pinky. Fortunately for the Texans, the football's made of pigskin and not off-field clout.
Yeah.
So he dropped it.
No, the announcers were like, that's a catch. And when I saw him do the thing with his fingers, I said, he dropped it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hit the ground.
And by the way, without that challenge, I don't think we're talking about this. No. I think our tone is completely different. That was an epic challenge by D'Amico. Because when he threw it, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. I thought it was a catch too. But then when he did that, I'm like, oh, it hit the ground. There probably won't be a bigger play all year than Dalton Schultz catch at the 2 yard.
Dude,
that's the biggest play of the year.
That wasn't a catch. That was a steal.
Yeah. That signing already worth every penny.
Hey.
Just for that one play.
Dalton, go stream up, man.
Worth every penny.
80 hours of streaming. Go play some video games, my friend. Do whatever you want to do. Do your thing.
That was the play of the year.
Man.
Derek Stingley. Did you notice on that pass breakup when Petrie kind of went underneath?
Dude, Stingley's ball skills. I told you he's got the ball skills of a porn star.
But remember against Denver, it was the exact same play except he had an interception. It was the exact same thing. Down the middle,
Dude.
Petrie goes underneath. He baits the receiver a little bit and gets the pick. Well, this time he just knocked it down.
There is no way that, like, back in the playground, did y'all play 500? Did y'all have tennis balls when you were in school?
No. Yes, we had tennis balls.
Okay. But 500 where you throw it in the air and you say 500, jackpot, and you have to get up to 500.
To catch it.
Jackpot.
Yeah.
Did you ever play that, Figgy?
Nah,
I didn't.
I never heard of it.
You just throw the ball in the air and you're trying to get to 500. So it's 100, 200, 300, and you keep score.
Yeah.
There's no way he ever lost a game of that.
It was incredible.
That dude goes up and gets it. Good Lord.
Jake Hansen should have had a late hit.
Bop.
100%.
No.
He was out of bounds.
No.
He was out of bounds.
He stayed in bounds. No, he kept his foot in bounds.
His foot was out of bounds.
No, he tried to be a hardo. No, but he kept one foot in bounds.
But once you're out of bounds,
that should have been a penalty.
No.
Yeah.
He
got
kept
away
that
with
foot
that
in bounds. That was a good no call.
No, God,
That was a good no call.
God, no.
That was a good no call.
All right, tell me what you make of this, both you guys. 7 sacks, 11 quarterback hits.
Oh, God. I know where this is going, and we'll talk about this at 11:22. I know where this is going.
12 tackles for losses.
I think this is going where it has to go.
Without Will Anderson.
I asked this question yesterday, and it really, like, people got in their feels about it. Did they miss Will Anderson yesterday? Like, straight up, like, did they miss Will Anderson yesterday?
7 sacks, 11 quarterback hits, 12 tackles for losses.
Can you give me Derrick Henry stats, too?
Yes.
Like, because the other part, like the Will Anderson sales
the run.
pitch, and I love Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to be a big part of things and all that. But all I'm saying is, whenever he's not getting sacks, what do you hear? Well, he's the lead against the run. He's one of the best run defenders in the league. They just held Derrick Henry to, I think, the worst game of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And they had 7 sacks. And by the way,
it was the worst game of his career.
By the way, if you would have told me number 95 was Will Anderson, who you have to look up in the roster,
Barnett.
Yeah, I would have said, "Damn, that guy's good."
He had a sack.
Damn, he looks good.
Yeah,
no, I mean, I think it's a fair thing. They did Did they miss Will Anderson? My dad got offended when I asked him. I called my dad. No, I called my dad on the way home, and I was like, "Hey, I'm going to ask you this question. I want you to just tell me.
Yeah.
Do you think they missed Will Anderson?" My dad goes, "Did they miss him? They look better without him." I mean, seriously.
7 sacks, 11 quarterback hits, 12 tackles for loss. And Derrick
Henry, 9 yards.
And Derrick Henry.
9 yards.
Couple more here real quick.
It's wild, man.
This is kind of a confession, too, and I'm going to stick with it. I did not like DeMeco's clock management at the end of that game. It worked out.
What are they putting Davis Mills in for that Hail Mary?
It worked out.
What was that?
Well, that, too.
He's not. He's not. I mean,
he got the Ryan Mallett arm or
he
something?
Almost fumbled. He had the ball out.
Dude, why are you doing him
I
like
know
that?
you had a rocking arm like
You're
that.
going to have this guy sit there and watch the damn game and have him
And
go
then
out
just
there
chunk
for a
it.
Hail Mary?
Yeah. Last one,
Man.
and this is a big, big one. Welcome back, Kaimi. God, dog, he's the best kicker
I
in
was
Texas
kind of
history.
pissed at the end. I was like, man, they're just going to – they're okay with this 54?
That's what I'm saying. Like the time management there.
I was like, they're all right with this? Okay, you feel good about it,
We
huh?
would have been criticizing DeMeco on that.
I was like, okay, we're good
They
with
looking
this.
at him like Ryan, what's his name? Justin Tucker.
Yeah, Justin Tucker. But Kaimi Fair, he's the best kicker in Texans history, right?
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, no. I mean, he's all-time leading scorer.
Shout out to Randy Bullock.
Hell out of here with that. OG passing thoughts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the state of the playoff race. Our eyes were in many directions. Let's add another direction to the mix. Reaction Monday, a very fun Reaction Monday continues. Next, first I want to talk about Texas.
Don't you know I'm loco?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, here's Case Keenum. We're going to hear Case Keenum at 11. You do not want to miss this, I promise you. If you're on your way to work, you got to be there at 11 or something like that. Just call your boss, say you're going to be about 20 minutes late. You don't want to miss what Case Keenum had to say. Here's a little snippet. Case Keenum talking about the quarterback room and his teammates after he led the Texans to the win yesterday.
I love 7. Back at home, man, I love that guy. I love 10. Davis is one of the best human beings I know. Great dude. And I said early on Saturday that this was a game for both of those cats. Among, as well as the rest of the team. Because we got a lot of love in that locker room, as you guys can see, and probably it radiates. And so it's very special, and what a gritty way to get it done.
Gritty.
It's true.
By the way, pulling back the curtain, I'm not even going to front.
Yeah?
I'm begging
Mm-hmm.
to get Case Keenum on the show Friday.
Oh, hell yes.
Like for our guests, normally it's like, hey, anyone, but I am, please let us talk to Case Keenum. I'm begging.
Yeah.
Openly begging.
That's all right. I'm with you.
All you people, and I do mean you people at NRG, just let us get Case Keenum on Friday, please.
Yeah.
Please.
No matter what, because CJ's going to start, I think.
You think? You think there's a quarterback controversy, John?
No, he's back.
Oh, okay.
Or is he? No, he's back. No, he'll be. Or is he? No, not that. No, CJ's going to be.
You became a Keenum truther overnight.
That's over the top Keenum truther right there. No, I mean, he'll be back. It's usually 2 weeks.
Yeah, he'll be
we
fine.
said that last week or whatever. Another, by the way, and this isn't to.
By the way, I love that CJ's mysterious and he doesn't live on Twitter.
He stayed home.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got a concussion.
Yeah, no, he couldn't fly.
Yeah.
So there was no sightings, no nothing.
He's just chilling,
and
man.
he's just kind of sitting in the background.
He was on the edge of his seat.
He was dying. But another, by the way, we can pretty much say goodbye to Davis Mills, right?
I don't know. I mean, he's under contract next year. He can be a reserve.
Well, he can ask. He can maybe.
He's fine.
Yeah. But Case Keenum, I mean, that was a big move. We'll get more into it, but that was a big move, big decision. And I thought it was the right one, obviously.
So the playoff picture right now, the Texans they have the same record as the Jags. They're 8-6. Now they'll have to be a game up on Jacksonville. Jacksonville's got Tampa Bay this week. And by the way, Trevor Lawrence is in concussion protocol. I think, was he faking that one too? But yeah, he's in concussion protocol.
Yeah.
He might come out there like Stone Cold Steve Austin with a beer truck with how he likes to play wrestling. But yeah, the Jags have lost 3 straight. So the Texans are tied with the Jags in those standings. I'm going to confess something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I actually would almost rather be a wild card team because I don't want to face Buffalo in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah.
Buffalo a scary team, man.
I don't
let that record fool you, man.
I mean, they're battle tested. Like I would almost rather go on the road. But whatever. If they win the division, awesome. That's great. But the Texans right now are sitting at 8. They have the same record as the Bengals. They have the same record as the Colts. And they're 1 game behind the Browns, who they play on Christmas Eve. Bottom line is they control their own destiny, and the division is a possibility for the Texans right now. But they have the same record. They got a healthy 1-game lead on Pittsburgh and Denver, who both sit at 7-7. So the playoffs are very, very much alive with that win. I want to say this.
Mm-hmm.
I think this Sunday and maybe the final game, because this is going to be week 16.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah, week 16.
Yeah.
I think those are if I were voting for Coach of the Year, those would be my top 3 Coach of the Year candidates. Kevin Stefanski would be number 1.
Mm-hmm.
God, I mean,
look at what they're doing.
They lost Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
They lost Deshaun Watson, which might be a gain.
Mm-hmm.
Flacco might actually be better than his ass.
They picked Flacco off the street.
Yeah, off the streets. You laughing at Figgy? I'm just saying, the ghost of Flacco.
I'll just think a 35-year-old quarterback. He might be older than that.
I think he's 37.
Better than Deshaun.
I think he's 38.
Yeah, he's 38.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah.
So I think Stefanski, D'Amico, and Shane Steichen should be your top 3 Coach of the Year candidates.
No, I don't disagree with that at all.
And I almost think the Coach of the Year, like someone asked me, shout out to the Loopholes if you listen, you are one. They asked me, hey, so should Coach of the Year be on the line when D'Amico takes on Stefanski on Sunday? I don't know. Like I you could go either way, but I do think we're watching. Like we'll be watching in the next 3 weeks, 3 of the best coaching jobs that have been done this season with Stefanski and the Browns, and then D'Amico in the job that he's done. By the way, Texans open as a favorite against the Browns.
Yeah, which is weird because
1.5.
Officially you don't know about C.J. Stroud yet. We'll find that out here pretty soon. I'm with you. I think Stefanski's the leader right now. But if the Texans get to 10 wins, you almost have to give it to D'Amico.
What if the Browns get to 10?
Yeah, but if you beat the Browns, and they get to 10 wins.
The other element is Stefanski had to deal with the Deshaun crap. Like
he did, but he also didn't have 3 wins last year or whatever it was.
Yeah, but this ain't the same squad.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying that's the coach.
No, look, if D'Amico wins Coach of the Year, it's well-deserved.
Yeah.
If Shane Steichen of the Colts wins Coach of the Year, it's well-deserved.
All of them.
I mean, it's been, and they've all had to win with backup quarterbacks. And I thought that was the significant thing for the Texans that, it sucks not to have CJ, but Cleveland's winning with the backup quarterback. The Bengals won with a backup quarterback. The Colts won with a backup quarterback. Pittsburgh's having to play with a backup quarterback. So there's only 6 quarterbacks in the NFL that have started every game this year. So
that's bizarre. I saw that on Twitter trending.
The coach of the year battle this Sunday, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. By the way, I got to just admit this. I mean, we've just got to be honest about this. McClain made a fool of himself this weekend. Like, let's be serious.
It went back and forth. And he was on our show.
Were you disgusted with him?
Yes. He was on our show Tuesday. Just Tuesday. I could give a rat's you-know-what about it. And then all of a sudden, it's back the other way. It's both ways. Yeah, it was not a good one.
I know you
didn't have a good day.
You were in the studio, so I know you didn't hear this because I was in the other studio listening. Did you hear how he started his radio hit this morning?
I heard about it.
Did you hear this?
I did not.
Figgy, did you?
I did.
You want to hear this? I don't know. I don't want you to lose any more respect for McClain than you already have.
I could not lose respect for McClain, but we can certainly criticize.
You've lost respect for him this week.
No, we can. I've been critical of what he's done, but I could not lose respect.
So he defended Amy Adams, and then he basically acted like he didn't care about the uniform.
Yeah.
You sure you want to hear this?
Well, now I'm not, but I guess we have to. No, we got to hear it. We got to hear it.
We're good.
We got to hear Figgy.
We'll move on.
We got to hear this, man.
Figgy, let's hear
it. Good morning. I think the Texans showed them where they could stick all that Columbia blue and made sure they have a Columbia blue Christmas.
All right, that's embarrassing. He said I could give a rat's you-know-what about the colors and all that stuff. It's pandering, for one thing. Your thoughts?
Good morning. I think the Texans showed them where they could stick all that Columbia blue and made sure they have a Columbia blue Christmas.
He had that in the barrel. He had that waiting in the barrel. No question about it. Yeah, he didn't have a good day. Did not have a good day.
He had a rough day.
Yeah.
A lot of people very upset with John McClain.
Well, there should be.
Kind of feel like he didn't defend Houston's honor.
Well, it's like the wind is blowing this way now, and that would be my criticism of him. Do you either believe it or you going where the wind blows? And I'll talk. You know me. I'll talk to him about it tomorrow.
No, we'll talk to him tomorrow at 11.
Yeah.
Figgy, what did you think of McClain's week? You thought he had a good one?
It was a rough week, man. It wasn't a rough weekend. Man. It was a rough week.
It was a rough week.
It's a tough week, man.
Yeah.
That was hard to watch. Mm-hmm. Really hard to watch. The game wasn't, though. Coming up, let's hear from Case Keenum. Legendary display at the podium. Goodness gracious. If you didn't already love Case Keenum, you just wait, because we have a treat for you. Case Keenum next.
The moment definitely was.
in display here on Reaction Monday.
What's up, guys?
Everybody ready? Hey, it's been a minute since you started anything like that.
It has been a minute. Man, it to me. I've said this a lot of times, and I haven't really thought about what I was going to say up here, but wearing the name of Houston on the front of my jersey, which I've done for a long time, and to get to do it again and represent for our city, for our team, it means a lot. It really does. Second of all, this team, I love these guys. I love 7. Back at home, man, I love that guy. I love 10. Davis is one of the best human beings I know. Great dude. And I said early on Saturday, that this was a game for both of those cats, among, as well as the rest of the team, because we got a lot of love in that locker room, as you guys can see, and probably it radiates. And so it's very special, and what a gritty way to get it done.
What did you do in the last throw, the 41-yard pass to Devin Singletary?
Mm-hmm.
What play,
It was a little scramble drill. I mean, we were working kind of left to right there, and just was able to escape up in the pocket, and Devin was my check down on the play basically, and he was able to break out of that and make a really good move with nobody on that side of the field, and I got him a ball where he could run, and he did a great job getting us in field goal range.
Case, what do you think it says about the depth of this team, that you guys were down so many guys, back with having to step up into bigger roles, and then also being down 13-0 on top of all that and still pulling this out? What do you think this says about the group and the talent you guys have?
Well, I think it says a lot. I think from top to bottom, room to room, we've got some really talented guys. I think Nick's done a great job, D'Amico, of putting this team together. We all have trust, and it doesn't matter who's out there. We trust that we're going to get the job done, and we did. We put ourselves in a hole early. A big mistake by me. I pride myself in taking care of the football, and that was, a really bad decision on a key play that didn't need to do that. It was an easy read front side and got ahead of my feet a little bit, but. Man, our defense played incredible today. They did such a good job of keeping those guys, with DeAndre and, the big running back. Man, those are tough guys to stop, and they did a great job today keeping us in the game. And man, Emi finishing it out. Awesome team win, incredible team win. Hard to win in this league, hard to win in December when games matter in this league, and that one mattered a lot.
You mentioned that you were playing for 7, 10. Nico earlier said that this team has no quit. For you guys to be able to pull out this win, what does that say what does that say about this team and their ability to, no matter what's thrown at them, find ways to make things happen?
Yeah, I think it's right along the lines of the same thing I just said. I mean, overcoming adversity. I think that everybody on this team looks at adversity as opportunity, ready to overcome, ready to on to the next play, and. You need that in this type of league. If you're going to go and be a playoff contender, get to the dance, succeed in the dance, you got to be gritty. You got to be willing to stand up when you get punched in the face and get knocked down, get back up and go do it. And there was no blinking on that sideline. Nobody blinked. When I threw that pick, came off, had everybody slap me on the back, say, "It's all right, we'll go do it." And we did. It was great. And just so happy for the McNairs, to hug them on the way out, Coach D'Amico, this whole team, this whole squad, like I said, for the city. It's pretty special.
A couple more. What do you feel like allows you to make these type of moments? You've been in plenty of them. Come in.
Yeah.
And what do you feel like allows you to do?
I'm built for this. I've been in a lot of situations. I've been in a lot of systems, been in a lot of different games, and but God's made me who I am for moments like this, and it's just trying to make sure that I'm ready when my number's called. And I said it before, you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
Last one. Obviously the win
and the team wins is the most important. Obviously, are you able to appreciate the moment of not having started since week 17 of 21 to now being able to come out and just perform like this today?
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, there's always a lot of nerves and different feelings when you haven't strapped it up in a while and had some real live shots at it. So to be able to get out there and succeed and really show my team what I can do felt pretty good. So what's up, Drew?
How important was Singletary?
Motor's my guy. I think I've said that maybe 100 times, probably a bunch to y'all, but man, he made some incredible moves. There's some moves. I don't know if anybody else has a view of what I do. Well, I probably should be carrying out my fake, but I tend to peek back and watch. He had little subtleties of movements that he sets up blocks and can make guys move, around their blockers and then squirt through these little holes. Man, it's impressive to watch. He is an impressive guy and an awesome human being. Great family. His kid Miles, man, he's a little mini motor, and he might be a better running back than Motor will be one day. He's already running around the house, but I love Motor, man. He's so crucial to this team, and he's coming alive at an incredible time of the year. So I'm excited about that.
There you go. That's Case Keenum. I'm built for this.
I'm built for this.
He said, "I'm built for this." You don't have to get ready when you stay ready.
I think that was a big part of it, don't you? Like, he's been in the big moments. We all remember the Minnesota game and all that stuff, that they know that he is built for this. I mean, I don't think it's bragging. I think that was a big part of the decision-making. What else went into it, do you think? Because I think it was system. He's familiar with the West Coast schemes and some of the things they were doing. And I think it's the fact that he's gone through these close. It was going to be a close game. We talked about it last week. It's going to be low scoring. It was. It's going to be a close game. It was. They knew that. Don't you think that was part of it?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't like if we're just talking about the decision to go with Case Keenum over Davis Mills, I guess that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I think it was a big part of it. They like the intent. D'Amico knows the makeup of these guys. Not that he necessarily thinks Davis Mills doesn't have whatever, but he knows what Case Keenum has.
Was there going to be any scenario for you where, let's say Case went out there and was bad, would you have said, well, they should have started Davis Mills?
I never would have said that.
Yeah, I didn't think, like, it wasn't really like a hot take type of decision. It was surprising. Mm-hmm. And anyone who says it wasn't surprising, shout out to the texter last week who said that this was going to happen. And they presented it as fact, not like, I want this to happen. So, but it was surprising because of what they've said about Davis Mills, what they've done with Davis Mills, the fact Davis Mills was active at times when Case Keenum was not.
Yeah.
But as far like this wasn't starting Tom Savage over Deshaun Watson or anything like that. It wasn't like anything close. Like that. I actually made like a pact, like as soon as the news broke, that there's no scenario where I'm going to go on the air and pound the table for Davis Mills. So I didn't think I thought it's definitely ballsy, but.
I thought it was ballsy, but I thought he had a lot of things that Davis Mills did not. And ultimately, I think they recognized that. Like, he had the experience. He had the big play moments on his resume. He clearly had the advantage with the system, more years in terms of this type of system. It was a surprise announcement or a report, but it wasn't necessarily a surprise that he started. Like you could see how they got there from here, I mean, I said last week I would have kept him on the ready. Just in case Davis Mills struggled.
Yeah, hot and ready.
Yeah, just keep him on the ready because of all those things.
I think this was the D'Amico Ryans signature win.
100%.
And I think this will go down as D'Amico Ryans signature win.
Don't get anything twisted. As much as it was Case Keenum, this was all about D'Amico Ryans.
The defense.
This was the defense. This was understanding his team, and I think it was like a culture win. And it was a set up this team for a long, long time with how things are done here. I mean, just every decision he made was about this team, how he knew it so well, and then the things that he's established. All these guys injured, starting quarterback, franchise quarterback out, just everything going wrong going into that environment on the road, shorthanded. This was D'Amico that did this.
You think BMX Bobby is kind of like? He admitted, Bobby Slowick, last week that, you call the game different when you have Case Keenum or Davis Mills as opposed to C.J. Stroud. That's common sense. Like, we don't need to be told that. That's common sense. But do you think that calling a game without C.J. Stroud might make Bobby Slowick a better play caller for when C.J. Stroud comes back? In other words, when you have C.J. Stroud on 3rd and 3, when you have a 2-possession lead, you trust C.J. Stroud maybe too much, and Bobby called it the worst play call he's made, and you throw the interception against Cincinnati, and you almost give away the game.
Yeah.
When you have C.J. Stroud on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 against Jacksonville, you throw 2 consecutive times. Yesterday with Devin Singletary, it was obvious. Like, 3rd and short, 4th and short, we're going to run with Devin Singletary. More times than not, you move the chains. Do you think maybe BMX Bobby kind of benefited a little bit from this, and this is kind of something that he can carry when CJ comes back?
I absolutely do. We talked about that as well. Like, I think so many times he was like, whether it was him and whomever else on the offensive staff, they were like, well, we got CJ. Let's go ahead and call. I mean, they weren't spitballing calling plays, but I think they called plays knowing that CJ could bail him out if he had to. Yesterday, you didn't have that luxury. You had to be like on point with every call. Look at the down and distance and the situation and who's on the field for the defense, et cetera, and use the scheme. And it better translate back to CJ because you could see the success of it. You know, like the scheme helped win that game as much as anything. No, it did.
Okay,
the play calling,
sticks.
Call it whatever you want. Play calling. Let's call it play calling. Like
the scheme was the key.
He called play. Well, because look what they did. They went to the 26 carries for 26 carries for Devin Singletary.
Your 2 biggest road wins this year. Singletary had 30 in one and 26 in the other.
Yeah.
And then he has to split carries every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Not anymore. That's over, by the way. Good luck next season to Dameon Pierce. Hope he gets everything down pat with this offense. But it's over. It's Devin Singletary. Once and for all.
You sure?
Oh, yeah. I was sure last week.
You positive?
Yeah.
100%?
Yeah. I was sure last week.
Keep doing it.
No way they could go back to that. No way.
What'd you think of that final call, man? Dre was pumped.
I got to tell you.
I like this one. This one was good.
Yeah.
This was emotional, man.
We've talked about like some of the things, banging the table and all that stuff, and
clapping's got to go.
Being a distraction. I thought this one added to the call.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it was exciting. All that.
Mm-hmm.
Here was the final call. Vandy and the great Dre.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16.
Right.
Have a nice day.
How about Vandy with have a nice day? Who was he talking to?
A comeback. Down 13-0. Numerous
That's dirty. This is nice.
Players out, and the Texans dig so deep to pull out a victory against their rivals and go home with the victory.
I want you to be honest with me, and that's all you can be. Did you feel like this is Fairbairn 100% has this 54-yarder? As much as we love Kayame, and as much as did you when he was kicking? Did you say okay?
No. I mean, it's 54 yards with the wind shifting. It was going up and down the field, and then it started crosswind. I had confidence in him, but no, I wasn't.
See how he reacted afterwards,
dude. He was
like, Pardo?
Yeah, he's like, okay, I made it.
Good Lord, most kickers can't even.
Oh, they wanted to be carried off,
dude. He threw his helmet down and flexed.
Yeah, he did. I thought Vander Meer.
What the hell was that?
The most subtle.
Fairbairn basically said "F y'all."
Yes, he did. The most subtle, badass part of that whole call. As much as Dre was awesome, the call was awesome, was when Vander Meer said, "Have a nice day." Who do you think he was talking to?
The Titans.
Damn right he was.
Amy Adams Stink.
Yeah, damn right he was. Because Vander Meer won't ever do stuff like that. He's just too classy a guy. But the "have a nice day," that was.
He was calling them the fake Oilers.
Yeah.
I was shocked at that.
I mean, that was that final call was legit.
Yes. Have a nice day, Ames. That was the best part of the whole thing. Vander Meer is close to talking trash as you'll ever hear.
man, I just can't believe they got that done, man.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe they got that done.
And here we are. I'll say this again. I said in the first segment. Just think about one thing. It's Christmas week, and the Texans are firmly in the playoff hunt.
Firmly. Very firmly.
Yes.
And the division race.
But that alone tells you how far this team has gone.
Shout out to D'Amico. Shout out to Mark Vander Meer. Shout out to the great Andre Ware. Hell of a day round here. But there is something that needs to be asked, man. I don't want to do this, but we have to.
We have to.
Yeah. It has to be asked. Next.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by Shop. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Texans yesterday. Could I interest you in some stats?
Yes, sir.
7 sacks. Derrick Henry, 9 yards on 16 carries. Here's D'Amico Ryans, head coach of your Houston Texans, in what we are calling his signature dub. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about that run defense.
Yeah, with the run defense, I feel like our D-line, again, the way they were penetrating, the way they were playing on their side of the line of scrimmage, it really stifled their run game, right? We had a ton of tackles for loss. We were in the backfield a ton. So when you're able to do that, right, it kind of takes them out of the run game.
Okay. So it has to be asked. It's the Jeff Van Gundy principle.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ignore in victory what you would not ignore in defeat. And this isn't an indictment on the future. This isn't even an indictment on the decision. This is just about what we saw yesterday and what we've seen leading up to yesterday. Because sports are fluid, obviously. Was Will Anderson missed? How much better can you play than that? And there have been questions about, pressuring the quarterback and sacking the quarterback. They had 7 sacks yesterday.
Yeah.
There's been, pushback to the lack of sacks, and you automatically go to the run defense. And you say, well, and I heard Matt Burke say, Will Anderson is one of the most elite run defenders in the NFL. And you hear all these advanced statistics. Well, Derrick Henry had 9 yards.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's had 9 yards in his entire life. I don't even think we could go back to
That's probably
Pee-wee.
true.
Yeah, I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah.
So I'm watching this game and I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is a trade that a lot of people talk about. Again, I think Will Anderson's going to be a big part of things moving forward. I would rather have Will Anderson than not, but was he missed yesterday? Like, I think it's a fair question to ask.
Well, the clear answer is no, he was not. I mean, he just wasn't.
But
like it was the best. It was the best game the defensive line as a whole has had.
Like what?
Like that. That's unquestioned, right?
I think the equivalent of what happened yesterday with this defense would be if Case Keenum came in and threw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Right.
Like that without C.J. Stroud. Like if Case Keenum came in and threw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. Like, I watched the game, and it's not just about result, because I watched the game. I thought Blake Cashman was missed.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Christian Harris, man.
Dude.
I don't know what you were on yesterday. I don't know if you had some Popeye spinach, but as wired up as Christian Harris was yesterday, keep that energy, man. That dude was all in their face, whether it was
especially
Will Levis,
with Derrick Henry.
whether it was Derrick Henry, and I'm sure they got the Alabama roots, but Christian Harris, whatever you were on yesterday, quite honestly, if I worked for the NFL,
yeah,
Christian Harris would have to pee in a cup today.
You've heard of Revis,
that's how good he was.
You've heard of Revis Island, right?
Yeah.
Say hello to Harris County.
Come on.
That's awesome. You got to admit.
Why do you gotta ruin my vibe?
Harris
here?
County.
Oh my God.
You love it.
That's awful.
I know you love it, Figgy.
That's just awful.
I think it's cool.
Thank you.
All right, whatever.
Okay, but here's
but seriously,
here's the bigger point.
7 sacks, 9 yards rushing.
11 tackles, 12 tackles for loss, 11 quarterback hits, 9 yards, 7 sacks.
And the other thing is, like, when he's out there, J-Lo, not to cut you off, but like when he's out there, there's always like this hidden value, like that's thrown out there. But you see it there, and you see what they did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sitting here saying they're better off. I'm just saying, like.
Well, let's use your analogy with Case Keenum. You still go back to C.J. Stroud,
no doubt,
every day of the week.
And I still think Will Anderson's going to be one of the best players on this squad.
Right, so you still go back to Will Anderson. But here's where I land on this one. Clearly, D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke, they were just kept talking about D'Amico yesterday. I mean, Matt Burke deserves it. I mean, he's part of this, big-time part of the game plan and all that. D'Amico calls the plays, but this is – so D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke did something different with this alignment, this setup on the defensive line. Barnett is the direct replacement of Will Anderson, like the actual guy that replaced him.
95 was all over the damn place.
He was all over the place. He had a sack. He had tackles for loss. I think he had, was it 6 tackles? So clearly they did something different without Will Anderson on the field. We mentioned in the last segment, we talked about, do you think Bobby Slowick is going to look at things differently offensively, now that C.J. Stroud is going to...
Barnett had 2 TFLs and a sack.
Yeah. That's his direct replacement.
2 QB hits.
So we were talking about Bobby Slowick. Is this going to kind of open his eyes?
Derek Barnett.
Is this going to kind of open Bobby Slowick's eyes? I think the same should be true for D'Amico and Matt Burke. Like, don't start trying to, do anything different just because Will Anderson is back on the field. Do what you did here. Now, I know the opponent's different and all that and game plan and all that, but clearly what they did defensively was better this time than with Will Anderson on the field. So you translate that.
So you think it could be schematic?
Yeah, translate that, whatever you were doing to get these other guys open. And by the way, we also have to just give credit to just manning up and beating the guy in front of you.
No, for sure.
On the interior line.
Of course.
The interior line was just ridiculously good. So it was a combination of that. But yes, they did not miss Will Anderson on this day.
They missed C.J. Stroud. I think they missed Nico Collins.
Yeah.
But
they missed Cash.
You're getting to the quarterback and you're stopping the run at an elite level. I think it's just a fair question to ask. I think it's very fair.
I mean, what'd your dad say?
He was offended that I asked. He said they look better.
They did.
He said that's a dumb question, son.
Yeah, that's absolutely what the case was. So
I mean, because if we're gonna get in this stick hardo, fake football guy BS that we deal with on a regular basis. Shout out to the loopholes, by the way, even if you are one of those folks. But if we're gonna get into this deeper meaning and advanced stats when Will Anderson's out there, which I'm down with, I'm okay with.
Yeah.
Then I mean, when you get a glimpse of,
let's get into it now.
Them without him. I mean,
where them stats at now?
I don't know what to say about that.
I mean, how long? I mean, he had a sack and 2 TFLs. That's like a third of the season of what Will Anderson has had.
Oh, come on. Now you're taking it too far.
No, it is. It is.
I think he's got 6 sacks.
Yeah, maybe not a third, but it's the first third. The first third of the season, that's for sure. So it's not a criticism of him.
It's a question.
You want him back, but it should be an eye-opener for the defensive staff just as it was for the offense.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
I was surprised. And maybe maybe we can take this in a different direction and just tip the cap to D'Amico like you just did.
Mm-hmm.
But I was surprised. I mean, Derrick Henry had 9 yards.
9
yards rushing. 9.
Welcome to Harris County. I know you like it.
No, I don't.
I know Figgy likes it. Text board loves it.
I don't love it.
Look at the text board. They're like, holy moly, that's awesome.
You about to give the Houston Texans some ideas with the merch.
That's right.
Man, I just can't believe that they didn't have Nico Collins, Tank Dell, obviously, C.J. Stroud, Blake Cashman Willis. Dude, we need to start really paying attention to these betting lines because this is the third time the betting line's been weird and it's been the team wins.
Yeah.
The Texans versus Jags early, the Bengals game, and then this one. I'm telling you that's a thing.
Texans
betting line movement's wild.
-1.5 to start the week at home against the Browns. I don't know what that means because we don't even know for sure. I think we all think that CJ is coming back, but it's not official yet, so we'll see on that too.
And now the Titans are back to being the Titans. I'm looking at their website right now. On the scoreboard, it said Texans Oilers, but now it's on their game notes. The keys, the Titans lost to the Texans. The keys to it.
Oh, really?
Not the Oilers anymore.
I thought it was the Oilers.
Shoot, they should stay the Oilers the way they played.
Not representing that anymore.
Choke.
That was pathetic, man. I didn't know they were going to take it this far.
They took it way too far, in every way, like on the field. The
PA guy was saying Houston's quitters.
Yeah. PA.
What are we doing?
Everything.
What is that? I like Nashville.
It's so confusing, man.
I like Nashville, man. I think Nashville's a great city. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's one of the biggest growing cities that there is. Just talking crap about Houston now?
And the other thing that's really cool.
And that's what that shows how phony that it is, because you say that it's about like Houston and honoring the city, and then you have your PA guy, Amy Adams Stank. You have your PA guy sitting there crapping on the city.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah. And the really cool thing is after the fact, like all the Texans, we heard from Greenard, and you will again, but like Shaq Mason, Titus Howard didn't play, but him as well. They were all.
Oh, Titus tweeted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shaq Mason did too.
Good on that.
About the Houston stuff. So what I'm saying is, like, as much as they didn't say a lot before, it was on all their minds. It was on all their minds, this uniform and color, and they're nuts.
Coming up, the hits, they're way too lit. Next.
All right, Low Cheese Center right now. Guys, good time to...
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are too damn lit on Reaction Monday.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We knew that the Titans were going to wear the Oilers uniforms. They took it to an extreme. Jonathan Greenard, 2.5 sacks yesterday. Here's what he had to say about the threads that the Titans, Oilers, whatever the hell you want to call them, were wearing.
Hey, man, I could have sworn those were ours, but at the end of the day, they can wear them. They took an L at the end of the day, so they're going to pull those out again. I don't know if it's bad luck or whatever, but they're going to have to see us in 2 weeks, so we'll see if they got the white jerseys, a version of those, if they're going to pull those out. It was a good look for them, but ultimately, like, they still got to come see us, still got to play ball. I don't care what uniform you're wearing.
All right, man, that resonated with
He's about
everybody.
to get some bread, isn't he?
12.5 sacks, I would think so.
Yeah. Is he? They're going to pay him?
Why not?
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how the money is going to be distributed with CJ.
Well, the cap
on his
is going
rookie
up,
deal.
too.
Cap's going up, so they're going to pay Greenard. I mean, you got Will Anderson on his rookie deal too, so you're not investing too heavily on edge guy. You got to pay Greenard, right, Fig?
I think so.
Yeah. Why are you pausing? Because of the salary?
Well, I mean, it's just, you got to distribute. I mean, I kind of wish they hadn't given Titus the extension.
Well, that money could have been used for sure.
Yeah. Charlie Heck did a good job. I thought George Fant has done a good job this year. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how you distribute the bread. But I do think having all these young guys on deals makes it a little bit easier. I think you got to pay Greenard. I don't know what the price is going to be. It's going to be pretty high.
I'm looking right now.
You're going to have to let, as the Texans get good, they're going to make tough decisions and let good football players leave. But with the way Greenard and with how yesterday was just even I hate to bring it all back to Will Anderson, but I mean, you remember earlier this year when Matt Burke said, "Oh yeah, and you look at Greenard, he had 2 sacks. Will Anderson gets some credit for that." Well, Will Anderson wasn't out there yesterday, and Jonathan Greenard was still getting sacks.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think you got to pay the guy. I think you got to pay the guy. I mean, I know. I would say this: of all the things that we question, Casario's looking really smart about Stingley, who has better ball skills than a porn star.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking really smart about Nico, who he traded up for. He's looking brilliant when it comes to D'Amico. He's looking brilliant when it comes to C.J. Stroud. I would say that the 40-minute man's biggest mistake would be Titus Howard.
The what?
40-minute man.
I would say Titus Howard
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
I would say Titus Howard is definitely the money that you could have used, but it's just...
Yeah, it's fine. You got a lot of pie. You're not paying a quarterback, so you're fine. You're not paying a quarterback, so good. But pay Greenard is my point.
This is when you do...
I don't think you bring back... I think you can find another Devin Singletary. You can find another Noah Brown. But pay Jonathan Greenard.
Absolutely.
That's the point I'm making here.
12.5 sacks and counting.
And he's showing it on the field, too.
Pay Cashman, too.
He's showing it.
Yeah.
Oh, Cashman and Greenard would be the two.
Yeah, pay Cash, too.
Because it's also about the fit with D'Amico's defense.
Bring back Jimmy, but get depth at safety because he gets hurt a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it happens, but...
We'll get to this later in the week, but that's a big hit for this coming season, this coming week.
Concussion?
Yeah. Big one.
Yeah, massive. But yeah, I think we might look back on that being the biggest biggest mistake. You want to hear a post-game locker room speech featuring
Is it good?
D'Amico Ryans?
Oh, it's good.
Kiami Fairbairn?
Yeah.
And Case Keenum breaking them up?
Hell yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
It's a good day.
Let's hear it.
Man, so proud of you guys, man. We talked about getting to 8. We got to 8. Great job. Great job. Hey, shout out. Kate, awesome job, man. Talk about needing everybody. Hey, the way Kate stepped up, was ready to go. Man, respect the hell out of you, man. Awesome job. Way to lead us there. Awesome job, man. Defense, great job. Great job. Defense, way to stand up. Time after time after time. Way to stand up. D-line, way to hunt. All right, now I got one here, game ball, all right? One guy. Been missing him. Yeah. And when he came back, we needed him more than ever. Sir. All right? Amy, let's go. Hey, Texas on 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Amy, baby. Big time. Look, when he's punching his hand with his fist time after time after time, this guy is just,
D'Amico?
Yeah, they are just, everything they do is a reflection of D'Amico. You know, they're talking about the defensive line hunting and all that stuff. That was. I said it earlier if you weren't listening. I think that's a top 3 win in Texans history. I don't think that's an exaggeration.
Sean called it I saw Payne and Pendergast 6-10 right here on Sports Radio 610. Sean called it the gutsiest in franchise history. I don't think it's hyperbole. I think there's obviously the Whedon that Vandy still talks about, the TJ Yates in the playoffs, all that. But even then, like, you had elite defenses like at that time, and you still had some weapons around you. Dude, he didn't have Nico or Tank.
No, he didn't have Nico.
And he didn't have probably, like, with all this said about Will Anderson, he didn't have his 2 best defensive players in Will Anderson and Blake Cashman. Like, your 2 best, although I'm not trying to dismiss Derek Stingley. I'm just talking about for, like, the bigger body of work.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley's that dude.
Oh, man.
He's that dude.
That play was a mirror image minus the interception of the one against the Broncos, and it was huge. A lot of huge plays here. You know, and the best reflection that you can illustrate what D'Amico means to this team is there were at least 8 guys that you could have given a game ball to.
Yeah.
You just heard him to give game ball to Ka'imi Fairbairn. I think that's
it was
the right
weird.
choice.
He said one guy, and I was like, who's he going to say?
Yeah.
When I first watched that, I was like, who's this going to?
We went. Like any other, could have given it to Case. Harris County. You could have given it to him. You could have given it to.
Stop this.
You could have given it.
Let's put a stop to this.
It's Harris County, man.
Christian Harris.
Yeah.
Okay. Christian Harris.
Schultz. Noah Brown. Just go down. Devin Singletary.
Malik Collins.
Charlie Heck.
Malik
Collins. They all could have gotten game balls. That is a reflection of what D'Amico Ryans means to this team. 100%.
Just making sure. Okay.
What's wrong?
I was making sure John Mechie's gotten up from tripping and falling in motion.
One of my.
Oh, man.
No, I was just checking. No, I don't mean anything by that. What?
One of the passing thoughts I didn't get to. At one point, watching the game, I went, I can't say it on the air. I went, GD, John Mechie. Which is.
I'm glad he got up. Steven Sims, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think they might like him more than Mechie.
He was getting a lot of looks, man.
Man, that one reverse was one of the most peewee things I've seen. I think Steven Sims might be more of a factor than
I think he looked like
John
a practice
Mechie.
team player.
Who?
Steven Sims.
Well, he is.
Yeah. I mean, he looked like.
What did John Mechie look like?
Well, GD, John Mechie. You know the other thing I didn't get to on the passing thoughts, just real quick?
Well, yeah, we're going to get back to those for damn sure.
The Texans should never, no team really, unless you have a super dynamic player, never return a kickoff. Just don't do it.
I don't like it.
Just don't return a kickoff.
They're giving it to you at the 25.
Yes. There's no. There's
and you could call a fair catch if it's
yes
at the 1.
Why do you ever return a kickoff?
I'll take it a step further. When I'm a football coach, when I'm coaching my own NFL team, if we're up double digits, you're not returning a punt. We might not even put someone back there. Yeah. I might eliminate the possibility of a muff. We'll play with 10. Go ahead and try to make your golf shot there, punter.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
The risk reward is insane. Case Keenum, he likes to rep H-Town. Here's Case Keenum talking about what it means to him to represent the city of Houston in a big game once again.
Man, I've said this a lot of times, and I haven't really thought about what I was going to say up here, but wearing the name of Houston on the front of my jersey, which I've done for a long time, and to get to do it again and represent for our city, for our team, it means a lot. It really does.
That is actually just kind of icing on the cake that it was Case Keenum, because his UH history and all that stuff. I just thought Case Keenum played the game and that was another D'Amico. I think that does not happen if D'Amico doesn't say no, it's Case, because they were having discussions about Davis Mills versus Case Keenum, and that
when do you think they decided this? You don't think it was a foregone?
Had to be Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday.
So you think they knew this the whole time?
All week long. Once you get into pads and practicing, or once you start practicing on Wednesday, you got to get the reps to the starter, especially if he's a backup before. So I think they decided Monday or Tuesday. But they had to have had discussions because Davis Mills was the backup. Like, by definition, when you're looking at the depth chart and who's active and who's not active on game day. And then they decided to go with Case Keenum. That's D'Amico saying, nope, we're starting the guy that has experience in this offense and has made big plays in close games.
We'll hear from him. We'll get more into that at noon, so have lunch with us coming up here in about 10 minutes. Aaron Rodgers expected to be medically cleared next week. I guess he had a one-handed interception on the scout team. Like, what are they doing? Like, you're telling me that Aaron Rodgers just came off a torn ACL or torn Achilles a few months ago. It's crazy enough that he's going to get medically cleared. I don't think they step him. What's he going on the field for? I have no idea. But he's getting one-handed interceptions on the scout team. What are we doing? What is this?
I wish I had an answer.
This is the biggest bit in the world right now. Like, what are we doing?
I wish I had an answer. I would, and you know, obviously they're out of the playoffs. Why would you even risk that?
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Dillon Brooks. So over the weekend, the Rockets, they took the dub last night, but they had a nice win against Memphis. Dillon Brooks went home, returned to Memphis, I should say. Started out with 2 points in the first half, 24 in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
Here is what Tupac say, revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting what, Fig? What was it? I don't remember.
Can't say it on the airwaves,
okay.
but yeah, I got you.
Sure. Okay. Here was Dillon Brooks on his revenge game.
You know, the emotions and everything was there. It meant a lot to me. And, you know, the warm, welcoming fans were being great, and it felt right. But, you know, I don't want to lose to Memphis ever in my career, regardless of how we get it. You know, I want to win every single time we play Memphis, just to let them know that they made a little mistake.
There you go. They made a little mistake. Shout out to him. By the way, the Texas Longhorns on New Year's Day, they're looking to get to Houston for the national championship. They didn't have to wait till the national championship to get to Houston because they stole, and I mean stole, Matthew Golden from U of H. Very good receiver, probably the best player on that team last year. Mm-hmm. He has transferred to the University of Texas. He has 2 years of eligibility remaining. He was deciding between, I think this is a pretty good list if you're like trying to play football. He was deciding between Louisville, Miami, LSU, and Georgia.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Decided to go for Texas. So
that's all right.
Man, Longhorns stealing from the Cougs, man.
Why not?
I mean, why not? But damn, that's tough.
You see USC's losing a lot of players. Old Lincoln Riley's having a hard time.
Yeah, he's having a tough time.
Yeah.
A really tough time.
5-star quarterback, 5-star receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not great.
Great.
Not looking great. Not a good year for him. Those are the hits here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the Texans get the dub. Was it the D'Amico game? Was it the Case Keenum game? Was it all of the above? Plus, when keeping it real goes extremely wrong. Take that, Amy Adams Stank. Next.
This Christmas Eve, what better? exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans get the dub over the Oilers, Titans, whatever they want to be called. Case Keenum. You want to talk about a money quote. This was Case Keenum after he led the Texans to the win, just throwing it on the table.
I'm built for this. I've been in a lot of situations. I've been in a lot of systems. Been in a lot of different games, and but God's made me who I am for moments like this, and it's just trying to make sure that I'm ready when my number's called. And I said it before: you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
All right.
He was built for this, and I think that's a big reason why he started the game. I really, really do think that was one of the biggest reasons that he started the game. He's been in these moments. He's been on the road. He's been in close games. All of that.
I think D'Amico's built for this.
D'Amico has built a team that is a complete reflection of him. And you hear that all the time. Oh, it's a reflection of the coach.
No, it is.
It absolutely is.
I mean, the way that he walked up to that podium on Monday, and this was game week, CJ's out, the injuries, and he was smiling. And
confident.
He's confident, man.
Yeah.
And your defense goes out there and puts on that type of effort. Because I thought honestly, like, as much as we talked about the quarterback and stuff, and it obviously is all about the quarterback. Like, if you're ever going to reach your ultimate goal, you're going to need CJ Stroud to do what he does. But in order for the Texans to have a chance here, the defense had to, at the very least, give you a puncher's chance, keep it within one possession. And they did. Like, the only reason that this became a two-possession game was because of the pick six by Keenum.
Yeah. Yeah, the defense was doing it anyway.
Yeah, your defense, yeah. I mean, your defense gave you every chance in the world to win this. And that's one of D'Amico's specialties. And this was a trademark dub for D'Amico Ryans and his defense. 7 sacks, 9 yards for Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Case Keenum or not, like, if you're going to play like, if your defense is going to play like that, you could trot any quarterback out there. You're going to have a chance to win if they're going to perform like that.
So last week I got into it with John McClain about the whole Oilers thing and the colors and Amy Adams. What do you call her? Stank?
Amy Adams Stank.
And I said, you can't ignore that's a big part of the story as this game. No, it's about this and that.
I mean, they took it very far.
It became a bigger part of the story.
They took it very far.
It became an even bigger part of the story than I imagined. But let me just say this, because I want to be very clear and very blunt with this. That game was not about the uniforms. What that game did for the Texans, it was about the uniforms in the moment and in the game. But what this win did had nothing to do with the uniforms. This was a win that defined the future. Like when we look back, and people always throw these cliches around, about identity. What are we as an organization? What are we as a team? That game did it. That game was D'Amico from the word go. I mean, he is entrenched the way that he is into this team's identity, and you could see it in everything the Texans did. From Case Keenum, as we just talked about, I think what Case was, as a kind of representing what D'Amico is, it was a big part for him starting to scrambling around to stay in this game despite a pick six, to how they responded to what was really stacking up to be one of their worst days ever had they gotten embarrassed, because they were down 13 points.
Yeah. And D'Amico felt comfortable enough. I thought it was interesting. Yeah. They felt comfortable enough to kick 3 at the end.
Yes. And so this
at the end of the first half, excuse me.
Right. This was completely about what D'Amico has done to this organization and how he set it up for the future. And the best example for me is this. This team is built to make a late season push, whether that's postseason, these next 3 games, getting there, or in the postseason. They have a running game now. They've identified that, and they're running with Devin Singletary. They have a franchise quarterback. Of course, we knew that. They have a playmaking defense. They have guys playing above their heads, and guys like Cashman and Greenard. And so this was a D'Amico Ryans production. I mean, from the word go.
100%. Here's more from Case Keenum. The H, repping the H. We hear it a lot. We've heard it a lot from the Texans. We hear it all the time. It means something to Case Keenum. Played his college ball here. Started his NFL career with the Texans. Came back. This is home for Case Keenum. And if there was going to be someone to like maybe feed off of this Oilers type of thing, this Titans city pride type of thing, it was going to be Case Keenum. Here's Case Keenum talking about what it means to him to represent the city of Houston.
Man, I've said this a lot of times, and I haven't really thought about what I was going to say up here, but wearing the name of Houston on the front of my jersey, which I've done for a long time, and to get to do it again and represent for our city, for our team, it means a lot. It really does.
And that speaks directly to the kind of the other part of the story. As we said, it became really, really huge. It wasn't just Case Keenum doing the job; it was Case Keenum, and he's talking about Houston on his chest. So it was a great day for the Texans. It was a great day to set up the future.
What do you think the chances are now that the Texans make the playoffs? It's still going to be a tough battle. You got Cleveland, then you got the Colts at the end of the season, and you sprinkle in the Titans again coming to town.
And you also have to realize what the other teams are playing. Like the Jaguars can lose this week, flat out. Got the Bucks.
Yeah. Baker Mayfield coming off maybe the best game of his career.
Maybe, and they're hurting at the quarterback position. So you have to realize, look at what the other teams are doing, but they have to make up so much ground to win the division. You almost have to look just at making the postseason as a wild card. And that's in play. I mean, they are firmly in it right now. If they can get 2 of these next 3 wins, especially if they're the division wins, because the tiebreaker you have with Jacksonville that you're not winning right now is division wins. I think they've got 4 division wins and have lost 1. And they have 1 more division game. So you've got to get to 4. Texans now have, 2 division wins, right? Jacksonville and Titans. So you want – it's not just what games you win. I mean, it's not just winning 2 games. It's what games you win. Because if you can beat the Colts and the Jaguars, then all of a sudden you maybe get that tiebreaker.
So there was there was a lot of chatter before the game. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. And none of the chatter I thought was louder than Morocco T. I guess he's a super Titans fan, does a little streaming. Morocco T, I mean, this guy was taking the Nashville versus Houston thing to an extreme level. This was Morocco T. He's wearing an Oilers beanie. He's a big Titan guy. Here was his message to Texans fans before the game.
You know what time it is? Hey, we back at the grill, but we got some bitter-ass intruders in this mother looking for a come-up. Hey, these ain't taking a mother thing, but we gonna get their ass every mother thing. So, hey, I don't want to see nothing less than your all today. Hey, let's send these old salt-ass, crybaby-ass back to Texas without their mother history because it belonged to us and it's gonna stay with us. Now turn the up. It's game day. Let's go.
I actually respect this guy.
He was hype, man.
He makes me want to tailgate.
he definitely got the fans going.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, I like that passion right there.
But what's the update?
Update is they lost, and now they're back to the Titans.
He can keep that history too.
The Oilers,
Texans players are coming back at him with the laughing emoji.
Yeah,
Shaq Mason, Titus Howard.
Yeah,
well, Titus does that.
By the way, good job by the O-line yesterday. We
Charlie Heck, man.
God knows we will talk about the O-line when they stink. We've gone, and I feel like I've done a disservice. We've gone 2 hours and 10 minutes without mentioning the performance by the offensive line. Good job by the O-line.
The biggest play in overtime, was it 41 yards to Devin Singletary? That play simply does not happen. You don't even have to watch the all 11. Just watch a replay of that play. Doesn't happen if Charlie Heck doesn't just manhandle the rush end. Like Charlie Heck, man, give it to him. Got to. He was walking around stiff during training camp. Well, he wasn't stiff yesterday.
He was ready to go.
He was ready to go, man. That was a big time play.
He was hot and ready. He was ready to go.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary, safe to say he's RB1. We good on that?
Yeah. Is that even a discussion anymore?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't think it was when Pierce came back, but
it's not when Pierce getting one carry.
Well,
26-1, and I loved it. No offense.
121 yards for.
It should not be a discussion at this point.
Was it 170 total yards because of his receptions?
It was 170 total yards. Right on the dot.
Had a $170 with the ball in his
Should have
hand.
had that walk-off touchdown too.
Yeah, that stunk.
Being honest.
Mm-hmm. I was almost texting my family already, and then went, "Oh, flag on the play." Okay, well, let's reset that.
Noah Brown, 8 catches, 82, just tough 82 too. Like you look 882, that just, I mean, it was that Jersey toughness that we talk about. Noah Brown, he catches that touchdown, just boom, just
Dalton Schultz.
That catch, one of the best catches. I don't want to be like too crazy. I know we're getting.
Well,
like
it was the
corny.
play of the year so far.
Well, I mean, it might be one of the best catches in Texans history. I mean, I know that's corny, but and I know there's Andres and Nuke Hopkins catches. But I think it was probably one of the best catches that I've seen. I mean, it should have been an interception.
Absolutely. It was an interception for like half a second.
So if we're going to start this off on Reaction Monday, and it's always fun when you can get historic on Reaction Monday, but when the light comes on at 6, Sean Pendergast is going to say this is one of the gutsiest wins in franchise history, and John Lopez, when the lights comes on at 10, is going to say this is one of the 3 biggest wins in franchise history, then that's got to be one of the best catches in franchise history just by default.
Yeah, just because it was a big part of the whole reason.
But you also look at the magnitude. Like you're looking to tie the game, and Dalton Schultz did that. And then that route by Noah Brown, just boom, boom, get off me.
Yep.
Catches the touchdown, then flexes, man. Man, he probably, like, the 5 seconds after that touchdown by Noah Brown, after just like leaving the DB's jock on there, and he has that. I think he could have beat up Mike Tyson in that 5 seconds.
He was pumped.
Now, if the fight goes 6 seconds, then Mike Tyson's going to get him in his prime. But that 5 seconds, that energy that Noah Brown had for that 5 seconds after that touchdown, I think he could have beat up Mike Tyson in his prime.
He was definitely pumped, and that's not even to talk about the 2 linebackers. I've been talking about Harris County, Christian Harris.
Stop.
Denzel Perryman.
Hey, he hadn't changed the way he's played since he got fined. He's still out there.
Yeah, Denzel Perryman. Desmond King. How has this guy not been a part of everything since day one?
Man, and the Titans tried to say mossed when they caught the pass over him, trying to troll Desmond King.
Yeah. That he had a hell of a game, too.
He came in hot and ready, too. Derek Barnett. Bring him in straight off the streets.
Sack and 2 tackles for losses.
2 QB hits. I won't mention Will Anderson. I'll just kind of let that be.
It's fair, though, man.
No, I'll let that be.
It's fair. That was overall the best performance they've had all year as a defensive front.
Stop the run, too, right?
9 yards for Derrick Henry?
Okay.
I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. I didn't.
At one point in the second half, they flashed that graphic. I think he had like 12 touches or whatever it was and 0 yards.
Let's hear Andre Ware and Vandy. I thought this was the best call. I love the excitement, and this is a hell of a call by them. Here's Dre, Vandy, final call, as heard right here on Sports Radio 610.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn. Yes! Good! The Texans win! Yes! Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16. Have a nice day.
That's the best.
Put them up.
That's the best.
What a comeback.
Put them up.
Put them up.
Put them up. Put them up.
Numerous key players out, and the Texans dig so deep to pull out a victory against their rivals and go home with the victory.
You know what's crazy about this? And I don't know that I have to remind you of this, but I think you they have CJ Stroud, bro. Like, I know that's duh.
Yeah.
But they found a way to win that way. They found a way to win that game that way. And, oh, by the way, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL this year is coming back. Like, I think this is that you're going to have to win that way eventually. With or without C.J. Stroud, there's going to be times where you're going to have to win like that. And they won that way without him. And, oh, by the way, He'll be back.
That's why it was so important to me. I mentioned this a second ago. Like, they look suddenly like they're built to make a stretch run, whether it's these next 3 games or the playoffs, because they have – now there's no question they've got a running game, they've got a running back. Now there's no question they have a playmaking defense. Like, whether it's like this on the defensive front or not, you still have Stingley, you still have, all these guys making plays, Greenard with the sacks and all that. So all of a sudden you look at this team and they are constructed to make a run because even after all that, you got C.J. Stroud. If you got a running game and you got a defense making plays with C.J. Stroud, you can make a run.
Yeah, we've kind of joked about, C.J. saves all butts.
But now you can see where it would be like a little bit of everything. You got to
blend it in.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
That's what I think is so beneficial for BMX Bobby is now he's called a game without CJ. He's called games with CJ. Yeah. First year offensive coordinator kind of meshed that in. Same with D'Amico.
Yeah.
Like once he gets his guys back, and I mean you're building depth, all that. I mean, good Lord, man. Mm-hmm. Like you didn't have your 2 best receivers. You didn't have perhaps your best defensive player. Will Anderson, perhaps. Blake Cashman, perhaps your best defensive player, depending on where you sit. And
Jimmy Ward went out with a concussion protocol. All that. And yet you still did this. That's why it ranks so high for me.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's unbelievable. Cannot believe it. Cannot believe it. And now you got the Browns coming to town.
Whew. We got a lot to say about that this week.
Is Deshaun going to come to town or no? Yes?
Do they have suites here?
What kind of suites?
Is his girlfriend going to be here?
Well, she's from here. So she might want to come spend Christmas.
So he's probably going to be here then.
Yeah. Shout out to her dad. Nice guy. Very nice guy. Very, very, very nice guy.
He'd probably be in Houston, but I don't know.
Are they still together? Yeah, they're still together, right?
I think so.
It was in the suite together.
Okay.
Remember?
Yeah. Okay, so they're
during the Browns game.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so he'll be here, right?
I'm guessing. Got suites and you got your girlfriend's family with Christmas?
Sweets.
Oh, yeah, by the way, they're playing a game too.
I mean, do you not think that he'd be a distraction, though?
No, he's on the squad.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of quarterbacks would travel.
How could you be a distraction in the suite?
What?
You ain't on the sideline.
I mean, did you see the reaction?
Hey, you ain't on the sideline, so.
The Browns said they didn't have him on the sidelines because they didn't want him to get hurt. He was sipping champagne in the suite because they didn't want him to get hurt. They didn't want him to get run over.
I'm going to sound just like you. Okay. Oh, man.
This was supposed to be the Deshaun game, man. Now it's just can the Texans get in the playoffs game and can the Browns get in the playoffs game?
Yeah, it's a grudge match.
Should be for the coach of the year because Stefanski and D'Amico, they coach their asses off. Coming up, lunchtime confessions. What a bad display yesterday. What a bad display. And I ain't talking about the Texans. That's next.
D&M leasing right now. Let's get you that new vehicle for the holidays.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Luck.
It's a great Reaction Monday.
These are my confessions.
Presented by Shoppers John Deere here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to admit, we talked about it in the last segment a little bit, but this is one of my big confession takeaways from the game yesterday. Andre Ware kind of shouted over Vandy's call, and he didn't clap, which is awesome.
No, it was good.
He didn't bang the table, which is awesome.
It was good.
My confession is I thought it added to the call.
It's a great call.
I thought it added to the call.
Great call.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16.
Beast.
Have a nice day.
Beast. Hey, by the way, if the Texans ever win a Super Bowl, Andre gets a ring, right?
Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that'd be sick.
That'd be really sick. I'd be really happy for Vander Meer. That's the closest to trash talk you'll ever hear Vander Meer say. Have a nice day. He was talking to old Ames. He was talking to Amy Adams and the Titans.
I was worried about Vandy's voice, man.
Nah, but he
always want to give him some tea.
Mm-hmm.
He's got it, man.
He's got it.
That maintenance, though, he's always
it's an instrument.
Going easy on it.
It's an instrument.
It's a strong instrument.
Yes!
I don't know how you talk after that one. That's why he's the great one.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, I wasn't looking forward to it, but I was anxious to return the favor for John McClain on Tuesday, because he's been doing something for a long time that I've never really given him the same courtesy of. And I was, if the Titans had won, I was going to return the favor for John McClain, because anytime the Longhorns win, and I walk in the press box on a Sunday, John McClain says, "Congratulations on the Texas Longhorns," or if the Aggies have a big win, "Congratulations to the Aggies."
Yeah.
Tuesday at 11, had the Titans pulled that off, I was going to tell John McClain, for the first time in my lifetime, congratulations on your Titans.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on your Titans.
He had a rough day. That's a mini confession. Hit it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
John McClain had a rough day. Had a rough day. After Tuesday coming on here on Tuesday and talking about he doesn't give a rat's you-know-what about the Titans wearing the Oilers colors and all that. He flip-flopped, man. And then he went back to this morning and was all about it. And so, yeah, he had a rough day. He was getting hurt.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I confess, as I was watching that game yesterday, there was a thought that crossed my mind. Speaking of our teammates, you know what I thought to myself as we were watching this game?
What's that?
Man, Tyler Milner's missing a hell of a game.
I wonder how he played, though. Golf.
Yeah. Was he on the course yesterday?
I don't know. We have to ask him.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just thought, man, Tyler's missing a hell of a game.
Yeah.
When you gonna let this go, man?
I can't, man. Someday.
You could hear Vander Meer saying, "Yes!" when he made a putt.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I thought Charlie Heck was going to be a severe liability. Like, to the point of the Titans would have ended up with 7 sacks and 11 quarterback hits. Tip of the cap, man. Big, and nothing bigger than the 41-yard reception by Devin Singletary to set up put him in field goal range. Give it up for Charlie Heck, everybody. That was a hell of a play, and I thought it was going to go the other way.
Watch this.
I started a fight between two kids yesterday.
I could see you doing that.
I did. It got a little more heated than I planned. So went to Pluckers to watch the game.
I saw the picture of your daughter. That was a great picture.
The CBS drama is intense. So I went to Pluckers to watch the game. By the way, you can go dry rub and then wet rub over. Elite. Get the spicy ranch.
Just it tastes different than just wet rub?
But you get you can get spicy ranch dry rub.
Texture.
Spicy ranch dry rub with the hot lemon pepper over it.
Yeah.
Woo-wee.
Yeah.
Sound good, man.
Waitress, oh, man. And then I got some chili lemon with the Baker's Gold. Dry, but I digress. I went in the restroom. I think it was during halftime or during a commercial break of the game, and there were two kids in there wearing their Little League uniforms. And when I was washing my hands, they were washing their hands, and I just asked them, hey, did y'all win? And they said, yeah, we won. And I was like, okay, well, who played better?
Oh, man.
And the one kid says, I did. And the other one says, I did. I was like, well, what would you do at the plate?
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, he got out twice. And then it just turned into a big argument about going back to games. And they were like to where they weren't going to throw fights, but they were arguing. Just walked out.
And you let it go.
Hey, I just wanted to know who played better. Always in radio host form.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at this slime ball.
Instigator form. Instigator form is what you were in.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think that's it for Davis Mills as a Houston Texan.
Why?
I think you can find another Davis Mills or Case Keenum. Hell, who knows? Maybe Case Keenum's going to be back next year. That was, no matter what the reasoning was and no matter how great it turned out, that was kind of a message. That was not kind of. That was a message. You know, you're our third best option. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to hurt your ego a little bit if you're Davis Mills.
Right,
I mean, I know that Case Keenum can say that he's like one of the best humans he knows and stuff.
No,
like
he's
that,
a great guy, but he started in this league before, and he was the backup.
And when push comes to shove, they don't trust you.
Right.
Period. Like they don't trust you.
I think that might be it for him after this season.
I think he's back.
You do?
Yeah, I think
Figgy?
he's back. I think he's good.
I think he's back, but it's a possibility he'll get cut.
He might ask for it. He
During
might ask
camp or
for
something
it.
like that.
Why not? If he thinks he can get a job somewhere else. Have you seen how many starting quarterbacks are out this year?
If I was him, I would be begging to stay on this team, man.
Well, you would think, but they all want to play.
Nah, he's got to stay here.
We'll
Part of
see.
this team, man.
We'll see.
You heard Case Keenum. He said he's a big part of this team. It's
I'm not saying
kind
he's
of
not.
an attaboy, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not.
Kind of just an attaboy.
Yeah, I was like, good job.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Got to give him some credit, man. We've kicked him in the nuts a little bit. I think deservedly so. Aaron Wilson with the Case Keenum scoop. I don't know who the snitch is over there and who's telling these things or whatever, but hey, midnight while you were sleeping or while you were not sleeping, Aaron Wilson with the scoop on the Davis Mills.
Yeah.
So got to give him some credit. Got to confess.
And he
Good
should.
job.
He deserves it. That's like the biggest
the
scoop he's
scoop.
had this year, isn't it?
I mean, he had the Stingley
Starting quarterback?
Yeah, he's been doing a good job, but that was a big scoop. Got to give Aaron his props, man. Got to give him his flowers.
I'm with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
If I were a head coach in the NFL, unless I had, some stud back there returning, I would never return a kickoff. The risk reward is just not there. How many times have you seen somebody run it back from the goal line and they end up on the 13-yard line? If you just call a fair catch, if you just let it go, you get it on the 25-yard line. I didn't have any confidence in Steven Sims. He had the one, I guess, to the 30 or whatever. But I would never return a kickoff, ever. Just get your offense out there.
I mean, I would love to see what the risk reward is.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't think
It's funny because all the good returns be like, to the 28-yard line.
Yeah.
It's like,
and so many things can go wrong. And even the one that they had there was a block in the back. Right? On Sims when he went to like the 31-yard line.
Yeah.
There was a block in the back.
Up.
Yeah. So they're like, I would never, ever, ever return a kickoff. I think they should go away totally, but that's a different topic.
You want to get rid of the kickoff?
Yeah.
Nah, you need it for hype, man.
What
optics,
hype?
Optics. It's optics. It's like exciting.
Well, optics is your offense running out.
It's like a gather your breath.
Yeah, but
That's like the tip-off.
Yeah.
The tip-off could be your team running out to the 25-yard line for the first snap.
But you don't see a basketball game just starting off with somebody with the possession.
Yeah. Gotta do it, man.
It's just a waste of time.
Gotta get hype.
Don't waste my time.
Come on. Coming up, D'Amico said there was one clear choice when it came to the game ball. I got to respectfully disagree with D'Amico. As great as he was yesterday, that's a big disagreement. Let's hand out multiple game balls on Reaction Monday next.
Low T Center right now. LowTCenter.com.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
D'Amico Ryan said it was an obvious choice, the game ball. Here was D'Amico in the locker room, and we'll talk about whether or not we agree or disagree with D'Amico. But here's D'Amico after the game addressing his team and giving the game ball to one guy.
Man, so proud of you guys, man. We talked about getting to 8. We got to 8. Great job. Great job. Hey, shout out Kate. Awesome job, man. Talk about needing everybody. Hey, the way Kate stepped up, was ready to go. Man, respect the hell out of you, man. Awesome job. Way to lead us there. Awesome job, man. Awesome job. Defense, great job. Great job. Defense, way to stand up. Time after time after time. Way to stand up. D-line, way to hunt. All right, now I got one here, game ball, all right? One guy. Been missing him. Yeah. And when he came back, we needed him more than ever. Sir. All right? Amy, let's go. Hey, Texas on 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right. So I don't think it's an obvious choice. I think there are a lot of possibilities. You have a list of guys who could be considered for the game ball. I'm actually looking forward to this list.
I think Ka'imi Fairbairn probably would top the list. 4 field goals, 2 over 50, game winner. Oh, by the way, you hadn't played in 4 weeks. So if I had to say who I would pick, it probably would be Ka'imi Fairbairn. But there are 8 players that I think you could legitimately argue deserve to be the game ball recipient. Let's start with Jonathan Greenard.
That would be mine.
Yeah.
That would be mine.
2.5 sacks.
No Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Even when Greenard was producing, and I don't think Matt Burke meant any disrespect, but Burke was asked about the lack of sack production with Will Anderson, and he said something along the lines of, well, you look, Jonathan had 2.5, and you got to credit Will Anderson for that. I mean, he wasn't on the field, and Jonathan Greenard was still getting sacks.
Yes, so he would be. I mean, I think all these are pretty much a tie, including Ka'imi. Case Keenum. I mean, coming back from that interception, pick 6, being able to lead this team, then in overtime, doing all the right reads. By the way, he was in scramble mode on the Devin Singletary reception. Big time Case Keenum. Devin Singletary, 170 yards from scrimmage. 121 rushing, 59 or 49, whatever it was, receiving. I mean, Devin Singletary, they controlled the ball. They helped their defense. He moved the sticks. He got them into, almost should have had a touchdown. Got them into range multiple times for the tying touchdown and the game-winning field goal. I mean, Devin Singletary easily could have been the game ball guy. Dalton Schultz. What do you have, only 4 catches, but 3 on the game-winning drive, including the catch of the year for the entire organization, for the entire team. Dalton Schultz has a say in this. Noah Brown. Oh, by the way, Noah Brown.
Jeez.
Come on. Oh, by the way.
8 manly catches.
Big-time catches. So that's 8, and I got 2 more that could conceivably be in the argument for getting the game ball. Malik Collins.
I mean, he's a big part of this run defense.
And sack and a half.
The quarterback, yeah.
And Derek Stingley. Don't go Derek Stingley's way. The book is getting written. You don't want to go his way.
Steven Nelson, man, playing hurt. I think Steven Nelson deserves a lot of credit for playing hurt. The dude, he is not just he's not up there just collecting a check. Mm-hmm. I mean, he worked his ass off to get on the field earlier this year when he didn't even practice during the week. He's done it twice where he hasn't practiced and he ends up playing.
I forgot one. Harris County, Christian Harris. I mean, he was all over the place. I ain't stopping. He was all over the place. He had a grudge against Derrick Henry. I mean, he was
in his face.
He was bullying Derrick
Alabama
Henry.
on Alabama crime.
Yeah, which doesn't happen a lot, but he was bullying him. So that's 10. 10 players could have been game ball.
And oh, by the way, your best players, or a lot of your best players, weren't even on the field. That's a team game right there. That's a team effort. You just named 10 guys, and your best players, 4 of your best, weren't even on the football field.
But that speaks to how we started this hour. D'Amico. This is a D'Amico production from the word go. Yes, he was giving Case Keenum all the respect and everything else after the game. Yes, he gave the game ball to Kaimi Fairbairn. This was a D'Amico Ryans from the word go. This is how we do it. Reflection of his personality and his style. This was D'Amico Ryans. Really, I can't say this enough. I think he kind of set this team up for what they're going to be in the future. Like, this is what they're going to be. They have an identity now, and this is it.
What's the identity?
Run the ball. Play.
When CJ comes back?
Yes. Like, this is how you get to the playoffs, man. Like run the ball to complement what CJ Stroud can do. Play this kind of defense in hostile, tough environments and tough situations. And then, oh, by the way, give the ball to number 7. Like, those 3 elements right there give you a chance against anybody. If you can do it like this, you can do it down the stretch.
You're going to get Nico back eventually.
Yeah.
You're going to get CJ back. It'll be interesting to see the balance that they develop or don't develop.
Let me ask you this. If they can run the ball like this, it was a very impressive performance, but it's not like he ran for 200 yards.
It's going to be harder against the Browns.
Yes, but if they can run the ball, if he can get 100 yards or thereabouts down the stretch in every game, they have a real chance to win every game, right?
Like the next 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, because you got CJ.
They're going to be favored in the next 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to be underdogs in Indianapolis, rightfully so. Indianapolis is performing at a very high level.
Yeah, I would think so.
Steichen and D'Amico doing their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just an elite dub. I mean, that really, I mean, you nailed it with the guys that you mentioned. The Derrick Henry thing's crazy, though. 9 yards. Apparently in Nashville, I was talking to Sean before the show. He said it's basically a eulogy for Derrick Henry right now in Nashville. That's what they're focusing on right now. Titans radio is basically like, I mean, they're talking about him like he died.
Well, I mean, you could see it coming. We've talked about it. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect 9 yards, but the running backs, man, you don't last. You don't last at all.
Got to churn them, got to get them.
Yeah.
Got to figure it out. Texans have 1. It'd be nice to be able to mix it up a little bit.
I think they're going to do that for sure.
Do you think that what would you say was the play of the game?
Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, the catch, right?
Yeah, Dalton Schultz followed by
the 41-yarder.
Well,
Singletary.
that's what I was going to say at first, but I think that D-Hop play.
The challenge?
Dude.
The D'Amico challenge?
D-Hop did it. Like, DeAndre Hopkins is in my view.
Trying to be a showman.
No, he was trying to.
That.
He actually was trying to help his team.
Imagine that.
But as soon as you do the little illegal procedure move with your fingers, the other coach knows, okay, he doesn't know. He's not sure he caught it.
Yeah, because that was really fast.
Yeah.
That was a really fast
They went
challenge.
right up to the line. They barely got the flag thrown. D'Amico did. Had he just acted like nonchalant and just, yeah, of course it was catch, But because he kind of did that, I think it kind of alerted everybody to throw the flag. Because that what was it? It was 13-6.
Yeah.
I think at the time.
Yeah, field goal wins it.
Yeah. D-Hop helped them. Thank you, D-Hop.
Here's D'Amico Ryans on Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz makes his return, and oh my, what a catch.
Oh, wow, what a play by Dalton there in the red zone. For him to come down with that catch, it just shows the competitive spirit of Dalton and just the strength at the catch point to be able to make that play is unbelievable play. Happy he made it for us to set us up there for a score.
I mean, it was a pick. The guy had it in both his hands.
Went up and got it, man.
Yeah.
Went up and got it.
I said this is top 3 wins in Texans history.
Sean Pendergast called it the gutsiest, and they've had some gutsy dubs.
I just did a cursory search of biggest wins in Texans history. I don't even know. This is Sports Illustrated, SI.com. I think it very much compares, if not beats, these top 4 Texans versus Bills in 2020. That was the 22-19 win. I'll take this one in terms of how it sets up this team. Texas Bengals in 2011.
That was big.
First division win. That's in the mix. Yeah, that was a huge win, obviously.
Playoff dub.
And then Texans Cowboys. Come on, man. We're past that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're Texans Cowboys in the inaugural game. 19-10, by the way. Almost 19-16. So I think this is as big a win as you'll ever see.
Derrick Henry was third on the Titans in rushing.
Oh, what's his name?
Will Levis was second. By the way, I knew that interception was coming. I tweeted it.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he moved the chains, because he put his shoulder down and he made a big play and he kind of had a little extra flavor, I said, that's a tough play by Will Levis, but he's going to give you an opportunity to get back in the game. And he did. He was feeling himself a little bit too much.
He is a tough SOB.
Yeah, he's a tough guy.
He was taking some hits. He was putting his shoulder down.
So was Rudy. I don't want him starting. I mean, that doesn't mean a damn thing for me. Rudy was tough.
He was Rudy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, tough doesn't mean good. I mean, it's good to be tough. Going take Christian Harris tough. I'll take Noah Brown tough.
Yeah.
But that goofball out there, I mean, Rudy was tough, but he can run my scout team. not gonna start for me.
I don't know if I'd go that
17 of 26, interception, 199 yards.
106 yards after the first quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never want that guy starting for my squad.
Yeah.
I promise you that. He'll let you right back in the game. He might win you one. He'll let you right back in that game.
Yeah. We talked about that, too.
There is no fear in my mind for him.
I thought that was going to be a possibility, too. But when they were down 13, I was like, choke, Titans, choke. And they did.
Oilers. Yeah. That's what the scoreboard said. It said Oilers.
Yes, that was bizarre. And some of the other things they were doing were just...
Amy Adams. They were talking crap about Houston on the PA, apparently.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know that Nashville and Houston hated each other.
No, they were just trying to stick it to... because they were taking their cue from old Ames. And every player knew exactly what this was about. Like, they didn't say it before the game, but they were sure enjoying it afterwards. Case Keenum at the top of the list, talking about wearing Houston on the front of his jersey. And then a bunch of players saying stuff. Greenard was one. Obviously, you know, it was very much a talking point for the Texans this week, and it should have been.
Yeah, I didn't know they were going to take it that far. Rolling Earl out there.
That was bad.
Mount Rushmore with Derrick Henry and Eddie George. Like, come on. That's embarrassing.
If you've never had a house in the city, you probably shouldn't be on the Mount Rushmore.
I mean, that's just whack.
Yeah.
Good for them for going out there and get. Vandy brought up another good point. Like, Billy White Shoes Johnson spent half his career in Atlanta. They played Atlanta earlier this year in the Oilers uniforms. Why not honor him then?
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
I guess his glory days were with the Oilers, though.
Yeah.
I get that, but why not do that?
Vandy was calling them the fake Oilers.
I mean, that's what they were.
That was awesome.
That's what they were.
Yeah.
Coming up, a lot of stuff going on around the NFL, including something that we need to watch very closely that could lead to the Texans things being even better than they already are. Let's go around the league next. But first, let's give you a chance to win a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. $50 gift card and a chance to win a case of OG sauce, John Lopez's barbecue sauce, as well as a Traeger grill. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610, 713-572-4610. Good luck.
The moment definitely wasn't too... It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry
Let's
Locker.
go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Titans officially eliminated from the playoffs. Texans just on the outside looking in, although they had the same record as the three teams ahead of them. One game behind Cleveland. They come to town on Sunday, and we're talking about the wild card. The division's getting interesting, too, because the Jacksonville Jaguars, as they sit right now, they're probably not going to have Trevor Lawrence on Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tampa Bay's playing pretty damn well as also with Baker Mayfield coming off the biggest game of his career, perhaps. So you have Trevor Lawrence in concussion protocol. You have 3 tough games remaining. You need to finish a game ahead of the Jags. It's getting really interesting around here when it comes to the playoffs.
Can't write it off. I wouldn't be my priority right now, but you just take care of yours, and they might lose their game, especially this coming week.
Could I interest you in some early betting lines?
Yeah, I haven't looked too closely other than the Texans.
All right, so Cincinnati actually plays Pittsburgh this week. So maybe the Steelers could do the Texans a favor. Steelers open as a 2.5-point dog at home against the Bengals. Texans open as a 2.5-point favorite against the Browns. Jags right now. Now, I don't know if they're going to take this off, but they're a 1-point favorite on the road at Tampa Bay.
Ooh. Well, maybe he's a miracle.
I mean, maybe he's faking the concussion like he did the injury. I don't think you can fake concussions. There's actually a protocol around that. So he faked the high ankle injury. I hate Trevor Lawrence now. No, because I'm not someone who just automatically hates the dude because he's on a division rival. Like I can respect players on other squads. Like I like Derrick Henry. I like Jeffrey Simmons. I don't like Will Levis, but there was once upon a time that I really liked Trevor Lawrence. That high ankle drama, that Paul Pierce type of display, just kind of, and obviously he didn't fake it. I just thought it was a little much for him to
and I thought the exact opposite. I thought no way he can fake it like that, especially in real time, the way that he reacted when he heard it. But he did. I mean, he got back.
I don't like disliking Trevor Lawrence like this.
Mm-hmm. I will say this about Trevor Lawrence real quick. If you don't know by now, you probably don't have the guy. Right? Because do they know they've got the guy?
He's a good quarterback.
That's not the guy.
They got no choice.
That's not the guy.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Draft day, and we all thought he was, right?
Oh, yeah, I did.
I mean, he's not. Let's put a picture of John Elway and
Manning.
Peyton Manning and do a montage leading up to his select. No, he's not that.
Yeah.
I don't think he's better than CJ.
Oh no, he's not better than CJ.
Yeah, by any measure.
Yeah.
Like he's not. I don't think he's better right now. The stats say that. I don't think he's better than him in the future. So, who knows? Devin Singletary, what a game for him. This is D'Amico Ryans talking about motor.
Yeah, that was our plan, to try to run the ball. We know they have a tough up front, and it wasn't going to be easy. But we had to stay after it, and Motor did a really nice job. The O-line did a really nice job of staying after their blocks and finishing. Motor, he had the high hand, and we continued to ride him, and he showed up big for us.
He can be Motor now. I'm on it.
Oh, he had the hot hand. That's why you kept going to him.
Yeah, I wasn't going to call him Motor. He can be Motor now.
He looked like it yesterday.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go by his government.
Yeah.
I don't need to see your ID. Whatever you want us to call you, we'll call you that.
Yeah.
But we're definitely going to call you RB1. That's for damn sure.
Yep.
Texans topped the Titans 19-16 Saturday. The Cincinnati Bengals won in overtime over the Vikings. The Vikings at the end of this game, they tried 3 straight tush pushes. They tried that. Let me say this about this tush push thing.
Mm-hmm.
It has made some teams look stupid trying it.
Yes.
Texas tried it earlier this year. It looked stupid.
Mm-hmm.
To act like that's just a cheat play that anyone can do, it would be like the NBA, and this is obviously an extreme. It would be like the NBA banning the sky hook because Kareem was so good at it.
Yeah.
Like, you have Jalen Hurts, you have Jason Kelsey, Hall of Fame center, athletic freak at quarterback, who even, like, when he wasn't a quarterback at Alabama, they moved him to freaking running back just to get the ball in his hands. And they execute it. Like, the notion that this tush push works all over the place, just watch that Minnesota game. That was awful.
Well, I agree. Because
If they had 130-pounder pushing
just about everybody's tried it, and no one has had the success of Philadelphia.
Jake Browning, once upon a time, he was on the Minnesota Vikings. They cut him.
Mm-hmm.
And Jake Browning, now the quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals, he has not forgotten. This was him after the dub.
I'm not going to sit here and say it's not a good feeling. It's much better than losing. I think the emotional roller coaster is part of the game, and part of that is just me staying even keel, but there was definitely a little extra part of, just before the game. Like, I remember getting cut there the last time and just being told, like, hey, we might have a spot for you on practice squad. Like, go to the hotel and wait. And so I sat in the hotel for like a couple hours, not knowing if I had a job or not, and then just basically got a text or a call from my agent that they didn't tell me. Like, I'd been there for 2 years, and I've been cut my fair share of times, and that was probably the shittiest one. There was a little bit more this week. I know I denied it, and there's some great people over there. It's completely different coaching staff and everything. And I want to emphasize, like, there are some incredible people over there, but that one felt good. I think right after we made the field goal to win the game, I screamed at a camera and said they never should have cut me.
You know earlier in the week then, when you said to us that you were going to just play it down until afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, you can't say that the whole week and then go lose. You just wait until you win and then don't look like an idiot.
He just laid low.
Good honesty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, they're playing good, man.
Well, he's probably the reason that they're
that
favored.
T. Higgins catch, by the way.
Yes.
I was listening to that, so I was getting some Christmas shopping done. Went to the mall. I enjoy going to the mall.
Really?
I still do.
You're
yes.
the one.
No, I do. No, I'm damn sure not the one. You weren't there. I'm damn sure not the one.
It was crowded?
Yeah. Yeah, it was very crowded. I didn't go to the Galleria. Hell no.
Yeah.
No, I'd rather walk barefoot to NRG from here than go to the Galleria.
Yeah.
Hell no. That
just not a mall guy, man.
I like the mall,
except
man.
for Annie Ann's pretzels.
I like the mall, bro.
Did you get a pretzel?
Nah.
Come on, man.
Did not. Those the pretzel hot dogs look good, but yeah, I was saw a couple loopholes too at the mall. Shout out to them. But I was in the car listening to Ross Tucker and whoever was doing the play-by-play.
Yeah.
Man, he was on his game, man. I mean, I didn't want to get out of the car.
Yeah. That's a good sign right there.
Then I almost got rode on by a cop.
What were you doing?
So I went and got some presents, and I didn't want to bring the presents in and go upstairs and wrap them.
Right.
So I got bags, of course. I don't wrap. I don't waste time. I'm an efficient guy.
You'll learn.
So I went to H-E-B. I got some bags, and I got some tissue paper and stuff like that, and like the gift things. And I got wifey
really
3 gifts.
That extra step, huh?
Yeah, and I popped my trunk, and I was just in the back, and I was grabbing like the gifts and like putting them in the bag.
Yeah.
This cop like parks by me,
baby.
And I don't know if he thought I was like hustling or slinging or whatever.
What do they call them? Porch pirates.
I mean, it looked that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in the backyard. I had new merchandise, and I was just like holding court, like basically like I was doing
Over
my
there
own. Like,
loitering.
Yeah. You look suspicious.
He parked, and I go, "Hey, man, I don't want to wrap them at home, sir." He just kind of laughed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I look pretty suspicious, I'm sure. Steelers fall to the Colts 30-13. By the way, props to Mike Tomlin. The over/under was 43.
How about that?
Or it was 41. It was 27-13 late. Indianapolis had just missed a field goal. This is when big coaching goes right, because the Steelers had 2 timeouts. Indianapolis tried to take a knee. Mike Tomlin, after they took a knee, called a timeout. Then Indianapolis decided they were going to run it. Tackle. Boom. Then Mike Tomlin called another timeout. Then Indianapolis, on 4th down, they decided they were going to kick the field goal, so the over hit. So shout out to Mike Tomlin.
My favorite kinds.
And the bit coaching that was. Lions all over the Broncos, 42-17. Jared Goff, if you had him this weekend, fantasy playoffs began this weekend, props to you. 5 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs with 2 touchdowns, 100-plus yards for him. Sam Laporta, 3 touchdowns.
Best tight end in the league this year, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has more touchdowns. Here's my question. And maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I don't know. Like, is Sam Laporta go ahead of Travis Kelce in fantasy drafts next year? Because Travis Kelce was a first-round pick this year in most drafts. And he was his production level is just like that much higher than other tight ends, to where it's kind of like one of those, like, it's a risky move, but it's one that a lot of people were willing to take. Does Sam Laporta go ahead of Travis Kelce, a year older, in fantasy drafts next year? You got to think maybe, right?
I would
that dude's
think.
badass, man. How does Iowa get all these damn tight ends?
And they can't score.
They have all these tight ends, like all of them.
Every year.
Fant, Dallas Clark. They have all these tight ends. And this
was Hawkinson the
Hawkinson, yes. Thank you.
More receptions.
Wasn't Fedorowicz? Maybe.
Yeah, Fedorowicz is an Iowa guy.
Where are they getting these guys?
Tight end U, man.
Tight end university.
Yeah. More receptions,
and
more
they can
yards,
all block.
More touchdowns than Travis Kelce.
Yeah. First team All-Pro.
Yeah.
Salem Porter, right?
Absolutely. It has to be.
Chargers fell to the Raiders 21-63. Did you hear Brandon Staley's final press conference?
I did, and this was anyway. Continue because I have the same question you have.
So you're down 42-0 at half. You lose 63-21, and you say this.
I didn't do anything well enough to get us ready to play tonight.
So if that's the case, then why should you be the coach? If that's
games like this happen in the NFL.
Really?
To every coach that's ever coached in this league. You can look at any great coach that's ever coached in the league. Sometimes games like this happen.
Really?
I don't need to retrace history, but it's part of sports.
42-zip at half.
42-zip. Everybody. It's just what else is he going to say?
I mean, not that.
Yeah.
Bears fall to the Browns 20-17. Browns coming to town this Sunday on Christmas Eve. Ravens all over the Jags 23-7. As we said, Trevor Lawrence suffers a concussion. Bucks topped the Packers 34-20. Packers needed this one. Baker Mayfield not so fast, my friend. Chiefs topped the Patriots 27-17. Saints 24, Giants 6. That's that Cutlets guy, whatever the hell you are calling it, Tommy, whatever. Yeah, it kind of died down a little bit.
Wearing that lime green suit,
doing his thing. Yeah. Panthers topped the Falcons 9-7. Let me just say this. I'm going to go on record here because we did this last year. We just mentioned Brandon Staley.
Mm-hmm.
It is inevitable that Arthur Smith is not going to get you where you want to go. So if the Falcons want to do what the Chargers did, if they want to do what the Texans did, where you just sit here and like try to justify the existence of your coach, have at it. But make no mistake about it. Maybe very soon, maybe a little bit later. Hell, maybe he treads water and Atlanta wins the division next year. But you're not reaching the ultimate goal with Arthur Smith as your head coach. It's not happening.
How about trying to teach Bijan a lesson? Did you see this?
Dude, I don't understand. He's the best guy that, like, one of the best guys that there is Bijan Robinson.
And so you sit him the rest of the half because he fumbled.
Okay. And what was your excuse the beginning of the season?
Yeah.
He's a clown, dude.
Mm-hmm.
He is an absolute clown. Rams top the Commanders 28-20. Cardinals fall to the 49ers 45-29. Brock Purdy afterwards said that he thinks Christian McCaffrey should be the MVP. Your Dallas Cowboys 31-10 yesterday.
Don't you give that team to me.
You were talking Super Bowl.
I just was making an observation.
You were talking Super Bowl.
I was.
Can't win on the road, sir.
Just making an observation.
Just an assing.
Dude, but they had the flu, man. Like 10 guys had the flu.
They scored late, too.
Yeah.
Did you see that corniness?
Yes.
What was that about? McCarthy just want to score?
I guess.
They ran the ball with CeeDee Lamb.
Bills are scary again.
No, that's the team. Like, we talk about Texans winning the division and stuff. I would almost rather go on the road and face Kansas City and maybe even Miami if Tyreek Hill's banged up than I would see Buffalo in the playoffs. They're battle-tested.
Yeah.
They've already gone through, like, the ultimate adversity. They have their coach making, like, Al-Qaeda references and stuff like that, and they're able to overcome that. Like, Buffalo's scary, man.
I don't think you mentioned Dolphins and Jets.
I'm about to.
Okay.
I'm about to.
Okay.
Jets thumped by the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
30-0. What are your thoughts on this?
This one, the reason I wanted to talk about it.
Week-to-week league.
Screw that. This really bothered me. Like this, I was like, come on, man. After the way they looked last week, they get shut out against Miami. I was like, God, dog. I know it's a week-to-week league, but that was just a mess last week in New York.
Well, Gio this morning on WFAN.
I didn't hear this.
Some people think Robert Saleh's kind of getting a free pass because they have Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
He gets hurt. Now it's just basically like, all downhill from here. Here was Gio going off on one of D'Amico's good buddies, Robert Saleh.
If they didn't go out and get Aaron Rodgers and they had another season like this, Rob Saleh wouldn't be the coach. Like Todd Bowles, like Adam Gase, like Herm Edwards, like Eric Mangini, like all these other guys just come through here, get right to the propeller into a million pieces, and then they got to pick themselves back up. But because Aaron Rodgers is here, Rob Saleh, who's not qualified to be a head coach because we've seen this, and he stinks at it, gets another opportunity next year. And then when it doesn't work out, we're going to be sitting here going, oh my God, I can't believe it didn't work out. It's embarrassing. I mean, Mike McDaniel's walking around with his joggers and his Louis Vuitton sweatshirt running circles around Rob Saleh twice, doing donuts on Rob Saleh's lawn with his middle finger up in the air. And then they're just going to bring all these idiots back? God.
Don't be surprised if they don't bring all these people back. Don't be surprised.
You think Rob Saleh's going to get fired? There's no way. And then Nathaniel Hackett's going to be the head coach. He's going to wear a clown nose while he's doing it.
Oh, man.
How do you handle this? Like, are you just at the mercy of Aaron Rodgers? Because I don't think you can be as much at the mercy of Aaron Rodgers as you were at the start of the season because he got hurt.
Yes.
Like he's about to be old. 40. He tore his Achilles. Like I don't know that you have to do everything. I like Robert Saleh. I support. I'm a big Robert Saleh guy, but I mean, outside of the Texans game and the gutsy win to open the season against Buffalo, previously mentioned Buffalo Bills, I don't know what I would be saying. Like, let's put ourselves in their shoes and everything that they've gone through. What would you be saying if the Texans were the Jets and Robert Saleh were the coach? Like, what would your take be? Bring him back?
I think it would be the same as what I'm about to say about the Jets. I think because you have much more invested in Aaron Rodgers than anything else in that building, you almost have to let Aaron Rodgers make the decision, or at least consult him and take it very, very seriously.
They already did.
I know.
So you're just going to.
But I'm saying, like, do you want Robert Saleh back, or do you feel more comfortable because it's your squad next year, whether you're 41 years old, however how old he is, or not? Because if you're not comfortable with it, at least for next year, we're going to have to go with what you're good with.
I think you got to stick your chest out, though, and say, Aaron Rodgers, you're not playing.
I think that's a possibility. Not a possibility.
We'll see you next year.
Yeah. Oh, for this year? Oh, hell yeah.
Well, he's going to get, according to Adam Schefter, he's going to get, by the way, I don't know what he does medically, but whatever Aaron Rodgers does, I would kind of like to know.
I have no idea because he's a medical marvel, or it wasn't as severe as we thought it was. And I'm not saying that to be critical of him. It just might not, once they got in there, they might have realized that happens. Torn Achilles.
I thought a torn Achilles was a torn Achilles.
There's got to be different levels of severity, right?
I don't know. I'm sure. I mean, there has to be. There's different layers of everything, right?
So I'm not saying the guy is faking or wasn't. It really wasn't. Some people have guessed about that. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's very much on the table that it wasn't as severe as they thought, because it just doesn't it's never happened. What they say he can do right now.
They got him playing scout team safety like he's Deshaun Watson.
Never happened.
Post sexual allegations.
Ever.
I guess he had a one-handed pick or something. Scout team safety.
I don't know.
I would like to see that. I bet it would, but what if they were just like tossing the ball back and forth?
I'm still right now at the point where I'll believe it when I see it, even though they say.
But even if it's possible, you don't do that.
Exactly.
Like even if we're giving him the benefit of the doubt and we're saying whether it was major or like. With what the Jets are right now, and the fact that they're pointing to one reason why their season sucks. Yeah. Like that, if you're Robert Saleh, if you're a Jets fan, like an optimist or something, you're pointing to one reason, and the reason is that guy tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
So you're going to bring him out. You're going to bring him back when there's no chance at making the playoffs, and perhaps it could get worse. That's idiotic.
It's too big of an investment.
That's stupid.
Too big of an investment.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
Unless he just is planning on retiring after the season, and we know he's not. Mm-hmm. That's just really dumb. But props to him for even being in this conversation, assuming that he really tore his Achilles and everything like that.
No matter what it was, the injury, he deserves credit for getting to where he is right now.
Happy to meet you on the YouTube stream. Says, I hope Saleh wants to come work for D'Amico when he gets fired. I think that's a real possibility.
Could be.
I think it's possible that Robert Saleh is on this coaching staff, or he might just go back to San Francisco. I mean, he's going to have options. San Francisco or here.
Yeah.
Figured out. I'm not trying to fire Matt Burke. He had a hell of a day yesterday.
He had a great day.
What am I doing right now?
Yeah.
I better get out of here. Coming up, the internet goes nuts thanks to the stanky owner of the Tennessee Titans. Next.
It's a Reaction Monday. Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It was going nuts yesterday for the Titans/Oilers. This was Dave Portnoy, Barstool. His thoughts on the Titans wearing Oilers. And I always think this is interesting because this is an East Coast guy, casual observer type of vibe. It's one thing for us to be in the sticks talking about it and cussing, discussing, yelling, whatever the hell it is. By the way, John McClain joining us at 11 tomorrow. You don't want to miss that one.
Wow. Little connection there.
Here is Dave Portnoy talking about his thoughts on the Titans wearing Oiler uniforms.
That makes me go against them more. I hate that.
You hate that?
I absolutely do not think they have the right to those uniforms. Those are Oilers, those are Houston Oiler uniforms, not Titan uniforms. I think it's arrogant they wear them. It's a oil well. I love the uniforms. They're the best uniforms there are.
You're saying that Houston should be able to wear them.
Correct. To wear them versus the Texans.
This is right in their face.
Horrible.
Yeah, man. I can add to that as far as the internet going nuts. It really has the internet going nuts.
They took it too far.
They took it too far. They were spiteful, which is a word I've used a lot to describe.
Amy Adams looked like an idiot.
They had the PA guy going.
I don't even think Bud would have thought this was cool.
Right. And then the other part of it is,
I don't want to speak for the dead.
Not just you could be right. Not just Dave Portnoy. Like everybody after the fact, after you started to watch them on television,
it was pathetic.
Was like, this is a joke.
It was pathetic.
What are we doing?
It was an embarrassment.
Hannah Storm was talking about it.
It was just
JJ.
It was stupid. Like you took it to a stupid level. Like it's one thing if you want to rock the uniforms and do all this, but like. They're changing their Twitter account to Oilers. It's very
just
obvious.
Weird and awkward.
And then they're talking crap about Houston on the PA. It was tacky, stupid. It was awful. It
makes that city look silly.
It was awkward.
They looked Bush League. It looked Bush
I didn't think
League.
they were going to take it to this level. I didn't know it was going like this.
And I've heard about some things that they were just kind of rubbing it in the Texans' noses and other ways, and she's a clown.
What do they have against the Texans? If you're going to say like
that's a different organization, ain't it?
What are they? What is this?
I thought Brandon Scott had a great analogy,
and I actually think they unified the Texans fan base in some way, shape, or form. Like you wanted to win, like everybody wanted this win badly, but there's certain people who wanted it more. I did not know they were going to take it this far. It was almost like they just had nothing else to do. It was like it was an ultimate attempt at trolling.
Insecure,
pathetic,
spiteful, hurt, still crying over not being embraced by their former city. Brandon Scott had a great analogy. It's like when you break up with a girl and you leave some clothes there, and then she lets her new boyfriend borrow it.
Yeah.
Like they're borrowing your clothes, and they're just that's a great analogy.
Yeah, B. Scott.
And they're just being little spiteful you-know-whats about it.
Pathetic.
Speaking of which,
I got the internet going nuts.
it only gets better in Spanish. It only gets better in Spanish.
El centro de John Wicks, le aguantan, la patada en camino, la patada tiene la distancia y la patada es buena. Kyrie Fairburn de 54 yardas le da la victoria a los Texans sobre los Oilers, 19-16. ¿Cómo te quedó el ojo? ¿Cómo te quedó el ojo? El biónico Fairburn con esa pierna de robot le pegó con el alma, con todo su ser. Enrique dijo: este partido lo ganamos porque lo ganamos, y con todo el émpito, Enrique, nos llevamos la victoria merecida porque la peleamos hasta el final.
Oh my gosh!
What was he saying?
Enrique, that's my guy.
What was the end? What was the end that he was saying?
Basically said, "How do you like the way it looks now? How do you like the way it looks now?" And then we went on about the robot leg that Kyrie Fairbairn has, and they took it all the way to the end. They battled all the way in, and then they got the victory there. But it was
that was the analysis.
That was the color guy. Enrique did the play-by-play. Actually, it was almost identical to Vandy's, which is kind of weird. They were doing it at the same time.
Vandy and Andre?
Yeah.
Man, Vandy and Andre put on a hell of a show.
Our guy, Enrique Vasquez.
Put on a hell of a show.
Yeah.
Shout out to Enrique.
Yeah.
Kind of made me miss the old WCW Conan days, man. Viva la raza!
Oh, God.
I got the internet going nuts.
Conan had honkies like me yelling, Viva la raza! I didn't even know what the hell it was. Just like Pudge Rodriguez had us doing like the Catholic sign. And son, you're not Catholic.
Well, it works for me.
Yeah, well, you know, Pudge does it.
It works for me.
Pudge does it. When's the last time you peed your pants? Knowingly.
Who, on purpose?
Yeah.
Can't remember. Okay. I know I did. I'm not trying to deny it. I know I have.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure everybody has.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I remember. Wade fishing. Yeah. Wade fish because you're already wet. Like I was.
Why don't you just pee?
Because I'm in the water past my waist. So I was wade fishing, and I didn't want to get out of the water to go pee, and it's a bay water. You're already wet. Just pee yourself.
Booger McFarland. There was a bowl game on. There were 7 fumbles at half. It was a monsoon. Booger McFarland had this to say.
There is one upside to this. As a defensive lineman, when you're soaking wet and it's raining and you got to go to the bathroom,
I wasn't expecting that.
Seriously though. So listen, you have to find some good in this. So normally we have to go back in the locker room, but since everything is wet, we're just good to go. You just let it flow.
Instant heater. Okay.
Well, I didn't go that far. Just let it flow.
Okay. 7 fumbles in this game so far.
Lord. Okay.
He's not wrong, is he?
I don't know. I mean, I know. I don't know. Sure, why not?
You're already all sweaty and wet.
I'm okay with peeing in pools and stuff, so I'm not really one to like.
Yes, we are aware.
Judge. By the way, I want to hear Conan now. I just want to hear some Conan.
All right, let me speak on this. Órale! Arriba la raza!
We had us saying that, dude. We didn't know what the hell he said.
Right.
Arriba la raza.
You know,
had the bandana on the front.
About that for life, but Wolfpack, nosotros somos unos vatos locos forever.
Crazy vatos.
But more importantly than that, bowdy, yeah.
They don't make it like that anymore.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, this is not going to go over well. Have you been following this fat passengers trend on all the social media?
Lord. I don't even want to know. Do I even want to know?
This is not going to go over well. So apparently, I'm not trying to be harsh. They call themselves fat activists. Have convinced Southwest Airlines that to introduce a customers of size policy.
Oh, God.
Get this.
Eat a salad.
Get this. Obese passengers get free extra seating to the point that other passengers may now be removed from their seats in order to accommodate a customer of size.
Stupid, dude. I saw this. I told you about when I went to the dry cleaners and my guy was getting cussed at by some fat ass that was in front of him.
Yeah.
Mad because his shirt cost a little bit more. And he said it was discrimination. No, it's more cloth, buddy.
Look, it's more cloth.
And I get that there's like a certain level of
there are conditions,
obesity
and such,
conditions and stuff, but come on.
Well, my thing is,
shouldn't be a convenience.
Put yourself in that seat next to her or him, and they say, "Sorry, you can't go on this."
You know what?
Because we have a customer of size.
I take back everything I just said.
Why?
I need more leg room. I'm 6'6".
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting
you're not
there.
fat.
Hey, size comes in different ways. I'm going to take advantage of this. What's the number?
Southwest Airlines is doing it.
All right, well, I'm going to get in it.
Dude, you're going to get cussed out.
I don't give a damn if I'm going to get cussed out or not. I'm going to get more room on the plane. I'm going to take advantage.
Oh, man.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, T. Higgins' mom, she was on Twitter, and she was getting trolled. T. Higgins had perhaps the catch of the year in Cincinnati's win over the Bengals. She said this. This was her first tweet. She said, "No effing way." That was her first one. This was when they called one of his catches incomplete. A Bengals fan, who, by the way, props to the Bengals fan for actually having a profile picture. Didn't go well for him, though. But a Bengals fan replied to T. Higgins' mom and said, "Incomplete. Your son can't catch a ball to save his life." She replied. T. Higgins' mom replied, "And your fat ass can't catch your breath."
That's hilarious.
He can't catch a ball to save his life, and your fat ass can't catch your breath.
She's fun to hang around, I bet. I guarantee you that.
Where's she from?
Yeah.
It is. And the funny thing is, the guy's picture, it made sense. Like, as much as it looked like it made some sense. Your fat ass cannot catch your breath. From Tennessee.
Yeah, she's fun.
Yeah,
I don't know the lady.
Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
I guarantee you.
Oak Ridge, I got my peoples from there, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Yeah, my family from there.
How about that?
I got the internet going nuts.
Jameis Winston had it going nuts yesterday. This guy,
he's a likable cat, man.
He's an American treasure. He is you saw what he did, right? He walked into the stadium, obviously in his street clothes, but carrying a briefcase. It looks like a very expensive briefcase. And then he walked in to the locker room and he said, "Guys, this is what," he opened the briefcase and he said, "This is what is between us and greatness." And then he showed him the briefcase and it was empty.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Look at him. That looks like a...
Dude.
He is the GOAT, man.
He's a treasure.
He is the GOAT.
He is an
He's got the purple pants and the denim jacket.
Guys, and this is what's
between us and
he
greatness, and everybody's looking and it's nothing.
Yeah. A little...
Dude, that is...
Louis
nice,
Vuitton.
Though. That's good, though.
Louis Vuitton.
That's pretty sharp, though.
briefcase.
That's pretty sharp. Did you see him at the basketball game, the video of him at the basketball game the other day?
I think. What
Dude,
happened?
he was at the Pelicans game. He's just like someone,
taking pictures with everybody.
Yeah, someone yells at him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was like, hey,
What's going on? He starts having a
30-second conversation with them.
Look at him.
I don't think he made it to his seats.
Yeah.
Got a Louis Vuitton bag, briefcase.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so this is gonna get you kind of heated. I think this might get you on your soapbox, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
The jock sniffing in media is out of control.
Oh,
it's
be
one
more
thing
specific.
at the podium. This was in Memphis. This is Ja Morant. He's making his comeback. Have you seen this yet?
I did.
Listen to this question. This is at a podium. This isn't like some sort of like radio interview or like something like that.
I thought it was a podcast for a minute.
This is at a damn podium. Listen to this.
John, have you paid attention to any of like the polls or stories or just media talk about guys who they said have passed you since you've been going away, guys who got better than you? I personally got a little ticked off about it because I know you still him, but what are your personal thoughts on like the perception you've had where they said, well, this guy's better than John now or this guy's better than John?
Who they said was better
Halliburton, bro. Who else? What's the dude who played for the New York Knicks, man? Brunson, all these dudes, they saying they're better than 12, so.
Hats off to them, for, leading their teams and, playing great. Obviously, the league has, a lot of talented players. I have no say on, who's better than me and who's not. Obviously, that's everybody else's opinion. So, yeah, I don't get mad about that stuff, man.
That's crazy. That was wild.
That's
weird.
It can be sad sometimes.
Yeah.
That's a guy that, first of all, who cares, what you think? And
it's like on the internet like this.
Yeah. It's
is
like
Halliburton better than Ja? I mean, is that crazy? I mean, I think it's like a discussion. I know Ja was great, but
It's a discussion.
Halliburton's playing pretty good.
Yeah, but I just like the question and what you do.
I know you're him.
Yeah,
he literally told him.
That's what it was. Yeah,
I know you're him.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I got the internet going nuts.
More NBA podium display. This is disrespectful by Kevin Durant. Did you see this?
Yeah.
This is hilarious. It's actually hilarious though. So the Suns lost, and Kevin Durant's pulling up the box score. You want to talk about? I would feel like such a loser if KD did this to me. Here's KD disrespect as the internet goes nuts.
Like what's his name? Quentin Grimes, he can't get 3 threes up. 6 threes up. He doesn't dribble at all. He doesn't have any free throws on the season. He doesn't have any assists, it feel like, but he's getting threes up. That's the stuff we can't have. It's frustrating, but I think we'll figure it out.
What's his name? He doesn't do anything.
He's basically saying the dude's garbage.
Internet going nuts. Coming up, Case Keenum. Was it the Case Keenum game or was it the D'Amico Ryans game? We'll hear from Case Keenum coming up next.
Against all odds, the Texans tore the Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's hear from Case Keenum. What a display at the podium. Surprised somewhat that they went that direction after everything they've said about Davis Mills, after everything that's happened with Davis Mills. Hell, he's been active at times where Case Keenum wasn't even active. Here is Case Keenum, and if you didn't like him before, you're probably going to like him now for sure, and if you already liked him, you're going to like him a hell of a lot more. Here's Case Keenum at the podium on Reaction Monday.
What's up, guys?
Everybody ready? Case, it's been a minute since you started a game like that.
It has been a minute. Man, it to me. I've said this a lot of times, and I haven't really thought about what I was going to say up here, but wearing the name of Houston on the front of my jersey, which I've done for a long time, and to get to do it again and represent for our city, for our team, it means a lot. It really does. Second of all, this team, I love these guys. I love 7. Back at home, man, I love that guy. I love 10. Davis is one of the best human beings I know. Great dude. And I said early on Saturday, that this was a game for both of those cats, among as well as the rest of the team, because we got a lot of love in that locker room, as you guys can see, and probably it radiates, and so it's very special, and what a gritty way to get it done.
What did you do in the last throw, the 41-yard pass to Devin Singletary?
Mm-hmm.
What play,
Just it was a little scramble drill. I mean, we were working kind of left to right there, and just was able to escape up in the pocket, and Devin was my check down on the play basically, and he was able to break out of that and make a really good move with nobody on that side of the field, and I got him a ball where he could run, and he did a great job getting us in field goal range.
Case, what do you think it says about the depth of this team, that you guys were down so many guys, back of having to step up into bigger roles, and then also being down on top of all that and still pulling this out? What do you think this says about the group and the talent you guys have?
Well, I think it says a lot. I think from top to bottom, room to room, we've got some really talented guys. I think Nick's done a great job, D'Amico, of putting this team together. We all have trust, and it doesn't matter who's out there. We trust that we're going to get the job done, and we did. We put ourselves in a hole early. A big mistake by me. I pride myself in taking care of the football, and that was, a really bad decision on a key play that didn't need to do that. It was an easy read front side and got ahead of my feet a little bit, but. Man, our defense played incredible today. They did such a good job of keeping those guys, with DeAndre and, the big running back. Man, those are tough guys to stop, and they did a great job today keeping us in the game. And man, Amy finishing it out. Awesome team win, incredible team win. Hard to win in this league, hard to win in December when games matter in this league, and that one mattered a lot.
You mentioned that you were playing for 7 and 10. Nico earlier said that this team has no quit. For you guys to be able to pull out this win, what does that say what does that say about this team and their ability to, no matter what's thrown at them, find ways to make things happen?
Yeah, I think it's right along the lines of the same thing I just said. I mean, overcoming adversity. I think that everybody on this team looks at adversity as opportunity, ready to overcome, ready to on to the next play, and you need that in this type of league. If you're going to go and be a playoff contender, get to the dance, succeed in the dance, you got to be gritty. You got to be willing to stand up when you get punched in the face and get knocked down, get back up, and go do it. And there was no blinking on that sideline. Nobody blinked. When I threw that pick, came off, had everybody slap me on the back, say, "It's all right, we'll go do it." And we did. It was great. And just so happy for the McNairs, to hug them on the way out, Coach D'Amico, this whole team, this whole squad, like I said, for the city. It's pretty special.
A couple more. What do you feel like allows you to make these type of moments? You've been in plenty of them. Come in.
Yeah.
And what do you feel like allows you to do it?
I'm built for this. I've been in a lot of situations. I've been in a lot of systems. Been in a lot of different games, and but God's made me who I am for moments like this, and it's just trying to make sure that I'm ready when my number's called. And I said it before, you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
Last one. Obviously, the win, the team win, is the most important. Obviously, are you able to appreciate the moment of not having started since week 17 of play 1 to now being able to come out and just perform like this today?
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, there's always a lot of nerves and different feelings when you haven't strapped it up in a while and had some real live shots at it. So to be able to get out there and succeed and really show my team what I can do felt pretty good. So what's up, Drew?
How important was Singleton?
Motor's my guy. I think I've said that maybe 100 times, probably a bunch to y'all, but man, he made some incredible moves. There's some moves. I don't know if anybody else has a view of what I do. Well, I probably should be carrying out my fake, but I tend to peek back and watch. He had little subtleties of movements that he sets up blocks and can make guys move, around their blockers and then squirt through these little holes. Man, it's impressive to watch. He is an impressive guy and an awesome human being. Great family. His kid Miles, man, he's a little mini motor, and he might be a better running back than Motor will be one day. He's already running around the house, but I love Motor, man. He's so crucial to this team, and he's coming alive at an incredible time of the year. So I'm excited about that.
Let's make it clear. That's Case Keenum. Shout out to Case Keenum. This was the D'Amico game.
100%.
I mean, we'll remember the quarterback. We'll remember the gutsy performance. This was the D'Amico Ryans game that I don't think too many of us saw coming.
Oh, well, I mean, you didn't have the weapons. You didn't have your starting quarterback. You were on the road, a very emotional game. They were trying to stick it to you. They were tweaking you even during the game from PA to everything
PA
else
said
going on.
People quit or something like that.
You're coming off an embarrassing loss. I mean, this was everything stacked against you, and it was absolutely a reflection of what D'Amico is. You mentioned it.
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah.
Monday he came in.
Yeah.
After the Jets embarrassment and had a smile on his face, and you could just sense he had not necessarily something up his sleeve, but certainly was confident in his squad.
And I got to say, like, there was a lot of disrespect towards Houston. I got to apologize before we get off the air. Last week I mentioned Derrick Henry, and I said he reminded me of Akeem Olajuwon in the Raptors uniform.
Yeah.
That was wrong of me. He's Akeem Olajuwon working out with Şengün now at 60. That dude is. We can have a funeral for Derrick Henry at this point. Although I wouldn't mind him being on the Texans next year, I will say.
If you're saying that.
So you can dump that, Figgy. But man, 9 yards for Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
I mean, quite honestly, like if you would have told me under 9 yards on Derrick Henry's first carry against the Texans in the past, I would have taken the over 9 times out of 10.
I ain't gonna lie to you. We wondered if it was gonna hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are times I'm like, oh man, I don't know about that kind of play. Is it gonna hit him? Then he's like, man, this guy might be the. Now it has hit him, but I don't know. I don't know much what Derrick could have done on half.
No.
Yeah.
That was swarming. That was swarming. That was swarming.
That was like that. Like if I like
no doubt.
I mean, I felt like if I'm Tim Kelly, like I think I almost wasted a timeout. There was that play they broke down. Adam Archuleta did a great job with. It was like
he's good.
It was like, hey man, that's a double. If we can't get a double team, and then y'all two, it did look a little bit like some of the Texans' offensive line work we've seen this year, where they just absolutely get destroyed and split in a double team, and they're gonna say, all right, we're just gonna hit this second level like that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And let's go. It was just he was getting. I mean, the handoff, bam.
But he can't get his first step going. That's the biggest problem. Like that's what you really see.
Yeah,
that's a slow start.
The swarm, all that was swarming.
Yeah.
It was a slow start, but some of that slow start was caused because there was somebody standing right there in front. Like that, they dominated so quickly up front. It was
and then on the other side of the ball, you heard Case Keenum just a second ago talking about. I wish you had the view that I have of Devin Singletary, Clint. That was like the one play that did it for me. I mentioned it once earlier in the show. That fourth down, I think it was 4th and 1, 4th and 2, whatever. He literally got the ball and just stopped in the backfield and waited for the blocks to do what they were going to do, and then burst through and got the conversion. Damian Pierce would have just put his head down and not gained a yard.
Well, it's hard to do with one carry in an entire ball
I'm saying
game.
I'm with you.
They got 3.
No, there is no doubt about it. He is a much more patient tailback.
Yeah.
And a much more experienced. There's no question about it. That he is definitely more that than Damian Pierce for sure.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to, I asked the question because you got the Jeff Van Gundy, don't ignore in victory, all that. I just asked the question. Was Will Anderson missed yesterday? I'm not trying. I mean, I'm just saying like that was and I'm a Will Anderson guy. I believe in Will Anderson, but what? I mean, I know they got a bad offensive line and everything, but 7 sacks and that performance, goodness gracious, man.
Yeah, at least for rotation. Yeah, he was. I mean, the production would. I mean, he's arguably been your best all-around defensive lineman.
It could have been.
So I mean, so he was missed. But I mean, I hope we can kind of quelch the he's getting Jonathan Greenard sacks things.
Yeah.
That's
oh, yeah. Like Matt Burke said.
Can we slow that up?
Yeah.
My man's sitting over there 12 and a half. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess was Will responsible for 10 of them?
You going to try to
9?
give Will 3 or 4 mine?
Oh, yeah, come on now.
That's great.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live. It is live and in color, baby. Clint is back in the building as you hear him. Landry, I'm going to need you. Do me a favor. I got a little something hanging right there outside that door. If you open up that door, you can hand that to me. I forgot to bring that puppy in here. But Clint came through.
Oh, y'all don't worry about that.
Clint came
y'all don't
through.
worry about
Clint
that.
came
Y'all
through.
bringing Mad Dog in here that's got mildew in that damn thing. Y'all got
this.
Y'all got
I appreciate
mildew.
Yes,
Look
I
here.
appreciate this. It is.
Which one you want? Which one you want?
I
I wasn't even here and didn't even pick. I didn't even pick last Friday, man.
Listen, let me tell you. It is Mad Dog Monday.
Come on, OG, partake. One pull.
Get out of here.
I brought you the OG. I brought you the
San
OG,
Antonio
man.
ass in here and drink this.
Come on, I know y'all drink this in San Antonio.
The most I ever vomited in high school was
One
on grape
pull.
Mad Dog.
You're a seasoned vet.
Good,
now.
I got you Orange Jubilee. One pull, man.
Y'all can kiss my ass.
Listen, the Drive is back in full.
Look out
full
now.
contact. Clint is in the building. Tyler is in the building. It is a Mad Dog Monday because somehow, some way, I don't know how it happened. Down 13-0. Case Keenum doing exactly what it is the reason he was not supposed to be. The reason why they didn't go to Davis Mills. He started doing those things early in the game and put him in a hole. But that defense and everything that D'Amico has set forth since he stepped in here day one was on full effect. They go and get this win, 19-16. I need to hear the final call because my man, listen, I love you, Vandy. And I appreciate it because Andre Ware, I believe, forced Vandy to even take it up a notch on the end for Vandy. Wow. And Andre Ware, for me, it is the third and fourth. Yeah. And then as he continues moving forward, that final call done it for me. Here is how it ended. If you weren't listening to it on Sports Radio 610, here is the final call for Mark Vander Meer and Andre Ware.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn. Yes! Good! The Texans win! Yes! Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers. Put those uniforms back in the trunk. 19-16. Have a nice day. Put them up. What a comeback.
Put 'em up.
Down 13-0.
Whoa.
Let's go, Andre.
Hey, just in case y'all didn't hear me the first time, put them up.
Whoa. Put them jerseys up. Put them in the trunk. Put them up. And then he hit him with the whoa. That's what he would flare. Whoa. I'm sorry. Nope, I need that again. Give me that again. It's Mad Dog Monday. Andre Ware, you may get my player of the game. That was fantastic. I need that one more time.
Fairbairn. Yes! Good! The Texans win! Yes! Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers. Put those uniforms back in the trunk. 19-16. Have a nice day. Hey. Put them up. What a comeback. Down 13-0. Whoa!
Hey, he's dead ass serious, Clint.
Oh, he's in it.
There was emotion.
Yes.
He was like every last one of y'all at y'all couches watching the game at the bar, wherever you was. That was him up there. Again, how did he not cuss?
Ron,
how did he not cuss?
Look, man, I'm sitting there listening to it for the postgame show, and I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, damn, I'm excited. Like I am proud. I'm into this win, but I ain't on Dre's level.
Oh,
I can't get on Dre's level.
His face, there was no smile.
The first get out of here was really, he meant that.
I think he threw him out with his head. Get up out of here.
Oh boy, that is great.
That's it right there. That's a winner right there.
That is well done.
That is well done. But it is a Mad Dog Monday, and listen, I'm gonna try not to let Tyler Milner get me down, and that is big. You stepped up. I was ready to go just in case.
Hey, one stop. One stop.
Tyler,
Not
I
only
had my
stop.
one stop.
Shut up.
Not
Shut
only
up.
one
No.
stop. I didn't
No,
have to Google anything. I knew exactly what I was doing.
Way to
I
step
took a
up.
certain exit, and I knew the first store I came to was going to have it. And they had the big boys and the old single shooters, man.
I couldn't even respond to him when he said it. I just want to let you all know, not today, not this game. Not this game do you give up.
Oh,
And
great point, Ron.
Not this game.
Great. I didn't think
not
great
this game.
point.
You can do it against the Bucks, whatever. Not this game.
Well,
Mad Dog Monday. Stop it.
Well,
Stop it. Let me lay it out. Let me lay it out.
Lay it out.
Mad Dog Monday. Tyler selected Davis Mills.
I didn't know that.
He clearly lost.
I mean, that's
okay?
worse than John Mechie.
My 6-yard carry. Well, no, in his defense, we all thought that he
That's
was going
right.
to start
We
Friday.
didn't know that. We
Okay,
didn't.
he pulled a complete fast one on us. We'll get my 1 carry for 6 yards from Xavier Hutchinson does sneak in ahead of Davis Mills. Say that. Brandon picked Devin Singletary. That was going to be my selection, but I let him go first. But you picked Davis Mills, so clearly, I mean, hell, before the game started, you knew you were probably the odds-on person to have to go get the Mad Dog.
True.
That game ended around 3:30.
You had all weekend. Well, no, he
He had all day. He had all. He had
the game
rest
started at noon. Once we confirmed that Davis Mills wasn't playing,
we found out.
I knew that there was a stop right
Saturday's
here by
when we
the office. The last couple times I've lost, I've known there's a stop right here by the office. I went there on my way in. Guy said, "Man, we're fresh out. We're fresh out, MD." But I'm going to tell you this. There could be something here. I chose Davis Mills.
So
I chose Davis Mills.
You want Case Keenum?
And Davis Mills' only job in yesterday's game was to come in right before the half and chunk one up as far as he could into the end zone. And he failed.
And he scared the hell out of us in the process, dangling that ball around.
Yeah, he did. Davis Mills failed in the only single play he saw yesterday, and he let us down. So maybe I was channeling my inner Davis Mills here, and I let you down.
This is ridiculous.
I didn't do the one thing I needed to do.
If Clint didn't come through,
which he did,
and go and get Mad Dog, we were going to have to take a chance with our lives here.
Would have had some.
To take a chance with our lives here.
The color in that one's changed a bit. There may be something acting up in there, right?
This is the second time you have been the loser and you have missed it.
I'm just going to put this out there, Bobby. I mean, if you're looking for Mad Dog 2020, the Upper Kirby area probably ain't going to have it.
Yeah,
Tyler.
that's why I couldn't spend any more time driving around out there.
There it is. Once again,
it's
baby.
Mad Dog Monday. Pop it open, baby.
Come on,
Thanks,
man.
Tyler.
Look at the collection going on in there. Got every color.
Ah, that's it. Boy, that red wine.
The Orange Jubilee. I bought the OGs. I made sure and bought the OGs. I even bought the Banana Red because it was one of the first ones. And I don't know that I remember tasting that. Right, I'm going to be honest with you. That Orange Jubilee Mad Dog, you know what it takes me? You know where this one takes me, Tyler?
We were thinking Park Street.
I'm guessing Park Street.
Well, they can all take me back to Park Street because that was, I mean, the only thing my folks didn't do was make money off the parties we threw. This took me to Crystal Beach, Chief.
Oh yeah.
Orange Jubilee on the beach, driving around. Not while I was drinking. I'm saying on the beach where you can drive. I of course didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that first little drink right there took me to Crystal Beach, man. Took me right to Crystal Beach when it was borderline Mardi Gras, which I'm sure it still is. It was a fabulous time to be alive, man. Fabulous time to be a teenager. Drinking Mad Dog 20 in Crystal Beach, man.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's disappointed. I know a lot of people think I pick on Tyler, but that's just not today. Not this game.
That is, I mean,
not this
is a game when the Texans literally left-handed.
You can't go one store.
They eliminated the Titans from the playoffs. You know that?
Yeah.
Eliminated.
It's a beautiful thing. I love it.
And you try a C store on Upper Kirby to try to get Mad Dog.
Well, in one of my previous searches, I went to several C stores around this area, and that was the only one I could find them at. So I knew going in there today, whenever that man told me, hey, we ain't got any more MD for you today, I was going to be wasting my time driving around this area looking for him. I wanted to come up to the office, get some work in. But I did let you down. I should have thought there was a chance there would not be MD at that location. I should have been better prepared. I'll learn from it.
Let me hit you a little something here, T. Give you the OG way of thinking.
Okay.
When you see Minute Maid on your right, come on south about a mile, and whatever exit's next, take it and hang a left.
It's good advice.
Whatever C-store you come to, the odds are it's going to have MD 2020, baby.
And I think that's great advice, and I second that. But
try.
I was past all that already.
First store I rolled into, bottom row. Like, you ever seen these little small pockets?
I hadn't seen the small. I haven't been able to run into the small ones. I've just gotten the big
You can
ones.
slide that right there inside the inside coat of your jacket, your coat. The
Now
pocket.
you're talking.
Slide it, nobody even know you had it, man. I'm not saying you steal. I'm saying you carry it around drinking.
No, yeah.
I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah.
Like a flask.
Well, it is a Mad Dog Monday.
Size of a flask. It really is.
Yeah.
And this is one of the most impressive wins we've ever. This is the most impressive win, in my opinion, that I've seen. When you think about you take everything into account. And I tweeted this out afterwards. That is however you call it, program, organizational. That was a game changer right there. That is a one where you're like, D'Amico, bam, this new Texans, bam, that game.
Yeah. Look, for me, it's a game that when Sean asked me about it last night in the postgame, I'm proud of D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans. It was one of those wins that as a fan, man, you just. You were already probably a believer because they've won 8 games this year, so it's easy to get on when everybody expects them to win 6 or fewer. Some teams expect them to have a top 3 pick this year. Some folks thought that. So they've exceeded expectations. But when you can go out there and get your 8th win in the fashion that the Texans did, as a fan watching it, Ron, it's one thing if you got a superstar player, which we watched. We watched Deshaun Watson just dilly-dally around for 3 quarters, then put the game on his shoulders and go win a ball game in the 4th quarter. Right? That stuff's not sustainable. When you talk about, like, really as a fan being able to sink your teeth into your team and go, man, I'm a believer. I'm invested. Like, to win a game with the 3rd-string quarterback, and look, I understand the dynamic, and I'm not talking about my ass when I was playing.
Apparently he's the backup.
Right, apparently he's the backup. They were missing over half of their starters on the offensive side of the football. They hadn't ran the ball. I mean, just to win that ball game and play with so much depth, it was just a very convincing win that D'Amico Ryans, this coaching staff, the roster that Nick Caserio built, everything that they're doing from a roster building to a coaching and developing standpoint to a buy-in standpoint, all those things that aren't as sexy as some of the conversations, they're real, and they're doing them at an extremely high level here. And to me, you start adding your superstars back in. You start adding more superstars to the mix when they get this, in the offseason with the – you're adding them to an unbelievably stable and deep foundation. That's really, really powerful, man.
This was some like Mike Tomlin stuff.
Yes.
We saw yesterday, and I think they won the game. Like, he coached his tail off. They won the game, not really from his coaching yesterday. I mean, there's some things that could have gone either way.
Sure.
But they won the game for what he did when he first stepped here.
Agreed.
They won the game from the first day of camp, kind of together, anything they did. They won it from everything that has been instilled from the jump.
Yeah.
From the jump, they won that. By the way, you'll hear from D'Amico coming up 2:30, coming up a little bit later on in this hour. He'll be speaking. We'll hear him speak. But that's what that was clear of. They faced adversity in this game. First off, the entire city of Nashville was on one, trying to push the levels of disrespect to a whole nother level to begin with. And then they face adversity in the game. They got a pick six that kicks this thing off.
Get down
13-0. They just keep seeming like, man, it felt like, damn, they couldn't get in the end zone. That hurts it. But they just kept playing.
Yeah.
They just kept playing and kept making plays, no matter who it was.
I think the way that I would couch it is that, and I know game to game, there's still an inexperienced football team with a lot of guys doing it for the first time. And so they're going to slip here and there like they did against the Jets, and Zach Wilson's going to throw for 300 and have a career day, and you're going to lose. There's still a team that's susceptible to that, I think, from time to time. But when you look at an 18-game season, what I saw yesterday was the floor rise significantly. Like what I saw yesterday convinces me that while we may not be a Super Bowl team yet, and I don't know when that's going to come. You got a ways to go before you get in that conversation. But we may not be there yet, but I feel pretty damn good that we're going to be fringe playoff or better moving forward. Like, you know what I mean? Like the floor for the Houston Texans, if you can go in there and win a game on the road with the kind of injuries that you had, playing as much depth as you had to play against that squad and depth at key positions, and your floor is high enough to where you can still go out there and beat teams in this league, given what they were going through, hey man, that's big time.
Oh, it was, and it was an amazing performance and amazing coaching job all around from everybody. And we gotta look at it, man. That defense, that was clearly the reason why they won the game over anything, and in particular the defensive line. That up front. Clint, those guys up front, that was one of the most dominating performances, especially in the second half, I've ever seen. I mean, they were relegated to just, hey man, let's just throw them up for prayers, and hope for it, because that D line was coming. They couldn't block them, they couldn't double team them. I mean, from Jonathan Greenard, who got 2.5 sacks, to Barnett, who got us, there was 7 sacks in this game, and Derrick Henry couldn't do anything in the game. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Ron. It starts up front, man. I mean, you got Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins inside, as you mentioned, Jonathan Greenard doing work outside, just creating havoc and shutting down the run. You get to the second level of the defense, and I don't know what the numbers ended up. Obviously, it wasn't record-setting or anything, but Christian Harris was lights out, particularly early in this ball game. He was I don't know what he did. He was hitting hard. Yes. Well, like last week, a big problem a big part of Zach Wilson's success was checking the ball down and running backs, getting yards after catch kind of deal. Christian Harris said, "No, not this week. We ain't having it." And you had 2 really, really good backs. And then you get into the secondary where Stingley makes a couple of big-time plays. Petrie goes back and defends the ball on a double move by DeAndre Hopkins. It ends up being a drop by DeAndre Hopkins. And Des King making plays left and right. I mean, all 3 levels of the defense did a tremendous job. But to your point, man, it starts up front. And them boys on that defensive line were coming now. Man. Yeah, Jonathan Greenard, he's a problem. Well, he may be a problem for the pocketbooks. We'll see. I'm serious. Like right now, they got to pay that man. Yeah, he's gonna be asking for a lot. Well, be sure. He's gonna be asking for a lot, and I guess these are the things you do for a rookie. He's gonna be asking for a ton. I mean, he's at 12.5 with what, 3 to go? 12.5 sacks, and it ain't just. He actually caused other sacks. Yeah. He actually he just collapsed from the other side and caused. I think he sent somebody right to Rankins or one of the. There's so many of them. I can't remember. Right. But he was a problem off the. Well, he's a problem versus the run. He's got speed that he can literally cover sideline to side or run sideline to sideline and spread runs out and. He's physical enough inside to collapse the pocket. Not inside, but in pass rush. He's physical enough to collapse the pocket. He plays with great twitch and great speed. His get off. For me, I'll be honest with you. I didn't know it could potentially be this good until watching him this year. But he's always been one of those guys. If he can stay healthy, he'd stay healthy. I was always impressed. If he can stay healthy. Good gosh, he's staying healthy, and boy, is he making that ring true. Yeah, he is. We'll see. They're going to pay that young man, or he going to get paid from somebody. All right, coming up. D'Amico Ryans, his press conference. We have it for you. We'll carry it live right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. So we'll hear from the coach. He's not probably had another day to process this and watch some of this. Be interesting to see what he says. And hopefully we'll see if we get some updates on some of the injured players that didn't play. Obviously, C.J. Stroud being the top one. So D'Amico Ryans coming up next right here on a Victory Monday, on a Reaction Monday, on a Mad Dog Monday, right here on The Drive.
This Christmas Eve, what better gift to give than a pair of
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday presented by our good friends at Shoppers John Deere. Clint is back in the building. Are you gonna roll with this? Are you gonna roll with this beard for a little bit?
I may let it go. What do you think about that little ginger nation with a little gray, little Father
I like
Time
it, man.
mixed
I dig
in?
it.
I do. I like it.
It gets thick now. It gets thick.
Yeah, I think you should.
I mean,
keep
I don't want to be that guy that. I mean, I watch you two with y'all's beards. I don't want to be that guy that grows this thing out, and then it becomes a poster for beard care or anything. You know, I don't want that to
listen,
happen.
we're not going to get crazy. We're just saying that we enjoy it. We enjoy the beard.
I'll let it go a little bit.
I mean, until one of them ladies in there tell you no.
No. I'm not going to say that's never crossed my mind, but I think those days are over. I mean, I do got 4 more weeks of my bride being off limits, and so I got about another month. In a month, if the bride starts to, you know,
my Lauren,
if she don't like the beard tickling, then I may.
My Lauren don't like hugging me with it. My 6-year-old, she don't like. She wants me to shave it.
Well, that would make me shave mine.
See, I was going to say one of them ladies in your.
Oh, I thought you meant one of them like in the streets.
No, the ladies in your house.
One of my ladies. My bad.
The ladies in your house, man.
I didn't know what you meant.
You don't have ladies in the street.
That's right.
Clint?
That's
What
right.
the hell are you talking about?
That's right.
Anyway, speaking of not ladies in the street, D'Amico Ryans, he's coming up at 2:30. Be ready. We'll carry that live. We'll go right to NRG as soon as that jumps off. So be ready for that. Someone on the text line here says, "Hey, Clint and Ron, let's give heavy praise to the Texans' offensive line. Also, they have remained engaged. They remained engaged on their blocks the entire game, which had been inconsistent previously. They were for the most part pretty good too. Now they gave up some pressures too there to Case, but when you see, as you said earlier, this run game struggling mightily week after week.
Yep.
And then to come out and they got some guys up front. Now Jeffrey Simmons helps you, not
Him
being
being
out
out,
there,
yeah.
but they still got some dudes up front, and they were able to run, and that was the big key of the game. They were able to run that way.
Yeah, Ron, yesterday was the first time this season watching the Texans where I was like, Bobby, run the damn ball. Run this thing. Just run it on first down. Let them boys eat. It was the first time that I legitimately had confidence in the run game. I understand there's a couple of games where it was one of the worst run defenses in the game, and the Texans went out there and Motor had a $150, $120, whatever it was, a couple times. I'm excluding those games. When you go play the worst run defense in the league, I don't know that there is a worse stat to lead the league in than yards allowed on the ground for a defense. I mean, you're just flat ass soft. I mean, you're playing a man's physical sport, and you're just flat soft if you give up that many yards on the ground. And so I don't put a whole lot of stock into those games. Yesterday, it's a middle of the pack run defense that's coached really well. Yeah, they're missing a couple of guys, but it's coached really well. And they went out there in a situation where there was no C.J. Stroud to put the team on your back, the game on your back, and go win it. There was no Tank Dell and Nico Collins to go out there and make big game-changing type plays. This was a ball game where, as we talked Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings, Ron, this was a ball game where the offensive line, if they didn't run the football well against the Titans, the noise around this offensive line was going to get really, 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 really loud, because it was a moment where it was going to be the only way they were going to win the ball game. Other games we can look around and go, we expect CJ to throw for 350 and 3 touchdowns. We expect this to happen. We expect that to happen. This was one going in where you knew those guys weren't there. You were going to have to run it well, and they ran it well. Like you said, they gave up some pressures. I'll take giving up a few pressures. I'll take up giving a lot of pressures if you can run the football like that right there.
I mean, coming into the game, like you're thinking Derrick Henry and Sharp's a pretty good back, and that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
Just run the football and then play action, big plays off of it. and the Texans, who have not run the ball, but maybe 3 games this year: Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Arizona. The only time they've had any really type of success. And they go and run for 150, and they run for 65.
And if you think about it, Ron,
it's just
buck 50. That could have been a buck 80, buck 90 easy. There were some big chunk plays that Devin Singletary had that were called back. The touchdown obviously being one of them.
Mechie's hold, and
there was 2 or 3 early on in the game that were 10, 12, 15-yard gains that got called back. Because I remember seeing Motor for the first time, he got up, and his body language when he saw the flag was like, "Damn, man." I mean, that very easily could have not. They could have been knocking on 200 yards rushing, and Devin Singletary could have very easily been knocking on a buck 50, if not a buck 60 rushing, if it weren't for just a couple of penalties. So yeah, man, yesterday, boy, did they ever need the team, the organization needed that win more than anything, more than any other win. And I know there's a lot of heroes, but at the end of the day, if they don't run the football the way they ran it with Devin Singletary, they don't win that football game.
No, not at all.
Flat out.
Not at all. It was huge in that game. So the offensive line, Devin Singletary, big points. They may factor into our player of the game coming up in a little bit, about an hour from now. We are waiting, and we'll go right there to the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, when he speaks to the media, and we'll carry that live right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. And I'm seeing some people on the text line. Don't put me in this. Oh yeah, Ron and B. Scott didn't believe that my Texans could do it. Think them boys can do it now.
We got a call in the post game last night. Calling the show. I think they're talking about Ron.
What is this?
We got a post game. You and B. Scott. Oh yeah, somebody better hold B. Scott and show accountable.
How does this happen?
They didn't see that the Texans got to win. They didn't think the Texans had.
How does this happen to me?
I don't know.
How does this happen to me?
Post game last night,
just
man.
a few dingoes out there that listen with their dingo ears.
I came on Thursday attempting to sell Brandon Scott. I was the complete opposite of Brandon. I came on Thursday trying the opening segment. We did it later. I tried to sell Brandon on, listen, don't just throw in the towel. They got a chance. Now, I said, would I pick them? No. But I said, they have a chance. And the big thing that I said, I had 3 good points. Now I thought Davis was going to play. But one of my points was what we've learned through this season, and it was completely out there yesterday, was in the NFL, from the top to the bottom, worse than I've ever seen before. Teams just play differently from week to week. Just look at last week. The Jets and the Texans.
Yep.
And then look at what they did this week.
Cowboys.
30-0. Yes.
Cowboys Bills.
And I said, listen, I said just because the Titans played the way they did against the Dolphins on Monday night, what we've learned this year does not mean that they're going to consistently trend. There are about a couple of teams. The Niners, they pretty much play the same way every week when they're whole. I'd even say the Eagles probably play the same way. I think the Ravens are kind of getting into that where they play the same way. That's really about it. Like everybody else can play differently and they did. That Titans team that played Monday night was not the Titans team that showed up Sunday. And that damn sure wasn't the Texans team that showed up that played against the New York Jets that played. That's probably why that defensive performance, you're thinking, how in the hell did that second half happen? Minus Will. Minus Blake Cashman. How in the hell did they let that happen with Zach Wilson in it? So listen, I wouldn't have picked them. I believed that they had a chance.
Well, Tyler's got to do a better job of holding you and B. Scott accountable, man. I don't know.
All right, let's head out to NRG as the head coach is at the podium.
To look ahead.
It's a great position that we're in as a team, and it's a credit to our guys and the work that they put in to put us in this position. When it comes to first place and all those things, for us, we just focus on the moment, focus on the day.
right? Every man in the room just focus on continuing to improve their game, continuing to do as best as they can for the team, and focus on helping the team in any way they can. And those standings and all those things with playoff implications and all those things, they'll take care of themselves if we handle the ball the right way on the field.
2011, when you were a player and y'all were first place, about to win the division for the first time, did you not look ahead?
I can't remember. Such a long time ago, John. No, but it's exciting, right? It's exciting for everyone to be playing meaningful football around this time. And anytime, you're on the cusp or you have the opportunity to make the playoffs, that's always the goal every year, is to make the playoffs and have a chance there at the end. So that's a goal, and we want to make sure we achieve that goal, but you focus on what you can control.
One of the things Monique said is that on Saturday night, you guys pulled out the PowerPoint and just said, do your job. I mean, was that just the expectation? That was the message?
Yeah, for us, especially defensively, that was the key this week, was just to challenge the guys to just do their job, because during our previous game versus the Jets, we did not do our job, and that's why it turned out the way it turned out. It was just mainly because of mistakes that we made, things that we've done well before, and we just weren't mentally locked in, and we didn't do our job, and it resulted in us, having a poor performance there in that second half. So I just challenged our guys and just do your job. And when we do our job, and just show clips of our guys, when we do our job and we do it the right way, this is how it looks. You're a pretty good defense when you play it the right way, and everybody's where they're supposed to be.
What's the update on CJ? How's he doing?
All right, here we go. We had some technical difficulties out there as we lost the feed there from D'Amico. We will get that across to you as he was about to answer maybe a pretty important question there about the update with C.J. Stroud. We'll get that back to you as soon as we can, as Tyler is working hard there. But he was about. I'm wondering what the update is on that. I think they could probably take their time, but they need him to get back soon. They were able to steal that one yesterday, which was big. Obviously, if he's not right, that's one thing. But C.J. Stroud, boy, you can see how different this offense is and how much more difficult things are. Boy, they'd be huge if they can get him back.
Yeah, look, I mean, when you lose C.J. Stroud, I mean, you obviously lose the better quarterback. You lose the heart and soul of your offense, if not your team. And really, you look physically, you lose the ability to stretch the field. You lose the ability to throw the route tree both to the wide side and the short side of the field. I know Case kept a few plays alive yesterday, but you lose that dynamic of playing off schedule, off script, off platform. You almost invite it with C.J. Stroud based on what we've seen this year, and so getting him back is of the utmost importance, without a doubt, to make this last 3-game run here in the regular season and give the Texans a chance to get into these playoffs and see if they can't make a little bit of noise. I'll be honest with you. When looking at C.J. Stroud and the injury, it surprised me that he wasn't back this week.
Did it?
Now, yeah, because he didn't. I was watching the TV copy of the Denver game, right? And that game is when he got up and stumbled, and it looked like that was a bad one. That was one like, man, how's he gonna go back in this game? Like that wasn't a knee a ankle or something. I mean, he got up and was wobbling. And then this one, yeah, he banged his head off the turf, but there wasn't a moment like that I saw where he got up and was like staggering back and forth. I think it was a matter of the two games back to back where there was something that had happened. And so,
but he stayed. I mean, he stayed down.
He rolled over. Yeah, he stayed down longer. Yeah,
and they walked him right to the.
Yeah. So I don't think it wasn't. I guess my point is it wasn't one of those where when I saw the play that ultimately kept him out of the Titans game against the Jets, it wasn't one of those where it was like, oh my God, what's he going to do? I understand. Head bounced off the turf. There's a concussion there. You got to take care of it. You got to address it. But it wasn't one of those where he didn't appear to know where he was at, like we have seen in football. So I would imagine that CJ will be back.
We'll see. Yeah, and this is the report we're getting, according to Aaron Wilson, Texans coach Deo Ryans on CJ Stroud. CJ is still in concussion protocol. We'll see how he progresses throughout the week. Said his symptoms are improving per sources as he continues to recover from a concussion. So he is currently still in concussion protocol. So we'll see about the rest of that. All right, coming up, there was a huge decision made, and the Texans were able to win the game yesterday. But as you watched the game, you think that was the right call? As you watched the game and you saw what happened, the ups and the downs, do you think Case Keenum was the right call? We'll discuss that coming up next.
D'Amico's defense set the tone in a 19-16 overtime win.
Play after play, right? Defense stood up and made plays. Stingley played well for us. Christian Harris had a really good game. He was playing physical, flying around. I can name them all, but everybody did a really good job. It was awesome defense by everybody.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Behind every door at Houston.
sportsradio610livestream.com. What a day!
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. D'Amico Ryans spoke just a bit there before we were disconnected with him, but as we did discuss, reports out, he did say that it looks like that wasn't me. Was that man? Hell, that might have been D'Amico.
That's D'Amico, man, signaling to Tyler.
He's coming back.
Pressure got to him, man.
The
pressure got to him.
He said that CJ is still in concussion protocol and his symptoms are getting better, but that's where they are right now. So that's the news with him, and we'll see. There's a whole host of other guys. And he was asked, is Case Keenum, if he would start if CJ was still out for another week, which hasn't been determined yet. He said, we'll see how the week goes.
I mean, he somehow kept Case starting from everybody until Saturday. My mom walked in and told me, my mom said, Case Keenum, did you see where Case Keenum started? I said, man, get the hell out of here. It's zero chance. Get the hell out of here. You done got hacked. Your Twitter page done got hacked again or something. What are you talking about?
Hey.
I said, let me check. And then Sean Bajani, SportsRadio610.com, he's reporting. I'm like, dang, Mom, my bad. You was right.
That'd be hilarious if they come back here and CJ ain't able to go and he goes with Davis.
Yeah?
There
ain't no way in hell.
No way. Hopefully CJ plays. But what did you think? I kind of talked about that on the other side here. 713-572-4610. You can participate and text in your thoughts. Also on YouTube and Twitch, you can communicate as well. Like ultimately everything worked out. They won the game. They won the game 19-16 in overtime, and they're now 8-6. But as you're watching the game, what was your thoughts about the Davis Mills Case Keenum decision? As you're watching the game and saw how it was unfolding, and obviously the huge mistake that Case, spoke up about and other things. Did you think it was the right call? Because I think clearly they won for their defense. Now, Case made some plays in the game, but did you think it was the right call?
I'm a little bit torn with this one, Ron. We talked about this on the postgame last night. Like, personally, like if I didn't go to practices and watch what the team, like if I weren't influenced by D'Amico and the Texans, their words and their actions, and you just said, hey, here's the quarterback room for the Texans, who you starting? I would have said Case Keenum gives you a better chance to win a ball game. Now, I was heavily influenced by the quarterback competition where Davis Mills, and it wasn't just lip service. Hell, they were splitting reps. I mean, Davis Mills was getting valuable reps.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like that watching that and believing that on a day-to-day basis, and then watching them, really throughout. Every time CJ had a little bit of an issue, Davis Mills went in there. Clearly, he was acting as the backup quarterback.
He dressed every game. There were games that Case didn't dress.
Yeah, so I was a little bit shocked that they went with Case, but I do believe that if you just blindly said, "Here's the names, who gives you the better chance?" I don't I commend D'Amico Ryans for making that decision. That was a ballsy decision, and they ended up winning a ball game with it.
Yeah, it was. Listen, he played overall better than I thought he would, but he did a lot of what I thought he was going to do, except for the turnovers and putting the ball in harm's way. That was surprising to me, because if things go a little differently, we're sitting here talking about, well, hold on, Case Keenum was supposed to be in the game and not put the ball in harm's way, and he throws a pick six. And that Dalton Schultz bailed him out with an amazing play, because, Absolutely. As you know, I mean, there is no way in the world he should have been throwing that ball. Not a chance in hell he should have been throwing that ball. But, real is real. He made some plays down the stretch, albeit not big things, but big things that ended up with his veteran presence he was able to make, including getting away from that rush and getting that ball up to Singletary to get the big yards. But, I mean, he he scared me every time he threw the ball outside the numbers, Clint. Every time I thought it was getting picked up.
The arm strength isn't there. I mean, it's like there had to be, and we'll never know this, Ron, because they're not going to tell us, obviously, but there had to be a certain part, a certain thought that went into the decision of this guy knows the offense like the back of his hand, and can get us in and out of the right play, in the right plays, out of the wrong plays. Isn't going to be flustered by throwing a pick six. Is going to at least think is going to make better decisions and going to be level headed throughout a ball game. You got to think that all of that went into play here, into the consideration. I mean, clearly Davis Mills has a stronger arm. Hell, he came in to try to throw a Hail Mary. Clearly Davis Mills, is physically more gifted than Case, but keeping the train on the tracks. And I do wonder this. Again, we'll never know. I wonder how much of the run success is attributed to.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like just two ways. One, making sure that you're in the right run call versus the right look, and not letting the defense shifting and the defense giving you disguises, keeping you from checking into the right check.
You think CJ struggles with that maybe sometimes?
Yeah, well, I think they probably even limit CJ some with it. But yeah, I definitely think rookies struggle with that sometimes. And then I think secondly, there is something about Case Keenum being able to go to the sideline that Davis Mills just ain't going to do and go, "Hey, Bobby, we're running this thing really well, man. Lean into the run. Don't get away from it. Let's lean into it. These guys got a lot of confidence up front. Devin Singletary's doing some really good things. Let's stay with it. Stay with the plan. Stick with the plan." To me, there's something there about Case being able to do those things. One, not being fooled in and out of plays and making sure you commit to the run, and then being able to communicate with Bobby and almost be an extension of the coaching staff of like, hey, there's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. We're down 13-0, but whatever you do, don't bail on the game plan. Let's just keep on.
Yeah, that's what they didn't. They didn't do that, and that was, you could see early, like they were going to be compromised a bit with what the game plan had to be with him. Right? It had to be. A lot of stuff was close to the line of scrimmage. That run game, and if Case had something to do with that, then that was a difference, because the run game was a difference. If they weren't able to run the football as well as they did, I think it would have really made the decision much more difficult. It would have, because that was the key to getting things. Because
there's just Ron,
because they just could push it down the field.
Yeah,
that was not happening.
Yeah, look, I mean, a better defense, a better secondary is gonna lock down and force them to throw the ball over the top, and would have made it more difficult. But it is who it is. It was the Texans, and it was enough to get the W.
Titans, yeah,
that's what I meant. Yeah. Titans, yeah.
All right,
those guys.
Yeah, those guys.
Sorry, a little rusty, man.
It's all right now. This is a couple of weeks. All right, coming up, we'll catch you up and continue to remember that win. How big of a win was it? If you had to label it, how big of a win was it? And we'll look at everything else that happened around the Texans. The Texans got the win, but pretty mixed bag on the help they got yesterday as well. We'll go through the rest of the league and where they are in the playoff hunt. We'll discuss all of that coming up next on The Drive.
Monday Night Football is Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a Reaction Monday presented by Shoppers John Deere. It's also a Mad Dog Monday. When the Texans get a dub, we drink Mad Dogs on Mondays, and this was a crazy win, one that I think most didn't believe that they would get done. Some had already said, well, I'm resigned to the fact that they are going to lose this game. Brandon Scott, there were just some who completely had moved on to Cleveland. But they come out and they somehow win this game through everything in this game. This was the final call for Mark Vander Meer and Andre Ware, heard right here on Sports Radio 610.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16. Have a nice day.
Put them up.
What a comeback. Down 13-0.
Whoa! Go Cougs. That's my guy.
Andre, man.
Wow.
And he was timing it. Andre was in refusal to step and talk over him. He was in there trying to time it. Like that one where I say, I don't know how he doesn't cuss. That right there, he said, put him in the trunk. That felt very good to finish with the B word.
The game is over.
I think
there. Put him in a trunk. Right there.
Put him in a trunk B or put him in a trunk MF'er?
I feel like he was in a space where he wasn't kind and he was going B.
Put him in a trunk, bitch.
That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. I would like
that was good, Tom.
I'd like to get Andre to call in and finish that off for us.
Let us know how he'd finish it.
Like, finish that with that B word, because I know that's what he.
That love you blue in the trunk, bitch.
That's it. I think that's where he would be. That's what it felt like to me. But man, everybody should be fired up about that call. And listen, they moved to 8-6. A tie wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world as a loss, but this feels much, much better, and you are still in a space to kind of control what you can control moving forward to try to get into the playoffs. But, Clint, how would you describe this win? This win in particular, 19-16, everything that they had in front of them, all of the obstacles before the game, injury-wise. I mean, you start rattling off the players who didn't play this game.
Yeah.
It's insane. How would you look at this week?
Look, I just think it's an organization-defining win, and to me it goes beyond the fact that it was the Titans that you beat. It was the Titans that you eliminated from the playoffs. It doesn't have anything to do with the uniforms. It has everything to do with what this win for the Texans, what it signifies in terms of how well this team is coached, how well the roster is bought in, how well Nick Caserio built the roster over the last few years, and ultimately 3 years into it, this is the roster that we're looking at. When you can go out and win a ball game with Case Keenum missing your top two pass catchers, missing a couple of offensive linemen, you're down to your third tackle, your third or fourth center, your third left guard, your second or third quarterback, depending on how you want to look at it. When you can go win a game under those circumstances, when you can make the adjustments defensively that you made from a week ago with the Jets to this week, and give yourself a chance to win a must-win ball game to keep your playoff hopes alive. To me, it signifies how well coached they are by D'Amico and his staff, how bought in they are. We talked about it last night, like the chemistry in the locker room, the culture, all those things. People kind of turn their nose up at it and laugh at it, but it's all real. And we've watched the Astros, just win year after year after year, and we all talk. Yeah, they got some good players. Don't get me wrong, they got good players. Yeah, they've had good managers. But the one thing we always go back to is that clubhouse, culture, chemistry, how strong it is, and to think that the Texans. Now, I'm not saying they got the Astros type of culture, but to think that the Texans potentially could be trending in that direction is an extremely powerful existence in the NFL, and there's no bigger sign, in my opinion, than when your depth players, they really do prepare every week like they're starters. Like, and that people say that crap all the time, but clearly, D'Amico Ryans has his entire 80 to 100 guys over there preparing like they're starting, because a good chunk of them have been called on and they've played exceptionally well. And so I just think it's one of those where, man, if you're a Texans fan, this isn't a flash in the pan. This success is not just beginner's luck. This isn't, man, you got one or two superstars that are game changers, and every game hinges on those guys. Man, you got some real quality depth, the right kind of dudes that are coached up, developed, great chemistry, great culture, and man, that's a good state to be in.
All of that, Clint, is why I feel like this game was won the first day of camp.
Yep.
And every day and everything that D'Amico has done and the coaching staff, the vision, everything they've set, it was set then. It was set then. If you look at some of these wins, and that's why when you get this group to grow after a couple of years, they're going to be, as I've said, one of the AFC powers moving forward. If we look at it, the Steelers game, man, they had to run out Austin Deculus at left tackle and Kendrick Green at left guard. And they come in and make it work. They make it. It didn't matter. They make it. They make things. They're able to make things work. They don't win all of these games, but they. You can tell, like, hey, the person that comes in is not just giving you a real loser drop off. Like, you just can't. You can't win. And that is something that was started and developed early when they first got there. When they first all the way up into this point to where Charlie Heck can come in and hadn't even had any minutes to come in and do the job well enough to help them, you know, and people all throughout the team well enough to help them. So I give it to D'Amico and everything that they have created around here that we've just not seen for years.
Well, it's just it's unfortunate that we are seeing it. You know what I mean? It's like I'd rather not see it. I'd rather not see how deep this team is. I'd rather not see how talented the roster is below your 35th guy or whatever it is on each side of the football, your 40th guy, whatever it may be. I would rather not see it, but the circumstances have presented itself where, hey, we got to find out what kind of depth. Hey, Nick, what kind of depth have you built on this roster? Hey, D'Amico, how have you developed these guys? Are they all really preparing that way, or is that just coach speak, right? Hey, Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans, man, y'all, last week's game plan wasn't it, man. How do you adjust and change and bring these guys with you and get them to buy in? Like, this game is proof that we as fans don't have anything to worry about in terms of depth and whether the buy-in's there and whether the culture's there. It's one thing for people to walk around and speak about it and talk about it, and maybe some people buy it that this trust in D'Amico thing. But now it's all out there for everybody to see. I mean, that was an unbelievably impressive win, to your point, and it's first and foremost due to the work that's been done from the first day that D'Amico Ryans became the Texans head coach.
Yep, the most impressive win I've seen since I've been here, and one of the most impressive jobs we've seen from D'Amico Ryans. So they get the win 19-6. The other big thing is D'Amico spoke with the media earlier today. Sean Bajani stepping up big, helping us out here. This was his response to where C.J. Stroud is right now, his status. This is the head coach.
Yeah, with C.J., and he's still in the concussion protocol, and we'll see how he progresses throughout the week.
All right, he is still in the protocol. Still in the protocol, saying that he is getting better. Symptoms are getting better. He would not also commit to Case Keenum as a starter if he doesn't play. He would not commit. So,
boy, winning's fun, ain't it? When you win, it's all like, who cares? It don't matter. You make the right decision.
Do whatever. He'll do whatever. Whatever. Yeah. Interesting. So that is the latest there. Big win from your Houston Texans yesterday.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
And with how big it is, and when you look at the rest of the league, Saturday wasn't a great day as the Bengals somehow come back and beat the Vikings. That hurt the Texans, and then the Steelers lose to the Colts. That actually you'd rather the Colts lose with the head-to-head with the Steelers. So the Colts are 8-6. The Bengals go to 8-6. They actually hold the last two spots in the playoffs right now. But the Steelers and Broncos fall behind you, and here comes the Bills, Clint, as they get back-to-back wins against Kansas City and just blow out Dallas. They look like they are hitting a stride there. and that Joe Brady has really made a difference calling plays differently. So, and then the big one, the Jags lose last night on Sunday Night Football to the Ravens. So the Jags, Texans, and Colts all actually are tied with the same 8-6 record at the top. The Texans are behind the Jags and the Colts in that right now, but this thing is tightening up everywhere, Clint, everywhere.
Yeah, it's tightening up. And did I read? It must have happened after I cut the game off last night. Hell, I didn't realize there was that much time left. Did I read where Trevor Lawrence could be in concussion protocol? Did I read that?
Might be.
Did I read that correctly? Hell, I cut the game off. I think it was under 3 or 4 minutes when I cut the game off, and he was still in the game, running the football around for some reason. But he took a big hit. Ron, that could be big down the stretch here for the Texans. But the way this thing is shaping out, look, I think the Bills are the best team in this middle of the pack bunch. I think you can take the Bills to the bank. The Bengals are playing some decent football behind Browning.
They get the Steelers next week.
Yeah, man. And you look at it, I know we said it a couple weeks ago, man, that Indy game to end the season could be literally for a playoff spot, for a wild card spot.
It could be. The Texans got a tough one with the Browns. The Browns found a way to come back to win their game, so they're 9-5. They're a game clear of everybody. This becomes a huge game for the Texans as they move down the rest of the way. By the way, the Steelers, hell, they've moved off Mitch Trubisky. They're going to go ahead and go to Mason Rudolph. They moved off over there. It's just awful over there with the Steelers. But wouldn't you know, this season, hell, they'll fool around, and after losing at home to the Cardinals, Patriots in a row, and then losing on the road to the Colts, they'll fool around and beat the Bengals. That's how drunk this season has been thus far. So a big one, yeah. The Bills, boy, I don't know if anybody wants to see the Bills in the playoffs right now. The way they're rolling yesterday, they just demolished the Cowboys. Good thing they grabbed some of them bad losses, or they'd be a team that potentially would be in front of the Texans. I see people wondering why the Bengals are in front of the Texans, even though they beat the Bengals head-to-head. When you start to get 3, then it moves past just head-to-head, because you can't do head-to-head with everybody. And that's how the Bengals and the Colts move in front. So
the Colts have a better in-division record than the Texans do. I'm not real familiar with the Bengals situation.
So the Bengals, they have a better, and then they have a better one than the Colts. And so when it goes to the 3 of them, it moves to, I think, AFC records against AFC teams.
Gotcha.
And that's why they jump up. So the head-to-head jumps out of the window once it's multiple teams. So that's the situation there. So the Texans, they are in the middle of everything. They're in the middle of the division, because like you said, if Trevor isn't able to play, they drop a game. Now they play Carolina in 2 weeks. They got Tampa on the road next week. They lose to Tampa.
You talking about
now we're talking
yesterday.
About they did. Baker looked good. Now we're not just talking about a playoff spot. We're talking about a division potentially with the Colts and the Texans. So big games coming up, and the Texans look pretty good right now after yesterday's game and others' losses going into next week.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Monday Night Football tonight. The Eagles and the Seahawks. Jalen Hurts, who the Eagles have been in this struggle situation, but I don't know, man. I think a lot of people have been down on the Eagles. Well, hell, they fired their defensive coordinator, and they moved on to I can't remember who it is who took over.
It's Matt Patricia. I don't think they actually fired him. I think he still got the coordinator. They just took play calling duty.
From him. So basically, they fired him. He's not calling plays.
Fair, yes.
Yeah, Matt Patricia. That's right. He took over as the play caller. I don't know, man. I think that the Eagles have some questions, like a lot of teams. But I mean, they also ran through a hell of a gauntlet of the schedule, and they lost 2 games in that gauntlet.
Yeah.
I mean, you go through and you play Dallas, the Bills, the Chiefs, Dallas, or the 49ers, Dallas, and now Seattle too. I mean, that is a hell of a stretch. Maybe this is a night that the Eagles start to get right again. I still think they're one of the best football teams in the league.
Yeah, the stuff that we talked earlier about yesterday meant about the Texans to me. The Eagles and a couple of other teams in the league are the epitome of that, right? I mean, they are just a solid top to bottom football team. Roster, coaches, prep. I mean, the whole thing. I just believe in the Eagles product. Jalen Hurts apparently has had an illness. Wasn't even going to travel. Ended up traveling separately from the team. But I think the most recent report I've seen is that they think he's going to give it a go today. But there's some severe weakness kind of deal. But Geno Smith and Jalen Hurts could potentially be out tonight, and so that changes the game as well.
Yeah, he was downgraded.
I'll be honest with you. With the Eagles, I don't care who plays. I think the Eagles are just that much better of a football team than the Seahawks. I've had a really hard time buying into the Seahawks. I get it. I mean, they're a good team.
They got some talent.
But these boys here, I mean, the Eagles are a different level.
It's on the road. Geno Smith, this is a must-win for Seattle if they're going to try to stay in the playoff hunt. And the Eagles need to get back on track, too. So, Eagles, Seahawks tonight. Geno Smith is questionable. He missed the last game, which Drew Lock started, and they took an L big time to the Niners. So, Eagles, Seahawks, pretty good Monday Night Football game. Switched over. Thank God they did that because that was going to be Chiefs Patriots, and there was nothing entertaining about that game at all. All right, coming up, we do this each and every week. You can participate as well. 713-572-4610, Sports Radio 610 on YouTube and Twitch. You can also participate as well there. Who are your players of the game? There are so many deserving players, as many as we had to fight to get to last week. As Tyler said, the MetLife Field was his player of the game. There are so many to choose from this week. We'll discuss that and pick ours coming up on the other side. Before we get there, Texans Nation, what an amazing game that was to watch yesterday. And
app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back, baby. I see Tyler in his Victory Monday shirt. It is a Reaction Monday presented by Shoppers John Deere, and it is a Mad Dog Monday as well, because when the Texans win, The Drive drinks Mad Dog. And we won't say who brought the Mad Dog in. Maybe the person who was not supposed to bring the Mad Dog, who was supposed to bring the Mad Dog in, said, nah. Wasn't a big enough.
That's not how it went down.
Wasn't a big enough win for me. So
it's not how it went down.
I'm trying to hold back.
I was let down by my vendor that I knew I could get MD at.
I am.
That the more I think about it, Tyler, that is the pissiest.
Come on, man.
The pissy-poest
it's getting
excuse I've ever. It's one thing, just don't do it. But we're in H-Town, man.
They had it every time I'd gone.
Like the thought of not finding Mad Dog 2020 by a guy that was born and raised right here in and around the city. Like, I'm going to be honest, that may be one of the most disappointing things I've ever. I mean, I've seen you lay your head on a dog's groin. I've seen you pass out in the crapper at a bar.
That's also a lie.
I mean, I've seen you do some very suspect things, but as dudes, as guys, I'm like, cool. I'm cool with it.
Seen you wear dinosaur pajamas.
Yes.
Yeah, matching undies with my wife.
Yes. I've accepted your mouth open pictures that you and the wife take. By the way, they added a new friend to that emoji club. By the way, I mean, I've accepted those things. The more I think about this whole Mad Dog, because this is twice, it's clearly a problem. I mean, it's clearly a problem.
It is. I mean, it's twice in this game of all games.
I thought I had found a spot that I could rely on,
and you went to like.
You said that last time. That's a good point. This is a game where the Texans, you've got tattooed all over your pale ass skin. You've got.
He didn't even watch the game on time last week.
And
listen to it live.
Wow.
He went golfing. And
I listened to it live.
Went back and rewatched
with Vander Meer and Andre, our guy that gets real pumped up. I listened to the game live. I supported our company by listening on the Odyssey station.
I was going to hold off.
Okay.
I was going to hold off. I'm beyond disappointed.
Try being from the same hometown. Like he's repping.
I don't want to use the A word, but I'm getting close to it.
What is the A word?
I'm getting close.
Awesome.
I'm getting close to being ashamed.
I am an awesome guy.
I'm getting close to being ashamed.
Ashamed? Oh, wow. That's worse than disappointed.
It is. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting close.
Disappointed is I love you and it hurts. Ashamed is I'm done with you. And I don't want to see your face.
Damn shame. Man, Clint sounds pissed, Tyler. I don't know.
I do genuinely and sincerely mean that.
I had found a spot that had MD anytime I needed it, and they didn't.
Lou Holtz.
I wasn't going to drive around the Kirby area any longer. I needed to get up here and get started on some work.
Would have been stand up if you walked up here and you just said, "Yeah, guys, I just didn't give a good enough effort to bring them in. That's on me. That's my fault."
I texted you right when I couldn't find it at the spot. I was still in the parking lot.
What time do you think that text?
It was 11 something. I already saw it.
I was right here by the building, dude. I wasn't going to just drive around to the spots I'd already tried.
But that's making it even worse.
You tried it. What time was it?
A guy from, it's 11:17, I think it was.
11:33.
33. There you go. That's about 16 minutes off.
Y'all want to do leftovers in the studio.
I mean, we got a collection in there.
But you're making it worse by saying you were driving around the Upper Kirby area looking for it.
He decided to go Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and just start
get out of here,
blaming it on the store.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
Yeah,
I didn't have a protractor in the C store.
The store I went to twice. The store I went to last time didn't have it.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
Let's do it, man. Let's go to our man. You know, they won't let you down. Man Eye Institute. They certainly won't. Let's hit our Man Eye Institute player of the game. Tyler, I was going to go with you first, but no. Clint, who is your player of the game?
Man, this one's easy for me, bub. JG. Jonathan Greenard.
Man, he's something.
I mean, I could have gone with anybody across that front, to be honest.
There's literally eight or nine guys you could have gone with, legitimate.
Yeah, I think
Greenard.
I had to go with one of the three guys on the defensive front just because I believe that's where it all started with the Derrick Henry's inability to get started, along with just harassing the young quarterback all day long. It had to be one of the down defensive line front guys for me, but Jonathan Greenard. I mean,
Greenard.
We've mentioned it, I mean, for a couple of years now. Man, if this guy could ever just stay healthy. But I'll be honest with you, my thought of him staying healthy was like, man, if he can stay healthy, he can get double-digit sacks. He can be a hell of a pass rusher. I mean, this guy is going to have a chance to get into the teens in sacks. This guy is going to – what?
No, go ahead.
I mean, he's going to have a shot to get into the teens on sacks. He is hell against the run. His speed allows him to play, sideline to sideline. He's violent. I mean, he's twitchy. He's like he's significantly better than when I said, well, boy, if he could just stay healthy, than what I thought, than what I ever expected.
He doesn't just look like a sidekick.
No, he looks like a dude.
Yeah, you look like you're hoping you got two dudes.
Yes,
on the end.
He looks like a guy that you better re-sign and put him opposite your number 3 overall pick that gets double teamed more than anybody else and is hell against the run. He's that dude.
Yeah, I mean, he just ruined that game. He just ruined. There were parts in that second half and overtime. He just absolutely destroyed that game.
Well,
all right.
To your point, Ron, earlier in the season, I mean, if you've got a guy over there that when the game's on the line, the opponent has to plan for, they can't just drop back in obvious passing situations and go, oh, we're good, we're going to be comfortable. When you got that dude that can make them uncomfortable, you can make noise, and JG is that guy.
All right, Ron, you want me to go now? Give you my player of the game from this Texans victory in Nashville?
No. I am going to go next.
Wow.
I'm going to go with Steven Nelson. Listen, there were a lot of players out there that had this. I think Noah Brown, you could throw it to. He had a hell of a game. Dalton Schultz maybe made the play that saved the season. There are a lot of guys. But Steven Nelson, they tried to target him with DeAndre Hopkins over and over again, and he made plays. There was a big one at the end where they tried to go up in overtime to go deep to him, and he had perfect coverage. And we all know, you all know, DeAndre Hopkins, like he goes a high point of ball, he's difficult. It touches his hands, it's difficult, right? And then he gets the big pick and takes advantage of the mistake that is made by Will Levis and makes a big play. But he was really, really good all day. They were putting Hopkins towards his side, and he was able to minimize and not allow him to take over the game the way Hopkins did last week against the Dolphins. So that was spectacular from Steven Nelson, who was fantastic in yesterday's game. All right, Tyler, we just got a couple of seconds. Who is your player of the game? Quickly.
Well, thanks for leaving me so much room here, man.
Quickly.
I'm going with the kicker, Kaimi Fairbairn. 4 for 4, 54-yarder, one of those 4. And welcome back, Kaimi.
250
and
plus.
A 53-yarder. Let's none of that one. Yeah.
Game winner. Boy, you talk about.
They don't win this game if Matt Amendola's the kicker. I'm pretty like, I don't know if Matt's never made a kick over 50 yards, so maybe this would have been the day he made 2 of them.
Yeah.
They
Easy,
certainly.
Man. We don't need to drive by on the kicker that got claimed off on the streets.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to speak honestly. I just don't think they would have won the game.
I mean, the guy did kick a game winner for us, didn't he?
It's 48.
I mean, we pulled him off the streets and he ended up kicking a game winner for you. Everybody wants him to be 99%.
No. I'm just saying you needed 53 and 54 to be made yesterday, and I'm not certain you didn't need one. You needed both of them.
Welcome back, Kaimi.
Yeah, glad you are back, Kaimi.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was no doubt. All right, coming up, the Texans. Nick Caserio has made a move. They have made an addition to this team. We'll tell you the latest on what that is, and we'll let you hear that next coming up on The Drive. But before we
and an entire month's service. Offer lasts through December.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, fresh off the W that the Texans were able to get yesterday, the improbable victory over the Tennessee Titans. They are now 8-6 and right smack dab in the division and playoff races right now, as they are tied with the Jags and Colts and behind the Bengals and Colts for the last wild card spot right now in the AFC. Clint, they have made a move. And I saw this because Tart played for the Titans last week with the Dolphins and made some plays in that game, especially in the run game I watched. I remember seeing 9-3 out there. But it looks like they have claimed him off waivers, and that he is the latest member, at least right now, they've brought into the fold here. Tyre Tart, who went to FIU, is about 6'2", 304, and he was waived by the Titans. And the report here, this has come from Yahoo Sports. Defensive tackle says he requested to be released. The Tennessee Titans waived defensive tackle Tart because of issues with his attitude and playing effort, according to multiple reports. So that's come out on Tart, but a guy who is a bit talented in the rotation, a big body up front. That's interesting, especially when you see playing effort and attitude, that the Texans will go after him. But that is the latest news. They have claimed him off waivers.
Yeah. Look, I really like this one, Ron. I mean, I don't know. They've got some guys that are playing really, really well inside right now. But there's definitely room for improvement, room for upgrades, particularly on the second line of defense at that defensive tackle
rotation
position. I mean, this is a really, really good player, a guy that started on a really good defense, played a lot of football. He's 26 years old. I like this guy's fit here, and hopefully the attitude, the effort issues are all behind him, or maybe they're being blown out of proportion. According to his Twitter page, he just wanted to thank the Titans for requesting for following through and releasing him. But hopefully that's not an issue. And if it is, hopefully it's one D'Amico Ryans can fix. But this is a really good ad.
Or if they can't, they'll move on.
Yeah, good point. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can put him back on the streets and move on from him. Yeah.
Yeah. So big move there. Was interesting because he was playing. He was playing in their rotation against the Dolphins in that game they played. I saw him down on goal line playing. So you could look at this as a quality replacement for Hassan Ridgeway, who is out for the season. Right now, they lost, so this adds to that. So that is the latest there. Tyre Tart is the latest member.
Contract's up after this year too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's on him, and he's got to be motivated.
Yep.
Put it on tape, and for him to have, a good run here the last month of the season with the Texans. So they have added to that defensive front. Right there. Someone texted in just now, as Clint said, sacks in the teens, laughing my ass off. What do you mean? Jonathan Greenard is a half a sack from the teens.
Who are we talking about? Tyre Tart, or are we talking about Jonathan Greenard?
Jonathan Greenard. Somebody, as you said, he's sacks in the teens. He gets sacks.
Yeah, he's half a sack away from it, ain't he?
Yeah, he's got
3 games to play.
I think that person was trying to make a dirty joke.
You think so?
Yeah.
Sacks in the teens.
I missed it.
It wasn't a good one.
Over my head.
Sorry, friend.
I don't.
I thought, to me, I was like, are you making fun of what the hell is it? He's got 12 and a half.
Yeah, no, I
missed that one. Yep.
If you're being perverted, sir, I don't. My mind doesn't operate like that. yeah. Not the way that
I didn't pick up that horniness either that quick. But no, he's Tyre Tart with the Texans. By the way, I just want to say, yesterday I have never rooted as hard as I rooted for the Texans as I did yesterday. Clint, Tyler, the Tennessee Titans and their entire organization. I mean, they were so over the top with this Oilers thing yesterday. Like it was to a point where I was like, oh, okay, they're gonna wear the jerseys. I thought it was gonna add a little. Hey, it's gonna add a little something to the game. Like when Mike Vrabel walked out there with the Bum Phillips hat, and then and you know, through the PA, they're doing all this stuff. I mean, they really try to rub it in.
Well, that to me,
it became really annoying and weak to me, and I was like, I hope they whoop their ass. I mean, I hope they beat the hell out of them. It was. I think Brandon said it last week. We reached disrespect level. They pushed it.
Oh, they knew what they were doing.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean, it was ridiculous when you're. What are they? A 4-win team? 5-win team? I mean, it's ridiculous when you're. I mean, look, I don't know. I just. If you're riding high on the hog and you're a 10-win team and boy you got it like that, then cool. I mean, do whatever you want. But it just seems to me, like, especially after watching the Titans as well, like watching them yesterday up close and personal, like it seems like they got a lot to be concerned about and worried about.
That's some damn
to be like spending time, the head coach spending time wearing Bum Phillips cowboy hats and stuff like that. Like it just, I'm gonna tell you, man, the Titans are in trouble. Like I mean, who are you?
You don't think Will's the fix?
Well, I mean, no fix. No, I mean he's an option.
Yeah,
but it's the exact opposite of what they've been since Vrabel got there. Good defense and a smothering run game, being more physical than you up front on both sides of the football.
Got that.
And it took them to the AFC Championship game. And now you got Derrick Henry doing next to nothing. In a must-win football game, and you got a gunslinger at quarterback with a couple of big-bodied receivers that are 50-50 ball type guys, and it doesn't seem like that would make sense if you were running the football ground and pounding. You got those two guys outside to do that 50-50 ball, red zone, targets kind of thing. But like, who are you? What are you? You got a guy dropping back and just gunslinging it all over the park,
just throwing it deep and hoping guys would make.
Yeah. I just think they're, from an identity, that like they seem to be lost in who they are and what they're doing. Meanwhile, they're out there worried about Oilers stuff and
that seemed to be more important
into it.
That seemed to be more important to them.
Yes,
than the game.
Agreed.
It was just over. You could tell this was, to me, as what did Whitney Merciless say? This has to come from the tippy top. This is the PA announcer.
Yeah,
it's like the PA announcer. They're pushing this thing over. Like, let's really lean into this thing.
Mike Vrabel with his stupid hat.
When I saw Mike, it was a nice hat.
It was a nice hat, but what
he was doing was like, are you serious?
Yeah. They knew what they were doing.
You know what? I think they saw this. They got a little bit of the Texans-itis, I think, a bit last week. I think they saw that team that was rolling in there, and they're like, oh, God, Case Keenum's going to start too? And they came in there, boy, we could do the hats. Like, we about to embarrass they asses out here.
Vrabel, put on that Bum Phillips hat. You won't look stupid.
That was unbelievable. That was unbelievable how much they went up. I have never – I'm like, I hope they whoop their ass.
Hell yeah.
Like, just whoop their ass. Like, this was the day Billy White Shoes Johnson had to go in. It's stupid. Well, I wonder if they're going to – you think they'll do that yearly? You think that's going to be the home game against the Texans is going to be the yearly Oilers jersey? Or do you think that maybe they might back off of this thing?
If they're smart, they'll back off.
Like, it's just it set a bad tone from the jump.
Yeah, I think you better.
Of what was important?
Like I said, I think you better be really confident in your squad if you're gonna schedule the Texans on the game where you wear their throwback unis. Like, to me,
and you lean into. I mean, this is beyond leaning into.
Yeah, regardless of what like the fans think of it or we think of it. Like, as an organization, I mean, to me, you got to be smarter with it. I mean, you did all that, and then that team turned around and beat you in ugly fashion, really in a game that is the kind of game that you would like to play, and they eliminated you from the playoffs in the meantime. I mean, it's just it's laughable, to be honest with you.
It is. Yeah, that was annoying. That was ridiculous. All right, well, I'm glad they whipped their asses. Thank you. Thank you, Texans. Every time I looked, yes! I almost went Andre after they.
Yes!
Someone text, and they lost They lost in a real Oiler fashion too.
Yes.
Wow.
That one hurt.
that one did hurt. That one did hurt. All right. Coming up as we continue on this Victory Monday, Mad Dog Monday. Clint, what you got coming up at the 4, baby?
Well, look, I mean, this was an organizational changing, defining, however you want to couch it, win by the Houston Texans. I got a couple of reasons why. We'll dig into that. Also, these college quarterbacks, all of a sudden, the college quarterbacks around the country are doing something that I'm not sure that I can get down with and that I understand. I'll tell you what that is, and we'll discuss. We'll do that. We'll do that next. But before we get to that, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light, boy. I've been off the air for a couple weeks, man, dealing with this new baby. I've had me a Coors Light or two. Yeah, I've had me a few silver bullets running through my veins over the last 2 weeks. Not that that's anything different. I'm a beer drinker, and when I drink beer.
Everything's okay. I just need you to know I'm glowing up.
You just texted SOS Get Here Now.
And I stand by that because I switched to Cricket and got the all-new Motorola Razr. I have entered my flip era, and I am glowing up.
I'm going to go back home.
I support that.
Switch to Cricket and get the all-new Motorola Razr for $199.99. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Must open a new line on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Oh, fellas, it's good to be back, man. It is good to be back. Y'all miss me?
We missed you a little bit.
Well, good, man.
Of course.
No, I mean, I knew you would. I knew the answer to that question. I just thought I'd put it out there. Y'all hadn't told me.
We said, not really, man.
Yeah, not really. Brandon's kind of a nice break. Old B. Scott did a good job. I'm sure he did. Big shout out to B. Scott, by the way, SportsRadio610.com. And hell, he's on air around these parts damn near
Sean
as much
Bajani
as the everyday guy.
well.
Sean Bajani, yeah, big shout out to them for jumping in here, man. Greatly appreciate it. But it's good to be back. Look, the baby is healthy. Lainey James Stoerner, she is healthy. She's eating a lot. She's crying a lot. She's crapping a lot. And doing
that baby stuff.
Yeah, doing that baby stuff. And I'm gonna tell you what, she better toughen up because Liv is that china cabinet I always tell you about, that bull in that china cabinet.
She's ready.
She's headbutting and she's laying full all body weight and Liv is healthy now. There ain't she ain't walking around teeny bopping and tiptoeing. She's coming down with WWE elbows, and so but Mama is recovering beautifully as well. She's sitting there. She's kind of at C-section, man. You get that's a hell of a deal, man. And she was motivated to get out of that hospital immediately, and so she's getting up. And in my mind, I'm thinking, how in the world are you even moving at all? But anyway, she does enough to get out of the hospital. And then first couple of days, man, it's slow motion. It is slow motion. And I done showed my hand, Ron. I done showed my hand. I done got on that grill you gave me a couple times.
There you go.
Yeah.
See that, Tyler?
I done got in that kitchen, made some of that bison hash stuff that I've been eating up here. I made it myself. Made breakfast for Liv multiple mornings. I heard my wife telling somebody the other night. She said, "Hey, Clint done shown his hand. Now he's going to have to stay on that stove around these parts."
Now you done messed up and she see it now.
Yeah, well, about a week into this thing, man, got up. My mama was scooting around the house pretty good. I said, "Babe, you feel pretty good. You can get back on that. You can get back to that cooking and stuff you was doing before, can't you?" Needless to say, I cooked this morning.
Yeah,
we'll see how that goes, but everything is good, man. Big shout out to the company. Big shout out to the boss man too for working with me on that, man. That was
we talked about it, number one team first.
Yes, Ronnie, you know this too, man. When you got one kiddo, like when I only took 1 week after Liv was born. One of them, she's laying there just doing her thing. There really ain't a whole lot that I can do. So hell, I might as well go back to work. Well, when you get two,
especially tight in the ages.
Yes. Yeah. Like I'm talking about, me and Lo, we've had about 3 adult conversations in the last 2 weeks, and one of them, Liv, disappeared behind the couch and was over there DDT and the damn baby. I was like, whoa, what are we doing? So yeah, man, it's a different animal right now, but everything is going well. I did get a chance to do the last 2 post game shows with Sean Pendergast and Ron. Talking about that 19-16 win over the Titans last night. I don't. A lot of people have a problem with. I don't know if it's kind of the outlook, the overall outlook of this win. I know. I worked with Sean last night in the post game. Then I saw some video from his show this morning talking about how big of a win this was for the organization and D'Amico Ryans. I heard John Lopez talking about how big this win was. And I'm going to tell you, I think this was an organization and a D'Amico Ryans, like, defining victory. And I know that sounds a little bit like, what are you talking about? It's a 5-win football team. They have 5 wins or 4?
5.
You talk about a 5-win football team.
Nah, but it's so much more than that.
Oh, it's so much more than that, right? I can't look at. I don't even give a damn about the uniforms, to be completely honest with you. I think any Titans player that was in uniform and didn't go red cleats is an idiot. Right? if you didn't wear red cleats with that uniform,
This just got personal.
Yeah. I mean, you made terrible decisions. You have no fashion sense, and you should never wear the uniform again. Those red shoes with that uni, woo. But as far as like the history of it, I'll be honest with you, I don't get lost in it, to be honest with you. I'd like the Texans to be able to wear it, but it's not a big deal. The 5 wins that they had, really not a big deal for me. But, man, when you look at – and, I mean, to be honest, like the win was a big win this season because it kept them relevant in the playoff hunt. But I'll throw that out the window too. Just look at this game through the lens of the team had a huge chunk of their superstars injured. Definitely the ones that can produce points. They had over half their starters on offense injured. Last week, D'Amico Ryan's defense gave up 30 in the second half, and they got railroaded by the New York Jets and Zach Wilson,
who came out yesterday and threw.
Yes.
Zach didn't make it through the game. 2 interceptions, 0 points, and multiple sacks.
Yes, and then you look offensively of like, where are you going to get production? They haven't ran the football well all year long, and boom, they go out there and they run the football well. To me, the biggest thing about this win for the Houston Texans, Ron, it's plain and simple. When your depth players can go out there and play as well as the Texans guys did, when your depth players can go out there and not flinch when you get down 13-0, not flinch when you need a touchdown in regulation to take this thing to overtime late, not flinch when you go back and forth, you have a bunch of negative plays in overtime and you end up getting the football back, not flinch when the coach says, hey, we're going to let the clock, we're not going to go try to get another 10 yards or 5 yards and get the field goal closer. Nope, we feel real comfortable about kicking this thing from 54. Right? They just when C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and Tank Dell and Nico Collins and Laramie Tunsil, Devinson, when those guys do that, it's like, hey, those are our superstars. That's what they better. Now your depth guys did it. Now we've seen as fans, like, our depth is quality. Your depth is developed. They're coached up. They really are preparing as if they're starting every game. I think it was a peek behind the curtain of kind of the staying power, if you will, of the Houston Texans, right? I've said this before. If you just do the simple things really well, coaching and playing, you can get to 8 or 9 wins. It's not that hard to get to 8 or 9 wins, right? They're doing those things. But all of a sudden, the curtain got pulled back, Ron, and we were able to see a little deeper into this thing of like, man, now we know this team is doing all the things right to weather a storm of terrible injuries, both at the beginning of the season and right now. I mean, it's I don't need like the records and the Titans uniforms and all that crap to be inserted into the conversation to really, I think, boost this win of how important it was for the Texans organization.
This was a big boy win. This is the best win I've seen the Texans have. And Clint, a lot of people, because these were the things I said last week. Brandon challenged. He's like, I could look at the Titans and see what they do well. So they got Derrick Henry and they got DeAndre Hopkins. I can see what they do well. And I was like, well, I think what the Texans do well, regardless of who's on the field or not, is I think they are well coached and they play extremely hard.
Yep.
And the combination of that is going to get you where that doesn't matter who plays. That is, now you need your talent or whatever. Now, I don't think they could have played that same ball game and won against any of the teams that are playoff teams.
Agreed.
Right now, I don't know if they could have. They've got, obviously, you got to have more than that. But against a team like that, when you see what happened to me, it's coaching isn't just people think about coaching. They think of play calling.
Yeah, X's and O's in
play
the
calling
moment.
and stuff. But coaching is also what you lay every day and what you laid from the beginning. And what they laid down showed why they are a well-coached team.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, when you try to, oh, Lord, Monday, we ain't going to have Nico, we ain't going to have Tank, we ain't going to have George Fant, we ain't going to have CJ, we ain't going to have
Didn't know if you
Will
had Dalton
Anderson.
Schultz.
We're not going to have, we don't know, we ain't going to have Blake Cashman, we're like, oh, now you try to get him in. Now you try to get him to but when it's every day.
Yep.
And every day from training camp, from before training to rookie minicamp to mandatory minicamp, every day they've established this to be ready for moments like this. Charlie Heck ain't seen the field to be ready to come in and do enough. You know, Khalil Davis, we've seen him from the jump. Where the hell that guy come from?
Yep.
You know, Barnett, hell, he was inspired. He just came on the team. It is taught from the beginning, so it's not sometimes there's a complaint about the X's and O's and things like that. Last week we were talking about how come they can't cover running backs, which is very valid and all that. But that was showed off exactly what they do well. They play hard, which also is an element of coaching and what they've laid down.
Yeah.
And they are well coached. And I mean that was shown yesterday. So D'Amico gets all so much credit for that.
Yeah, on top of the D'Amico's defense, Ron, I think the decision to start Case was defining for D'Amico as well. You know what I mean? We'll go into whether it was right or wrong and kind of what it meant and all that kind of stuff down the road probably.
It was a big boy decision.
But just the thought of D'Amico Ryans going in and going, hey Davis, we're going to go with Case in this game. You were competing with our starter who is MVP caliber and Rookie of the Year right now. You gave him a run for his money. You were playing well. We told the whole world that it was a competition.
We sent you to the podium Friday to talk.
Yes. But by the way, we're going to start Case Keenum. And look, and I know a lot of people say, oh, hell, it's the big leagues and it's the right thing. Man, it ain't that easy. When you're the head coach, I put it this way. I've been around a lot of head coaches that would make the easy decision and just roll with it and see what happens. That was a big boy decision for D'Amico Ryans to go with his gut. Let's be honest. There's nothing physical about what Case brings to the table. Hell, they had to throw Davis Mills in there to throw a damn Hail Mary, or at least attempt to throw a Hail Mary, and it didn't happen. I mean, it was a real gut feeling about an experienced veteran quarterback and his presence in that huddle with this squad, giving you a chance to win a ball game. And they go out there. And it took a while for him to get cranking after not playing much the last 4 years. But, damn it, he went out there and made some plays late.
How surprised were you by that move?
Oh, I was very surprised. I was very surprised by the move, but not – for me, Ron, it was one where if you just walked in and if I didn't cover this team and you just walked in and you said, hey, here's the three quarterbacks, C.J. Stroud's hurt, who you going with? I would say, without a doubt, I'm going with Case Keenum. Just because of the experience in the offense, the experience in the NFL, there's not a pressure you can throw at him that he hadn't seen. There's not a situation that you can throw at him where he gets overwhelmed. There's not a mistake that he can make where he's going to all of a sudden become gun-shy and not want to throw the football down the field. He knows exactly who he is. He's not going to get flustered. He's a great voice in the huddle. He's a great voice on the sideline with Bobby Slowick. He brings a veteran presence to a very inexperienced group of the quarterback coach, the play caller, the head coach. Everybody's inexperienced. Like I would have leaned into that and been like, yeah, Case is the go-to. But after you and I being at every training camp practice and watching Davis Mills compete with C.J. Stroud and get very valuable reps and be treated as the backup for the first what are we 14 games into this season?
Yeah,
14 games into the season. I was shocked. When he said he's going with Case, I thought, what in the hell did Davis do? I mean, Davis must have really missed the bed in practice.
That's Thursday, Friday.
So yeah, I was shocked, but not for football reasons. Once I settled in, like, oh, it is Case. Okay, cool, let's ride with it. That makes sense. It makes sense, and I like what Case brings to the table. But rest assured that this was not only was this a game that kept the Texans' playoff hopes alive, eliminated the Titans, gave them a chance and kept them alive in the division hunt. To win the division, get in the playoffs, and all that kind of stuff. This was done in
I'm so impressed.
In extraordinary fashion. Yeah, it was impressive.
So impressed, man.
Wide 80.
God bless you too, D'Amico Ryans.
Yes. I second that. Amen. Amen. Ron, we got you brought this to my attention with the young fella from Katy that's at Alabama right now. Jalen Milroe. I didn't see that announcement. You said he announced that he's coming back to college.
He announced that he was returning. He announced a couple weeks prior to the national championship game that, the national semifinal that he's playing in, that he is returning back to Alabama.
Well, I look up on social.
Right.
Right. I look up on social media today, in the Georgia football Twitter account. Quote, my friends and family have helped put me in a situation to have options for my future. However, the NFL can wait one more year. I am returning to UGA for my senior season. We need everyone's support in Miami to close this season out the right way. Carson Beck.
Right.
The Georgia quarterback now is that what we are right now? Any quarterback that started for 1 year in college football, regardless of where they're at in their development and building a resume, they need to. Is that part of NIL? You think?
Yeah, the transfer portal stuff. At least Carson Beck's was not going to the league. But Jalen Milroe, we know you ain't going to the league. Where else were you? What the hell else was you going to do?
But Ron, Carson, this is like neither one of these guys. Like what?
What was that to you? Sky is blue?
Yes. Yeah. Like I look at this and I go. I mean, I had a really good. My junior season in college football in the SEC was better than Joey Harrington's the year he was up for the Heisman in the Pac-12. And I had a pretty good year and felt pretty good about my year. There was I would have never ever been like, you know what, guys, I'm coming back, man. The NFL can wait. Like what? Look, maybe it's a different world. Maybe it's just maybe it is a transfer portal NIL deal where, hey, they float out there that guys I might transfer, so y'all have to give me a little bit more money. They ink the money contract and then they go ahead and announce, hey, I'm here. Everybody else go make your decision. But there's just something about these quarterbacks at the college level that clearly aren't ready for the NFL.
Well, it's just crazy to me. Like Kyle McCord, the quarterback at Ohio State. He's transferring to Ohio. He's transferring to Syracuse.
Bro, you know
what happened? He went 11-1. He's the starter all year. They had to have told him he was going to lose his job.
Oh yeah, Ryan Day had. Word on the street is that Ohio State has their guy in the transfer portal already. And I've listened to some college guys that cover Ohio State. They're pretty convinced and pretty adamant about they know who it is. They're not putting it out there yet because they don't want to ruin their source. They don't want to ruin their connect. But apparently it's I don't even know who's a big name guy out there that you would want to hide from the rest of the country.
Maybe it's Quinn.
Ewers?
Yeah, maybe Quinn bounces from Texas and go.
No, I would think it would be Manning before that. Go back to Ohio State? That's where Quinn went the first time. The first time he made the mistake.
I don't understand it. I don't understand who it could be. I'm trying to think of a big name. Who else? Dylan Gabriel already bounces, just is done with the bowl game.
Where's he going, Oregon?
Yes.
Yeah. KJ Jefferson, you know where he's rumored to go?
Where?
South Carolina. I mean, why would you not? Look, I get it. He's probably going to get more money because I heard he got damn near $1 million last year from a NIL deal at Arkansas, and he messed the bed this year. Really, the whole team did, but the quarterback gets the blame. And so I doubt they were willing to give him as much money. They're out trying to buy offensive linemen, hopefully. But golly, South Carolina. Like if I'm KJ Jefferson, I mean, he came into the season, Ron. Coming into the season, him and Jaden Daniels were the top two quarterbacks in the SEC. And now he's talking about transferring from Arkansas to South Carolina. If I'm gonna leave Arkansas, I ain't going to South Carolina. I love them ass kicking chickens now. I love them ass kicking chickens.
The cocks, you mean?
Yes, I love them, but I ain't going to say I ain't doing that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's messed up, Kyle McCord, man. And I gave you 11-1. I'm out. Yeah, you out. Get on out.
Well, what do you think about the Dylan Gabriel kid you mentioned?
Yeah, he's skipping the bowl game, I guess. That one didn't. That Alamo Bowl wasn't nothing to you, huh?
They must have went ahead and let him know, hey, you're out, Chief.
I guess. I don't know how. He was really good. All right, coming up, D'Amico did something yesterday that I think is it's clear. It is clear and no debate anymore about it. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on the
on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is a wonderful day right here, man, right? It is so, it's so good. You got a team that's right in the playoff hunt.
Say that again.
Just right in the middle, not just the playoff hunt, the division hunt.
Ooh. Got a little horny with that one.
Man, we're not having to talk about the draft right now.
Swing.
We're talking about
head coach search. They gonna fire the head coach? They gonna give him one more year?
We don't have to talk about that. We're not talking about just Nick being fired. Someone texted, is Nick on the hot seat? No, he's not.
Yeah.
And talk about that. Like,
do you think Nick's ever had a pull off Mad Dog?
Nah.
No. I think Nick drinks, though.
Do you? What do you think he drinks?
Mm-hmm.
Vodka with a little bit of lime.
Whiskey.
No. Way too much sugar.
When he drinks, he's going to drink. And that's what he's going to drink.
I'm going to be honest with you. I bet you.
It's whiskey or tequila.
I bet Nick can count on one hand how many times he's drank in his life.
Not true. Believe that. Maybe in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I don't think he drinks a lot, but he's done some drinking.
Like Nick, I bet Nick feels like a guy that just, I'll have a beer.
No duels.
And then leave it warm and full on the table when he leaves.
I have a beer. I have a Coors.
I think I'm going to ask Nick that if I ever get comfortable with him.
You should.
I'll just ask him.
Let's have Sean and Seth ask
I don't
him.
think he'll be honest.
Someone text in scotch.
I mean, I get where they're thinking there with the money part of it, but I can't see Nick drinking anything with a bunch of sugar in it like that dark liquor.
Yeah, but he's not. But if you think about Nick, if he's going to drink, he's not doing it often, and he's going to go out and get a listen to him, man. Nick cusses as much as anybody.
He really does.
Right? If you go, I bet you could put you go over under when he does those interviews with the morning show.
Mm-hmm.
You go over under. You set it at 5. I bet Nick's swearing more than 5 times.
Oh, I think he's a good. I mean, it's hard to be around this game and not be a good swearer.
And so, in my mind, when I listen to him, I think he don't drink often, but when he does, a little scotch, good whiskey, a really good whiskey. I think that's what he goes
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Speaking of good whiskey, how's that good whiskey I bought you?
Oh, it was delicious.
You won from me.
Yeah, it's gone now, but it was enjoyed, and I appreciate you.
Well, are you two ever going to pay me my money?
Now, what
I'm
are you
waiting? I'm waiting on to get paid out. But yeah, I got to come.
What you got to do? You pay you once every 2 months or what?
That's probably actually about the time frame. Yeah, he just hadn't paid me out since you hit.
You must have been in the hole or something. I must have really bailed you out. What about you? You don't have anybody you waiting to pay you.
No, I just literally forget.
Oh, okay.
I got to stop doing that. That's just not an excuse.
Just checking,
that's all.
Yeah, I think I owe you like $1,100. That's not something where I'm gonna be like, hey buddy, let me just pull this out and give it to you, and I'd
be wondering about that $1,100.
First time I asked him about it. That was 3 weeks ago.
I can show you the green digits.
We're knocking on a month. It's the first time I've asked him about it.
$1,100.
Well, I mean, look,
that's it. I didn't know it was that much.
You know
I
what
can
bet
ask
it was,
him to pay out.
What was? You had that parlay, right?
That 4-game parlay when you threw those games. Man, that's it. Those are all 4 of the favorites are going to win those games. He hit me up. I said, "Yeah, go on, throw me $100 on it, man."
I didn't know you were itching for, man. I'll text him right now and tell him I need to get paid out.
No, hey, look, I mean, you take your time. As long as you owe me $1,100, I ain't never going broke.
Oh yeah, that ain't gonna change.
I didn't know that. By the way, I tell you what isn't gonna change and what is sold up. D'Amico officially locked up Coach of the Year yesterday.
Wow, you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Officially,
I see
locked
Kevin Stefanski getting a lot of love this week.
No,
H-Town, I'm back.
No, listen, Kevin was on the hot seat. Right now, Kevin has had a hell of a year. I mean,
he's gonna win comeback coach.
He might come back. He was on the hot seat, but nah, man. What D'Amico did and what he did yesterday, woo, that was. I mean, I know Kevin Stefanski has had some issues, right? No Nick Chubb. Joe Flacco is probably the 4th quarterback they've had to win games.
Yeah.
But this is, I mean, I honest to God, I don't know how many teams can survive this.
You talking about what the Texans
like what the Texans did, and I know the Titans aren't a good football team, and that helped. But man, your right tackle's out. We already know. Hell, you're down to your 8th center, I think.
Easy on Deets, man.
And then Juice Scruggs is over there struggling, a rookie that had come in that you drafted as a center to play guard. You don't have your top 2 receivers, and these are not just top 2 receivers. Like Nico was going to be a Pro Bowler, and Tank's one of the best rookie receivers in the league this year. And your quarterback is done with all of that, and arguably your best defensive lineman and Will Anderson, your best linebacker was gone. I mean, it was ridiculous. And for him to change around this culture, this feel of this team this fast, I think it's locked. I think it's locked. I mean, he'd have to go on a full 3-game losing streak.
Well, look, Ron. There's like you in hindsight.
It's just ridiculous.
In hindsight, you look at the injuries early on, the injuries now, the way in which the quarterbacks play in before you ever look at kind of overcoming no run game. I mean, the whole thing. I agree with you. Who else is in the running? Stefanski and who else?
I think Dan Campbell was there for a minute with the Lions.
Sure.
Bite a kneecap off.
McCarthy's got to be there maybe with calling plays now with the Cowboys maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get it. When you look at those 3 candidates, the Cowboys were flat out. I mean, the Lions were a little bit too, but it's the Lions. The Cowboys are expected to be here with the talent they have. Kevin's just rolling through so many injuries. I think it was those 3, and I think Dan Campbell has fallen further and further. Now, maybe you add. I got to give this guy credit because I was not high on him at all. But you add Zach Taylor to the mix too, with where the Bengals are losing Joe Burrow, losing Chase and Higgins have been in and out of the lineup, and they sit into the playoffs. But I just D'Amico, man, this was the team before the season that had the second worst odds. The worst team that behind Arizona, they were picked to be the worst team in football. And now it was one thing. All right, CJ's rolling through, but this performance yesterday, it was just was just.
Look, we'll get to the Cleveland game as we get closer to Hump Day, closer to Wednesday. But to me, I mean, this game is absolutely huge, and I'd never even thought about, like, not that matters to D'Amico for damn sure, but like the winner of that of the Cleveland. Houston game is going to obviously better position themselves for the playoffs, but as well. I mean, you look at the head coaches. I got to imagine the head to head in that particular game
maybe
is going to
something if it's if somebody gets dominated. But man, that dude at least he's starting. At least he still got Miles.
Yeah.
At least he still got Myles Garrett right there for him. All right. Coming up, the Texans have made some moves. We'll let you know the latest on that move. And I got a couple of things, and I want to know for you, who was the most dominant force in the game yesterday? When you think about that game yesterday, the most dominant force, who was the most dominant force in that game yesterday? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
We're going to get to who the most dominant force was in that game yesterday, but let me tell you who the most dominant force is when you were talking about holiday shopping, baby.
AppleGolf.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on this this Victory Monday. Victory Monday in this piece.
And what else?
Also, a little Mad Dog Monday right there. I appreciate you, man. Right here, got your Mad Dog. I mean, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it right here. That red grape wine right there. That's nice. That's it.
Where'd that take you back to? My Orange Jubilee took me back to Crystal Beach back in about 94.
Holtz Hall, St. Joseph, Missouri.
Oh, is that it?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes there. That time when...
Hold on, so... We're going to have to get to the bottom of...
Greg got his teeth knocked out.
Oh, man.
All out his mouth. Messing with that linebacker from the football team. I won't put their full names out there.
Yeah, Greg probably ain't drinking Mad Dog. He probably don't appreciate you for...
I hope Greg's doing all right. I ain't never seen so many teeth fall right out of somebody's mouth immediately. One punch. Look at him. Well, no, man, it's a good one. That red wine, boy, that red grape wine, that's a good one.
Is it?
I think these are my two favorites: the Orange Jubilee, the red grape wine.
Well, I bought a little banana red too. We can throw that back there. We can try that. I ain't had banana. It is very interesting to where these. I forgot what was my first flavor that I tried. It was strawberry kiwi. Strawberry kiwi took me straight back to Park Street, probably about 1995, maybe 94, and then that Orange Jubilee took me to the beach. Took me to Crystal Beach.
You said Crystal Beach.
Yes, and I don't go the way of the ferry either. I go through Anahuac, baby. We take him back roads and we go to the beach, man. Yeah, driving on that beach at red extended cab step side pickup, about I don't know, 8-10 folks in the bed of that truck with that music banging, them JL Audio 10s. Not too much, just enough to let them know I'm here. JL Audio 10s banging in the back. You know, I mean, it was. I don't know. We may have had a couple bottles of that Mad Dog in there, along with some of that Boone's Farm. I don't know, maybe.
Well, yeah, that Boone's Farm. Yeah, that wasn't too far behind either. I'd pick them both up.
Well, when you had one of them other ones jump in the bed of the truck, you got to have something they want to drink on. You know what I mean?
It too.
You can't have all the hard stuff.
I drank it too. Drank them both.
Hey, could you? Why do I like it?
I'm mixing them. I'm mixing them, bad boy.
Tyler, could you imagine if we were all younger, hanging out, and man, we're down at Crystal Beach, and man, we're rolling, man, all the fellas, you know, we got some music banging, and we got a special little. You know, in the bed of the truck in one of them front corners, you know, you got a little ice chest with a couple Boone's Farm Strawberry Hill bottles in there for any of the ladies that end up jumping. You want to make sure they have something to drink, you know. I could see just rolling down that beach and turn around and old Ron Hughley. He got, Mad Dog 2020 cold beer, anything you could think of, and Ron would have his old beaters around he'd have his old beaters around one of that Strawberry Hill bottles.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Him doing
absolutely. I struggle with the taste of alcohol early on in my journey, and I would mix Mad Dog and Boone's Farm. I'd just pour them all together,
trying to water it down as much.
I would get a big ass cup and just pour them bad boys and just mix them.
I think one of the first times we ever went and got drinks together, like we sat down, I probably ordered my typical double whiskey on the rocks or something, and then I'm pretty sure Ron came through with I'll take one of those frozen strawberry margaritas.
He's a good frozen drink.
Hey, I will put them down now. I'll put them down. I've got some variety to it, but I will put down give me a good frozen. I'm bored. Sick on the Mayo, damn it. Give me a good frozen margarita.
Ron, the best ever, Jack. Ron. The best name ever, the Henny Hustle.
Oh, that Henny Hustle. Oh, man. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having one. Can't do it. Not drinking it red. I'll tell you, Chad Hanna. Shout out to Chad Hanna,
buttery nipple,
who went the route when I got to Murfreesboro, Tennessee, of embarrassing the hell out of me. As hey man, it was the first time I was out there, hung out with some folks. Hey, gonna get some drinks. Hey, we gonna drink. Oh, I bet I drink too. I'm gonna go. I said I'll go pick up my own drink. Walked up in there with that my old Mad Dog and my Boone's Farm. That's it. What the hell are you doing with that? So I'm about to drink. He said, "No, man, you can't. You're not gonna drink that." He said, "Come on, man. You gotta step it up." You guys step it up. The little Southern Comfort and Dr. Pepper. That was the old combination. Oh boy, yeah. Finally moved off of it though. I got there. Just an acquired taste from me. Took me a little bit of time. All right, the Texans. Hey, they made a move off of yesterday's game. Teair Tart is a defensive tackle who was a defensive tackle, oddly enough, for the Tennessee Titans. Like literally, he played important downs for them against the Miami Dolphins. The week before, played important downs against the Miami Dolphins. They released him, and we did see reports, according to Yahoo Sports, they released him due to effort and playing hard issues, as they said. But Tart said he did request his release, so we'll see what happens there. But that is a move there, 6'2", over 300 pounds, a run stopper there in the middle of the defense, adding more depth to that defensive line potentially. So they do make a move as they continue. They get him and claim him off waivers to add to that D-line room. So.
Yeah, look, I like the sign. I mean, you want to talk about –
yeah, I like it.
Well, you want to talk about the ability to stop the run, a big body inside. And look, I know that you may watch yesterday and what they were able to do against the Titans run and say, well, you don't – I mean, was there really a need for upgrading the interior defensive line as it pertains to stopping the run? The answer is hell yes. I mean, this is a guy that is definitely a different style player, I think, than Malik Collins and some of your bodies inside. But he is definitely an upgrade in that 4 to 5 man rotation on your interior defensive line. He could end up being a bit. No, I think he will, unless the attitude and effort problems are real, and he gets here and then they just cut bait and move on from him again.
Yeah, his contract's up after a year.
That would be a hell of a deal. A guy in his 4th year trying to get another contract, and he gets released by one team and then messes the bed with the next. That would be a hell of a decision by him. I would think he'd come in here, and I would think that he would be ready to rock and roll in this defense and contribute. And I do believe he will contribute in a big way.
Yeah. As Tyler just passed in my ear, Monday Night Football tonight, you can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610, as following us will be the D'Amico Ryans show, the Texans coaches show. Will start it behind us. We try to let you hear D'Amico. You'll be able to hear him right after we get done. And after that, a little Monday Night Football as the Eagles visit Seattle, and Jalen Hurts, who was downgraded to questionable over the weekend, will play on Sunday. So stay tuned for that. By the way, I said this on the other side. What was there? There were a lot of potentials for game ball. We did our player of the game earlier today, as we do every Monday. But when you look at it, who or what was the most dominant force in this game? Somebody texted in Fairbairn. I'm sure he came up with some big moments and big kicks. But what stuck out to you as the most dominant force in this game?
I would have to go with the D-line, man. It would be, for me, it would be between the offensive line and the defensive line. But if I'm being honest, I'm throwing the offensive line in there more because of what they haven't done previously and they did yesterday versus it being just, that great of a performance. They did what we've expected them to do all year long. Middle of the road defense. We expect them to be able to run the football. We've lowered the bar because they haven't been able to do that. But what they did yesterday was tremendous on the offensive side. But to me, it's defensively what they were able to do. I mean, they were just absolutely dominant on the defensive side of the football, giving up 10 points to this offense, an offense that has Derrick Henry, Tyjae Spears, DeAndre Hopkins, Treylon Burks. I don't remember exactly how to say the tight end's name, but he is an athlete, really good. I think that's the old DN that was here.
You're right.
Okonkwo, I think is how you say it. There's no or in there. But anyway, holding that team to 10 points. And look, I think Will Levis is a guy that ultimately, the majority of the time, D'Amico Ryans is going to have a huge leg up because he's young and he's inexperienced and he's a guy that likes to drive the football down the field and is going to force the football. But he did just that, and they kept him off balance. They kept him they made him operate from a chaotic pocket. They collapsed the pocket a lot. So Ron, for me, it would have to be on the defensive line. And look, the three guys: Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, and Jonathan Greenard. And if you made me pick one, I would go with Jonathan Greenard. But man, them two big boys in the middle. I'm telling you, man, when you get interior pressure like that, whether it's stopping the run or rushing the passer, Give me interior pressure before anything else. Those two big guys in the middle were special yesterday.
Yeah, Devin Singletary had a huge game yesterday. But the reason why the Texans won, first and foremost, was the defensive line. And Jonathan Greenard was the best player on the field. It was great. 2 weeks ago against the Denver Broncos, we talked about it, and Will Anderson was the best player on the field that day against the Broncos. He was the best player on the field. I mean, they just couldn't do anything with him. No, I mean, nothing at all. Could not do anything with him. Someone texted in Jalen Petrie. He had a big game, and he made some good plays, even staying with plays when he was beat. But that Jalen Petrie was good. A lot of guys on that defense, but Jonathan Greenard is going to get paid.
Oh yeah, Christian Harris was special.
Oh yeah, he was.
Des King is coming. Boy, don't look up now, but I'm gonna tell you, Derek Stingley is showing. You talk about flash. You talk about flashes of like wow type stuff. If he'd have came down with that pick yesterday when he played over the top of that post on DeAndre Hopkins, if he'd have came down with a pick on that, I mean that's highlight reel stuff.
That's like they've been around the one like he did against Sutton.
Just like it.
Yeah. Special day by D'Amico's defense. I said it Friday. They may lose this game, but it better not be because D'Amico's defense just got shredded like they did against the Jets. And it was the clear reason why they won. D'Amico coming up behind us. Stay tuned for that Monday Night Football after that as well. For Clint, welcome back. Good to have you back. Congratulations on the addition to the fam. We're glad to get back as the drive is full again. Tyler, we're disappointed, but we always enjoy you as the fifth best producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not in New York.
Go check those C-stores in River Oaks, see if you can find some Mad Dog.
That's what happens. You dropped a fifth. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. Got him late. We love you, baby.
The test, the pride and joy of Texas.
That final call done it for me.
Yes! Good! The Texans win! Yes! Legendary! The former Oilers!
Whoa! He went flare. Nope, I need that again.
Yes! Good! The Texans win! Yes, we love you, blue. Love you, blue.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Seahawks host the
On the East Loop southbound before turning Basin, it's a stall that has a
Save. Write it off with a Section 179 tax code benefit. Lansdowne Moody. Hands down, it's Lansdowne. LMTractor.com. See your tax advisor for details. Learn more at KubotaUSA.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The real Buffalo Bills and Dallas Cowboys are both back. The Bills had quite a few hiccups this season, but are 8-6 and could win out against the Chargers, Pats, and Dolphins. And in a wide-open AFC, with a healthy elite quarterback, no one will want to face Buffalo in the playoffs. And as for the Cowboys, they got blown out against those Bills and once again showed they're just stuck being a good team, but not a great team, and they can't be trusted in big spots consistently. I'm Zach Gelb. As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be 21 plus in President's Day. We're lawful to wager. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana, 1-800-522-4700 visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Help is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 1-800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again named #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given?
That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Don't miss out on new deals every day at Lowe's. Right now, get can't-miss deals on appliances. Get up to 30% off. Plus, save up to an extra $750 on select major appliances. And buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay to help balance your budget. Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/20. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Hey, Harris County, this is Commissioner Rodney Ellis.
Commissioner Adrian Garcia.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Commissioner Briones, we're introducing a special 10% discount. Get your free Easy Tag. Get your discount. Visit hctra.org. The 10% discount only applies to 2-axle vehicles on Harris County toll roads.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No. We have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
He's the one they call Cap, head coach, and Miko. Deo Ryans breaks down the game and sits down for a conversation, taking you both inside and outside the white lines. Welcome to the Deo Ryans Show, presented by Amagi Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the Deo Ryans Show, and here it is. Following the Texans' unforgettable win in Nashville in overtime over the Tennessee Titans wearing the Oiler uniforms. You know all about it by now. Kaimi Fairbairn with the 54-yard field goal at the buzzer of overtime. In fact, that's not the first game he's won at the buzzer of overtime. He did it against Indy in 2018. A week later, he would beat the Cowboys late in OT with a field goal. But this will be talked about for a long, long time as the Texans got the victory on a day where they had so many people hurt and through the course of the game continued to suffer some key injuries like Jimmy Ward leaving the game early on with a concussion. Let's start here with Case Keenum, who got the start in place of the injured C.J. Stroud. Let's hope C.J. can get back soon enough. But Keenum getting the nod. Keenum playing well. Did have the pick six. That was a misunderstanding between quarterback and receiver, but they rebounded beautifully from it. And in overtime, made the huge play, the throw to Devin Singletary to get them into field goal range. But here's Keenum after the game, and he talked about wearing the key uniform here. Not the Oiler one, the one that says Houston on it.
You know, I've said this a lot of times, and I haven't really thought about what I was going to say up here, but wearing the name of Houston on the front of my jersey, which I've done for a long time, and to get to do it again and represent for our city, for our team, it means a lot. It really does. Second of all, this team, I love these guys. I love Seven back at home. Man, love that guy. I love 10. Davis is one of the best human beings I know. Great dude. And I said early on Saturday that this was a game for both of those cats. Among, as well as the rest of the team. Because we got a lot of love in that locker room, as you guys can see, and probably it radiates. And so it's very special, and what a gritty way to get it done.
It's hard to imagine a better person, a better player, the context involved in the whole situation, all the dynamics in and out of the locker room in the city, than Case Keenum getting the start. We mentioned the play to Singletary. Here's Keenum talking about it. Key play at overtime to set up the game-winning field goal.
Just, it was a little scramble drill. I mean, we were working kind of left to right there, and just was able to escape up in the pocket, and Devin was my check down on the play, basically, and he was able to break out of that and make a really good move with nobody on that side of the field, and I got him a ball where he could run, and he did a great job getting us in field goal range.
One more from Case Keenum here on adversity, the way the team views adversity, and they had plenty of it going into the game in Nashville.
Yeah, I think it's right along the lines of the same thing I just said. I mean, overcoming adversity, I think that everybody on this team looks at adversity as opportunity, ready to overcome, ready to on to the next play. And you need that in this type of league. If you're going to go and be a playoff contender, get to the dance, succeed in the dance, you got to be gritty. You got to be willing to stand up when you get punched in the face and get knocked down, get back up, and go do it. And there was no blinking on that sideline. Nobody blinked. When I threw that pick, came off, had everybody slap me on the back, say, "It's all right, we'll go do it." And we did. It was great. And just so happy for the McNairs, to hug them on the way out, Coach D'Amico, this whole team, this whole squad, like I said, for the city. It's pretty special.
There is Week 15 starting quarterback Case Keenum making his, 11th Texans started 8 games in 2013, started 2 games in 2014. Those were the first 2 wins. And now he's got a 3-game winning streak as starter of the Houston Texans, although that streak spans 9 years. Don't know if he's going to have to go again on Sunday. Obviously don't know about the C.J. Stroud situation. Coach D'Amico Ryans said he's still in the concussion protocol. So let's hope for the very best there. And let's get to our conversation. John Harris and I catching up with the head coach in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. Coach, a week ago we gathered here and talked about what it was going to take, and it took everything you had, but you got the job done. Your feelings and thoughts?
It did take everything, but I'm excited. We got it done. It's always you want to come out on top with the W, and we did that, right? Took a lot of time, 4 quarters and overtime, but very pleased with the effort from our guys and, how everybody – continued to push. Nobody blinked in the moment. Everybody had this confidence on that sideline and throughout the locker room that they felt we knew we were going to win that game.
Coach, there's so many times this year we've said, but as a team win. Mark and I were talking about it. We always give out the player of the game, and we're like, well, what about this guy? Oh, what about this guy? What about this guy? I know you can't just pick one, but it felt like there were so many guys that contributed to the win, and that's probably the way you drew it up, no?
Yeah, it was. I felt like that's what it would take, like early in the week as we were preparing. I felt like it was going to take everybody. And literally everybody on our roster, they stood up and made plays. You talk about offense, every offensive lineman, right, was helped Motor run the way he ran. Our tight ends, Brevin, Dalton, the way they blocked. Receiver stepping in and blocking. Case having to step up. He made plays for us. The off-schedule play to Motor, none bigger than that one to put us in field goal range. So it's just – every guy, defensively, every defensive lineman contributed to the great defense we had against the run. And then also in the back end, like we lose Jimmy Ward. We got, Adrian stepping in. DAC had to step in at safety. Like multiple guys, Desmond King, Christian Harris, like multiple guys just stepped up and made play after play after play to help us win that game.
Well, historically good performance against the run, Coach. And I was joking with Johnny. I said, well, why can't they do this every week against the run? So difficult to get that kind of thing done. And I know every back and every situation is a little bit different, but you saw the total team effort there.
Yeah, you did. And it started with the defensive line. The way they reset the line of scrimmage, as they call it, the interior D linemen, they played physical. They knocked back the guard, the center multiple times. Our DNs on the edge, they set the edges so the ball couldn't check and get outside. Corners did a really good job of showing up on the perimeter. That's where Derrick Henry has made a lot of plays. Mm-hmm. He checks his feet and he bounces the ball on the perimeter and he's one-on-one with the corner. But I thought Sting and Nelson did a really good job of showing up when there was time for them to show up. And now he had nowhere to go, so now he almost stops in the backfield, and that caused a ton of TFLs, which led to his yard outage.
And you played nickel the entire game, and you held him to 9 yards. I mean, that shows, talking about Des King and him showing up. But, Coach, it felt like there were a couple times where Henry wanted to cut runs back, and it looked like he had something, and Denzel was right there on his hip. It felt like your linebackers played with this aggressive restraint, as if they didn't go run to where he was going. They anticipated where he was going to be, and they made plays that way.
Yeah, it was trust, right? They trusted that the edge would be set by the corners and the defensive ends, and now, Denzel and Christian, they were able to flow. Denzel played fast. He made a lot of plays for us. Desmond stepped up. He was playing well. Like, there's no need to change. Let's keep him in the game as much as possible, no matter what personnel they threw out there, because Desmond was playing instinctive. He was seeing it. He even made tackles for losses. Yep. It looks like we were blitzing him, but we weren't. Right. But he was all over it because he just had a really good feel and instinct for what they were doing.
Well, what about Desmond King, Coach? Because it looked like to me he was an honorary linebacker in the game. I know he's not one, but he was playing like one, very close to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, pretty much. He was a linebacker. He was a linebacker on yesterday. But Desmond, what popped off for me is just his instincts. That's really what jumped off. You talk about being that nickel, right? You have to you have to fit the run if you're going to play nickel, and you're tasked with covering some of the best receivers as well. Desmond, he did a really good job of both, right? Tried to mix it up, blitzing him a little bit, and he did a really good job of timing up his blitzes, manipulating his looks when he wasn't blitzing. So he played the game really well, right? And that's where you see that veteran presence just take over, right? Sometimes I didn't know what he was going to do. Yeah. He was all over, moving around, disguising his looks, doing a really nice job for us.
Coach, and on the offensive side, you tell receivers no block, no rock. You're not going to run block. You're not going to get the ball in the receiving game. On the defense, if you don't stop the run, you don't get your opportunities to go rush the quarterback. I don't want to say we buried the lead in some sense, but you had 7 sacks. It's the second most tied for second most all-time in Texans history. And you got them in third and longer situations because you were so good against the run. It wasn't a lot of 3rd and 3s and 3rd and 2s. You were 3rd and 9 or beyond. And that gave your guys an opportunity to go hunt with the pass rush. What was really working for them up front? Because you didn't bring, that I remember, 5 or more often. It was just those 4 guys getting to work.
Yeah, that was the key, man. When you win first and second down, like the D-line, I always say you earn the right to rush the passer, and they earned it by – they were creating so much penetration. They were making tackles for loss. So now we're in 2nd and 12 situations, and now we get a stop. And now you look up, it's 3rd and 15, 3rd and 9. And now, now it's all about the rush and coverage. Now they have to try to throw a deeper developing concept. And our safeties and our corners did a really nice job of pattern matching, right, all of the concepts that they had. And it just made Levis hold on to the ball a little bit longer. And the D-line were able to come through with some wins. And on some of the sacks, right, you just Malik, all right, Derek Barnett, they just beat their one-on-one. As quick as you can beat a one-on-one, they beat their one-on-one, and they were able to get the quarterback down.
I think Derek tackled Levis with the tackle.
He did.
I think Jerry was tackling him from the other side with the tackle.
All right, so the way the defense played after that opening drive by the Titans, Coach, when they scored, after that, did you feel like, all right, we really do have something? And did that affect your decision-making as late in the half, you don't go for it on 4th and 1, say, let's kick the field goal because we're going to be okay defensively? Was that part of the thought process there? What can you tell us?
Oh, for sure. I felt good about it. After our first drive, and we did a couple bonehead things there on the first drive to allow them to get down there. I want to eliminate that on the first drive of games. We have to play better. But once we settled in, I did feel like, okay, our guys are playing fast. Like they're on it. They're confident. And I felt that. And knowing that, I felt like, man, they can't move the ball on us. The only way they can get something on us is if we do something to allow a cheap explosive in the back end, but the coverage was tight. The safeties were playing true. Nobody was biting on, so we were good. And Petrie thought it was one of his best games he's had, right? Couple pass breakups. He played really sound football. All right, and that gave me the confidence to know, okay, hey, let's just take 3 here at the end of the half. We don't need to press it. Let's just get points. Keep getting points, and at some point, we get in the red zone, we'll be able to score.
Coach, when did you feel like Case kind of got comfortable in the game? I mean, it's 13-0, and we're kind of like, man, do we have 2 scores in us today? But it felt like at some point he got more comfortable in what he was doing, and obviously got to the 4th quarter and then made a ton of plays. When did you kind of feel like Case was finding his groove?
Yeah, I felt that drive, right before going into half. I felt like that was, okay, we got some momentum. Yeah. We started to move the ball. So I felt that felt him start to settle in there, move around a little bit, saw him step up in the pocket, right, move around a little bit and make some throws. So, yeah, at that point, going into the half, we're like, okay, now we just got to get them the ball back and just make sure defensively, I was pleading with our guys to kind of let's take the ball, right? Yep. We take the ball to give our offense a short field, but our offense, they moved it enough, right? Kaimi did a really nice job of making the kicks when he needed to make them to keep us in the game, and when we needed it most, we had a drive going down and we scored with Case stepping up in the pocket to throw the ball to Noah.
Yep. I think I'm personally running Park Avenue in New York to say that Fairbairn should be AFC Special Teams Player of the Week after that performance. But the play of the game, there's so many plays in the game because any one of them could have turned this game. But Keenum able to run out to the right side, roll to the right, and hit Motor on the pass play to get you to field goal range, and the adjustment that Motor made in the pattern. Can you talk about that one a little bit?
Right. That's a play there where Motor is really, he's stepping up through the line, and typically you just have a check down where you're checking over the ball is not there, and you just go flat you just go lateral to the sideline, but you see Motor make the adjustment, and he makes that angle more of a 45-degree angle toward the sideline where he is a runaway angle from that defender. And Case does a really nice job of adjusting the trajectory of the throw, drops it right over the defender. And Motor, I just look up, it's like, all right, nobody's out there. Like, go, go, go. It's like, then once he crossed midfield, I think once he crossed the 50, I'm like, yeah, we're in Emy's range.
Right.
Close enough.
We were all thinking that same thing because I don't want to say this because in minute 49, we've done some stuff this year, but the way the previous drive, I think we lost 21 yards on 3 sacks. So we're like, okay, when he made that happen, like, is there a chance here? I mean, it's Emy kicking, like, okay, we got a shot. I want to stick with Motor for a second, Coach, because it feels like in some of the biggest games this year, he's really given you a real jolt. I mean, in Cincinnati, he goes for 150 yards. Right. I mean, yesterday he was running. That's the best I've seen him run. I mean, the touchdown run that gets called back, I mean, I think every Titan hit him, and he's just all the way through it and gets to the end zone. What, in your eyes, has Motor meant to the offense since he's really kind of stepped into the void?
Yeah, man, he's been everything. If we can when we get the run game going, like you mentioned, if Cincinnati, right, or Jacksonville, we get the run game going, and some of our best wins this year, that's what we've been able to do is run the ball. And, Motor has made a ton of plays for us. And I think our O-line, they blocked it really great yesterday, right, and created those lanes for him. But Motor is a slippery runner, really great contact balance, and he's always finishing forward. That's one thing I really like about him, playing behind his pads. And he's one of those guys you can just count on, right? Very reliable in the moment. He does a good job protecting the football. He's going to gain positive yardage every time he touches it.
All right, there's just a sampling of our conversation. We have plenty more coming up with the head coach, including, did the uniforms play a part in the victory? And if so, what kind of part? What was the role? We will ask him all of this. And by uniforms, I mean their uniforms, not the Texans, Liberty White and Deep Steel Blue. Plus, Dalton Schultz coming up later on in the show. Johnny and I visit with him a day later. How's he feeling following his 4-catch performance? 4 catches, 3 of them massive on the tying touchdown drive that was so critical in this game. We'll get to it all here on Texans Radio.
More of the D'Amico Ryan Show, presented by Amegy Bank, continues in a moment.
I'm Steve Naylor. We're a manufacturer in the HVAC business. The reason why we've been with Amegy Bank all this time is because they meet our needs. They're very responsive and they react quickly. We can call them up anytime and they work really hard to get us what we need. They are absolutely invested. Amegy Bank is very involved with what we're doing, and they want to hear our story and they want to know how they can help us. They make you feel like you're part of the family.
Amegy Bank. Here, you grow. A division of Zions Band Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
It's time for the Make the Holidays Bright sales event at your local Ford dealer. Get special offers on our adventure-ready Ford SUVs or on our great selection of Ford trucks. Choose from a large inventory of Ford vehicles equipped with technology, space, and flexibility for any season. And let Ford make the holidays bright, bringing everyone together. Visit your local Ford dealer today during the Make the Holidays Bright sales event.
Taking responsible care of our planet is essential to our mission at Burns & McDonnell. We help you move projects forward with feasible, sustainable solutions while keeping you in compliance with environmental regulations. It's all part of our comprehensive engineering, architecture, construction, and environmental services, now 25 years strong in Houston. Learn more about our growing team and how we're making clients successful at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
You don't want to miss it.
Gotta go! Sacked! 3 and out!
Energy around the stadium here has been great.
Throws left side of the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Houston!
Nice, nice, nice!
It's intercepted! The Texans have it! Houston's gonna win!
2 home games remain in the 2023 regular season. Christmas Eve against the Cleveland Browns. New Year's Eve against the Tennessee Titans. Get your tickets today at HoustonTexans.com.
What a day!
More Texans Radio
in spectacular fashion
is on the way.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever?
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
What a massive win for the Texans. Battered and bruised, D'Amico's crew went into Nashville and took down the Titans. Can they do it again Sunday against the Browns? The push for the playoffs is real.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to more with the head coach, the D'Amico Ryans Show. Presented by Amity Bank.
Back to it here on the D'Amico Ryans Show. Great to have you listening. Now, I got a text from my friend Billy, who does stats over at UH, and he wanted to know if that was the longest winning kick for the Texans in the history of the franchise. And I don't even have to look this one up. Chris Brown had a 57-yarder to win a game in 2007 against the Miami Dolphins. I remember because he was 5 for 5 in that game and hit 3 from beyond 50, including a 57-yarder for the win. So that would be the one. But I'll take this one because it's later in the season. You have a winning record this late in the season. Now, that 07 campaign, that was the first time they ever went 500. They went 8-8 and needed that last win to get it. But I'm not going to make too many comparisons here. This is D'Amico Ryans' first year. This is Fairbairn, who's clearly really great at his job. Think about this. 3 weeks ago, the Texans lost a game where they missed 2 kicks from beyond 50. If they make one of them, they're probably going to overtime with a chance to beat the Jaguars, but they didn't, and that's just life. But Fairbairn yesterday makes a 53-yarder and a 54-yarder and needed to make every single kick he made in order to win the football game, and he did with a 54-yarder outdoors, not ideal conditions, at the buzzer of overtime. If he doesn't make it, you're tying that game, and you feel really weird today. I don't even want to ponder what the feeling would be. All right, standings, Texans in a 3-way tie for first in the AFC South with Jacksonville and the Colts. As you know, they split with the Jaguars. They've lost to the Colts already. They'll play the Colts Week 18 at Indy. A lot of different things can happen. You're going over the scenarios. There are way too many. The point is this. If they win out, they're in no matter what. They could lose one of the next 3 and still get in. Different things come into play at that point depending on which one you lose. Basically, take care of business Sunday against Cleveland. That's what you need to be thinking about right now. You also need to be thinking about listening to the head coach because, as I promised, he's going to talk about the uniforms. What kind of impact did they play, if any? And don't forget that Dalton Schultz is coming up, an exclusive visit with the tight end later on in the program. Back to our talk with head coach D'Amico Ryans. Another thing we talked about a week ago was the Titans uniforms, meaning the Oilers uniforms. You had a bit of a reaction to that last week. Yeah. So how did that play out, that part of it, in your mind when you saw the stadium decked out that way? Did it affect the players at all? Are they too young? How'd you see it, Coach?
I think the players are too young to really truly understand. And for me, I really didn't understand. My wife is giving me this.
The history lesson?
Giving me this history lesson.
Hey, listen, there's no more important person to give you that lesson.
So she gave me the lesson on that's our colors, that's our love you blue, that's ours. So she was giving me the lesson. And then that made me understand in a moment like, okay, this means a lot to the native Houstonians, right? And it felt very weird being there in Tennessee Stadium. They got the Oilers logo, all of the Oilers wardrobe. It just felt really weird. My man Vrabel out with the hat, the Bum Philip hat on.
I saw him walk across and shake your hand with the hat. And I thought, man,
it's like, hey, man, it's a little too much.
Yeah.
But I'm very happy that we were able to get that win for all the Houstonians, right? That feel a type of way about that Houston blue. And so I'm happy that we were able to, give you some bragging rights over the Oilers, Titans, whatever they are.
Coach, there were so many moments. I mean, the case hit motor defensively. Stevens' pick was huge. What are you thinking when Case floats one up from the 20-yard line or so to Dalton Schultz in the middle of the field, just under 5? You got to score a touchdown, and he throws one up there, and there's Roger McCray saying, "What are you thinking at that moment in time?" Can you say it on the radio? Can you say those words on the radio?
Like, oh no, I can't. No. I mean, it was, you don't. We're doing a boot there, so we want to throw the ball out to Hutch. Hutch is open. We miss him, and he starts to move around. I was like, oh, no, not in the middle of the field. You don't throw the ball up in the middle of the field. But Dalton, he comes through and just saves the day and by taking the ball from the defender. Right, just shows that it was it was a dicey play. Right, no Case wants that play back, but you don't want to make that throw.
One of the things that you said last week that stayed with me is you said playmakers need to make plays. Yeah. And it feels like that was one of those opportunities. Like Dalton Schultz is one of our playmakers. He's got to go make a play. Yeah. And a little dicey, but he went and made a play.
A little dicey. Don't want him to make plays that way, but that is what we talk about, right? Your playmakers, your best players have to play their best. Yeah. And that was Dalton stepping up and making that catch for us. That's Noah stepping up and making big catches for us all day, right? And that's what you have to have. Motor, one of our best players, making plays. And when you have that, you have an opportunity to win the game.
Yeah. All right, so now you have another situation where you're coming off a big emotional win and perhaps the biggest and most emotional of the season. We don't have to weigh it right now, but you face an opponent Sunday that's really good, especially on defense. They're hot right now. They're finding all sorts of ways to win football games. What do you think of the Cleveland Browns from where you sit right now, Coach?
Yeah, it's almost like we're the same team. Yeah. They're dealing with a lot of injuries. Guys are in and out. Right, they lost their quarterback, so it's kind of you're in the same boat, right? I mean, it's all about that next man up mentality. Or man, let's go win these games as a team. In Cleveland, they're finding ways to win. And the same goes for us. We're all finding ways to win. So I think this is going to be a very evenly matched game. All right. And really, they play really good defense. We play really good defense. Yeah. So it's just going to be a matter of, for me, which defense plays the best. Yeah. This Sunday, that's going to be the tell of this game, right? We can take the ball away. They have Flacco, who's a ton of experience, has made a lot of plays, won Super Bowls, right? And he's done a good job for them over the past couple of weeks. So we have to find a way, all right, to make it muddy for Flacco, right? And we have to stop the run game. I know they've lost a lot of offensive linemen, but they're a good run team. So we have to stop the run. I think the Bears did a good job of that yesterday, stopping the run. We have to start there and force Flacco to beat us throwing the football.
Coach, you start talking about injuries, and I thought about you. You're okay, right? You're all right. You ran pretty quickly to get that challenge flag out there. Can you take us through that moment? Now, did they? I mean, you didn't quote unquote win the challenge. They already had called that incomplete, but you had to run to get that out there to stop the play. No?
Oh yeah.
Can you take us through that moment?
Well, it's our guys upstairs and in the booth. They see it. They're able to get a replay, and they tell me it's kind of running down. It depends on how fast those replays show in the box. So that replay showed kind of late, and I was like, I didn't have the flag out as I should, so I'm reaching for the flag, and then I throw it, and I was like, hopefully I threw it far enough. But it's a panic going on, but it's also an excitement that comes over me because it's like, they're like, challenge it, coach, challenge it. I'm like, yes, okay, let's do it. Like these guys, they saw something, all right, to make them say challenge it, so this play should go in our favor.
Yeah.
All right, so it's Christmas week. We talked about this a bit during Thanksgiving week, that you have this huge holiday, you have families, you're at home, which might not be the best thing this week, depending on how you look at it, because maybe people visiting. What do you tell your players about handling this week? And you just went through it, so that's got to help a little bit anyway.
Right. mean, the main thing, I always say keep the main thing the main thing, and it's the Browns this week, right? Yeah. And I think for us, if Christmas falls at the right time, Christmas is on Monday, so we'll have a nice victory Monday if we handle business on Sunday, right? You can enjoy Christmas with your family. That'll take care of itself, but we got to go handle business. Make sure your family has something to cheer about. Make sure you have good things to talk about on Christmas Day by going out this week, preparing your best, all right, and going out and playing your best on Sunday so you can have a really nice Christmas.
What do you know about the Browns defense right now and how good they are? I mean, it's just as far as what you've observed. I know you're not fully into the game plan just yet, but this is one of the best defenses in the league, no question.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're first off, starts with defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz. He's, their front, their attack style of front, that's where our front kind of started from, right? And so they do a really good job there. You talk about Myles Garrett, one of the best defensive ends, right, in the league, right? This guy can wreck a game. So it starts there. You have to have him accounted for each and every snap. Then when it comes to their back end, I think their secondary has been the strength of their team. They can play tight man coverage, right? And they're going to challenge our receivers. They're going to be tight, right? They're not going to allow much space. So we have to be able to beat man coverage. And it comes back to what we did this past Sunday, though. If we can find a way to run the ball, right, that softens the defense up. So we have to find a way to run the ball. But this defense, I think they're not number one. They're probably number one defense in the league. They've held a lot of opponents. You're not going to get many yards on these guys, so you have to earn everything that you get. It's going to be a tough matchup for our offense, but we have to find a way.
Coach, how problematic is it? A lot of guys that are great, they'll line up in one spot, maybe another. Garrett will move all over the place. Yeah. How problematic does that make it for Bobby and the offense to kind of game plan for, okay, if 95 is here, is how we want to do it. If he's here, how does that make it tougher because he doesn't line up in just one spot?
Right. When you have a guy that's that versatile, like he can line up on the edge, it's kind of easier when he's on the edge. If you want to utilize a chip or you want to slide the line, slide the protection to him, that's easier. But what they've done a good job of, as you mentioned, they'll line him up over the center, right? And you try to give him, they put him in positions where he has a favorable matchup. So they find a way to make him a one-on-one matchup with the center, whereas how can you help him in that spot? So they do a good job of dictating protections to draw Myles a one-on-one matchup. We just have to find a way to hold up, get the ball out as quickly as possible, right? You can't hold on to it for too long because he'll find a way to get you down.
All right, the Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. I've got a couple of options for you here,
All right.
because it's the giving season. Couple of options. One is, give me a Christmas tradition that you and your family have, or maybe you had from your youth that you really like, or maybe one or two of your best presents you've ever gotten, or maybe presents that you've hated. Whichever one you want to pick, Coach.
Oh, man, best presents. Well, I do a little bit of both, I guess.
Okay.
Tradition with my family is everybody gets together. It's my mother's side of the family. She has like 6 brothers and sisters, so all their kids, everybody gets together, and it was really cool growing up because you got a gift from everybody, right? It wasn't an expensive thing. You may get a pair of socks or some lifesavers or whatever.
But it's volume.
It was volume, unwrapping a lot of gifts, so that was all cool. Everybody got together on Christmas Eve. We had a big dinner, and you open gifts, play games. So that was one tradition, that I miss, not being back home all the time. One of the worst gifts I gotten was I was probably like 13 or 14. I think I got a juicer. And I think it was my aunt. My aunt got me a juicer. She always has these gag gifts.
At 13.
About 13 with a juicer. Like, what am I going to do with this?
Now you'd probably like it.
Now everybody needs a juicer, right?
That's right. Oh, we have a lot more coming up on the Deo Ryans Show. The post-game locker room speech, among other things, and our visit with Dalton Schultz. Couple of notes here. Statistically, Texans, after the historically good performance against Derrick Henry, 20 touches, 10 or less yards. First time in the history of the league that has happened to a player, period. History of the NFL, not just the Texans and Titans, and you know what Henry's been doing to this team. Over 1,000 yards total in the last 5 meetings. against the Houston Texans. Now, he'll get another shot a week from Sunday. We'll see how it goes. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The Texans are 6th in the NFL against the run. That's good. They are 15th in points allowed. Not bad. Top half of the league. You'll take it for sure. They are 10th in total offense in yards. Okay. C.J. Stroud now 6th in the NFL in passing yards. He had to sit a game out, and he didn't throw for that much against the New York Jets when he was out there a week ago. It's not about the numbers, not about stats, but I thought I'd bring some up, including Stroud being obviously ahead of Trevor Lawrence in the AFC South and way ahead of Gardner Minshew. The Colts keep winning, though. And when you look at the way they're winning because they're running the football and playing some pretty good D. They are opportunistic, and they are in the crosshairs a little later on. You have the Browns this week. You have the Titans at home next week, both these next 2 games at home, Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. And then the regular season wraps up at Indy. It could all come down to a showdown with the Colts. Sound familiar? All right, also sounding familiar, a winning Texans locker room. Let's check in there next. We'll also hear from Ka'imi Fairbairn, Devin Singletary. We mentioned Dalton Schultz as well. Let's get to it all here on Texans Radio.
There's more of our exclusive talk with head coach D'Amico Ryans on the way.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do make everything about me.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. We also know that price does too. So if you see a lower price somewhere else, we'll match it. Plus, you get free and fast delivery. Shop in-store or online at mattressfirm.com. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston Methodist Neal Cancer Center, we have the expertise to treat all of you. Leading oncologists use the latest technology, research, and treatments to stop your cancer, while specialists minimize its effects on major organs. There's a better approach to cancer care that heals all of you. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
When you need a hard-nosed, driven, always-got-your-back teammate that never let you down, you need John Deere and Brookside at your side. Why? Because there's no quit in us. Brookside has the right equipment to tackle your job on any field or turf. Score a big win with our team. Brookside, your Houston area dealer for everything John Deere. Find our 9 locations at BrooksideUSA.com. Brookside, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans. That's BrooksideUSA.com.
Against all odds, the Texans tore the hearts out of the Titans in breathtaking fashion.
54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn. Yes! Good! The Texans win! Yes! Legendary!
19-16. What a game.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is Texans Radio.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
People take their chili seriously. At Whataburger, we also put chili on a pedestal made of 100% fresh beef. The Whataburger Chili Cheeseburger, made to order with our own chili on 2 all-beef patties, melty cheese, onions, mustard, and crunchy corn chips. This is chili elevated to burger height. The Chili Cheeseburger is back for a limited time. Whataburger, just like you like it.
It's been said that your network is your net worth.
What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs. Find out how you can make lasting, intentional connections by visiting HoustonTexansLux.com.
We're back with more of the D'Amico Ryans Show, presented by Amegy Bank.
Right back to it on the D'Amico Ryans Show with the Amegy Bank Amazing Play of the Game, brought to you by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans, home of the amazing credit cards for business, subject to credit approval, restrictions apply. Here we go as Ka'imi Fairbairn lined up for a 54-yarder for the victory.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn. Yes! Good! The Texans win! Yes! Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16. Have a nice day.
What an emotional win on so many levels for your Texans. How did it sound in the locker room after the team got back following the victory?
Man, so proud of you guys, man. We talked about getting to 8. We got to 8. Great job. Great job. Hey, shout out Case. Awesome job, man. Talk about needing everybody. Hey, the way Case stepped up, was ready to go. Man, respect the hell out of you, man. Awesome job. Way to lead us there. Awesome job, man. Defense, great job. Great job. Hey, defense, way to stand up. Time after time after time. Way to stand up. D-line, way to hunt. All right, now I got one here, game ball, all right? All right, one guy. All right, been missing him. And when he came back, we needed him more than ever. All right, Amy, let's go.
Ka'imi Fairbairn getting the game ball following the victory over the Titans. Now, Devin Singletary played a huge part in this one as well. By the way, Fairbairn's going to be a guest on the Texans Huddle Players program Tuesday night at 6 with N.D. Kalu and Drew Doherty, so you don't want to miss that. He's super interesting, and he's super hot, going 4 for 4, including that game-winning 54-yarder. Now, what about Singletary? 3 100-plus yard games on the season. He's 160 total away from a career-best season, and he's got 3 games to do it. Drew Doherty, 2 minutes with a Texan with motor in the locker room following the win.
Devin, you guys chipped away at them time and time again on the ground. What were y'all seeing? What was the matchup that was working out so well?
Yeah, the guys up front was getting a lot of movement. So it was like, man, let's keep at it. Let's keep going. You know, it's working, so let's keep doing it. We came out on top.
You had 4 catches. You were doing it through the air, too, as well.
Yeah, you know, that's this offense. It's going to take everybody, but as a running back, you got to be able to catch the ball, you got to be able to pass pro, you got to be able to run the ball. We was able to put that on display today.
How sweet was it getting across midfield there in overtime and setting up for Ka'imi, and what was your vantage point of the field goal?
Man, we know Kai can kick it, so that's all we was preaching. Just get across midfield. You know, we can't get a touchdown, give him a chance, and we gave him a chance, and he came through for us.
Certainly did. Another player who came through big was Dalton Schultz. 4 catches in the game, 3 on the game-time touchdown drive in the second half. And Johnny Harris and I, an exclusive visit with the tight end here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio today. How's it going, Dalton?
It's great, man.
Great
excited to be here with you, too.
Oh, well, we're so excited to see you, and you had some amazing catches in the game against the Tennessee Titans. And when that ball's in the air, is the attitude, that's mine, no matter what. No matter what happens, I've got to come down with it.
For sure. That's actually been an area of my game that I've been trying to, work on the last couple of years, specifically, is, I just haven't had a lot of opportunities for, one-on-one contested balls. So when that ball's in the air, that's something that I've trained myself for the last few years. And, honestly, looking back at the clip, I can't tell you how it happened.
So
other than I see ball, get ball, catch ball, you know what I mean? It was one of those quick plays. I don't know, we went hurry up on the next play, but in my mind, that's why I celebrated. I'm like, dude, I caught that. Like, like there's no chance that they hit the floor.
Right.
But
when did you know you had it? Because I was like 10 yards from me to Ryan away from you, and I knew you had it, but you got right up and signaled first down. Like you knew all the way. But
yeah, like I knew it like as soon as, honestly, like it hit my hands. Like it kind of like came down, but like it looks like the ball is kind of slipping out. It never left like my right hand.
Yeah.
Like you saw, like I picked it up and like I had it clawed like the entire time.
So the practices you guys go through, we watch a lot of the individual stuff. We've watched all of training camp, and it's just repetition. So in those moments, that's why you don't have to think about it. It just sort of happens with your natural instincts taking over to go snatch the football. Is it just the repetition you have when you're getting ready to play football games?
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of catching. Like honestly, like I spend a lot of time on a jugs machine. I spend a lot of time with my quarterbacks. Like I've got a lot of experience just going and getting it, kind of, you know. And so I think just it falls back to your training, like how prepared are you for those moments, and luckily that one went our way.
Dalton, with Case in there yesterday, obviously it's kind of easy to look at CJ and Case and go, okay, they're pretty different. But what was it like yesterday being in the huddle with Case, and just as he's getting more comfortable during the game? Obviously on that last drive, the touchdown drive in the fourth quarter, he's looking for you. You had 3 catches on that drive. What was it like kind of going through that game yesterday with Case?
Yeah, Case is a vet, like true vet. You know, obviously he's been in the league for over a decade. Like he commands a huddle just as well as anybody I've ever been around. Like he was really good about, like we had some wordy calls last week, and he was really good about, like, as soon as he heard that it was going to be one of those calls, like getting everybody back to the huddle, like, hey, we got to go, like getting the play in, making sure we get 2 motions in. And I don't know, the operation for a guy that hasn't played a game in a while, like, was tip top. Like Case was as ready and prepared as they come.
Got to ask you about this part of it, because you guys are all so young, but they're wearing the Oiler uniforms, and to the fans of Houston, that means a lot. Did that meaning get to you guys as players at all, or was it really a non-factor?
Yeah, no, for sure. That was like, it was just something we talked about in our room specifically, of like, really, like you picked, like out of all the games, like you're gonna pick this one to like wear these. Like I think they wore it once.
Yeah,
earlier in the
Falcons.
Earlier. Yeah, and then you pick the other game against. All right, like okay. But yeah, I mean, it was touch.